Who could have ever imagined it? I just fell asleep after work, drinking a beer and playing a game, like always. But when I woke up, I found myself in a desolate, unfamiliar landscape. I was in the world of the game. Suddenly, Melissa's voice cuts through the air, a warning in her tone. Sir Kotham, be careful. Stronger demons are swarming in. With a determined gaze and a fiery aura flaring around him, he simply states, I'll take care of them. A monstrous demon, its form a twisted mass of rock and sinew, lunges forward, its sheer size dominating the chaotic landscape. Before it can fully unleash its attack, a powerful, unseen strike slams into its arm, sending a shockwave of energy through its rocky hide. From the swirling crimson depths of a dimensional rift, a grotesque, horned demon claws its way into existence. But before it can fully materialize, a swift, unseen strike shatters its head, sending fragments of its form exploding into the air. Kotham, now wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, charges forward, his weapon a blur of focused intent. Two more monstrous figures, larger and with glowing red eyes, lunge from the side, attempting to overwhelm him. Yet, with a single, devastating sweep, his weapon cleaves through one of the attackers. The golden aura around him intensifies, erupting into a powerful, wide-reaching attack that engulfs the remaining threats. The force of the blast tears through the demon horde, sending bodies and debris flying in every direction. Those few still standing turn and flee in terror from his overwhelming power. In the aftermath, the desolate landscape is strewn with the lifeless forms of countless defeated demons. Kotham stands amidst the swirling remnants of his recent battle, the air still thick with the echoes of his power. From a rocky perch, he surveys the desolate landscape, a faint red energy still clinging to his form. A dark, crackling aura momentarily flares around him, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed as he reflects on the unexpected challenge. His gaze hardens, acknowledging that the path to the great demon will be far more arduous than he initially anticipated. Yet, a wry thought crosses his mind, knowing the consequences of his unrestrained fighting style. As he anticipates a stern lecture, perhaps even a fiery one, from Melissa, whose presence he senses nearby. With a final, explosive burst of energy, he dispels the lingering magical residue, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, a furious shout pierces the air, Kotham. Melissa stands, hands on her hips, her expression a mixture of anger and concern, ready to deliver the scolding he expected. Melissa's voice cuts through the air, a sharp sound that demands attention. Meanwhile, Hero Gale is already locked in a fierce battle. His twin blades a blur as he confronts a monstrous foe. He dismisses any concerns about his methods, declaring that the demon must be dealt with first. The hero stands firm against the massive, red-scaled creature, his sword ready. From a distance, a woman watches, her hands clasped in prayer, expressing worry that he is pushing himself too hard and should take better care. The demon lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with a terrifying crunch. As another armored figure reassures the unseen Cyril, telling him not to worry too much. As the dust settles from the recent conflict, a quiet conversation unfolds regarding Kotham, with one voice assuring that he must have his reasons for his actions. Priest Gordon, standing opposite Priestess Cyril, gently chides her, suggesting she might be worrying too much. He then proposes a course of action, suggesting they first deal with the monsters before engaging Kotham in further discussion. Cyril, after a moment of consideration, agrees that sounds like a good idea. Meanwhile, the landscape itself bears the scars of recent, powerful impacts, with massive rock formations crumbling and dust still rising into the air. Amidst the unfolding events, a declaration rings out. My name is Kotham. He is introduced alongside Hero Gale and Priestess Cyril, key figures in this world. Another warrior steps forward, her voice firm, proclaiming herself the vanguard of the hero's party, formed specifically to defeat the great demon. Kotham stands tall, his powerful physique evident, a silent testament to his strength and resolve. His gaze is sharp and unwavering, befitting the great warrior of Atala, the god of struggle and the wilderness. But there was also another layer to this reality, a different perspective entirely. Reflected in a shimmering sphere, a man in a crisp suit observes, as if everything unfolds within a game. The lines of reality blur, leading into a deeper, more ancient narrative. It is the tale of a hero, chosen by divine revelation to confront the great demon, gathering companions, and ultimately defeating him. At the heart of this demonic realm, a pulsating, fiery core burns with malevolent energy. From the depths, a grotesque horde of demons emerges, their forms twisted and menacing. Their faces are a nightmare of sharp teeth and glowing eyes, each one a harbinger of destruction. For those who seek adventure, perhaps these characters offer a thrilling journey. Sir Kotham found himself on a desolate, blood-red landscape, surrounded by a grotesque horde of demons. His muscles strained, a primal roar escaping his lips as he prepared for battle. This world, teeming with monstrous creatures, was far too harsh for any ordinary man. He gripped his weapon tightly, his knuckles white with immense force. A system notification appeared, revealing his unique trait, the Blood Berserker, allowing him to drink demon blood for a temporary buff. His eyes bloodshot, Kotham's face contorted into a mask of primal fury, red energy flaring around him. Indeed, the reality of this world was truly harsh. Standing amidst the carnage, his sword still dripping, he was enveloped in a dark, bloody aura, surrounded by the defeated. Yet, the bloodlust consumed him, whispering for just a little more, if he could just kill them all. Kadam stood with his back to the desolate landscape, a monstrous shadow looming in the distance. His eyes burning with a fierce resolve as he declared that this damn world would soon be behind him. His blood-soaked hand clenched, dark energy crackling around it with a sickening crunch, a testament to the brutal power he wielded. Engulfed in a crimson aura, he let out a wild, echoing laugh, fully embracing the berserker within. He envisioned the grotesque, red-eyed monsters that plagued his existence, fueling his desperate desire to escape this wretched place. He wanted to get out of this damn world, even one day sooner. Shadowy tendrils of power surged around him, reflecting his inner plea for more speed, for even greater swiftness to achieve his goal. Finally, bathed in a triumphant red glow, he stood atop a mountain of defeated foes, the undisputed victor of his own brutal war. A monstrous red creature roars, its form coalescing from swirling crimson energy. A clawed hand lashes out, tearing through the darkness with a screech. The demonic entity fully manifests, a horned, red-skinned horror with long white hair, standing atop a jagged peak, letting out a guttural cry. Its face contorts into a snarl, sharp teeth bared, eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Kadam's own eyes burn with a fierce red glow as he confronts the encroaching darkness, his voice a low growl. "You damn demons." He vows to consume them all. "I'll devour you all of you, every last one." The red demon, in turn, snarls back, its own bloodlust rising. "I'll drink every last drop of your blood, you bitch." But before it can act, Kadam, a whirlwind of raw power, is already upon it, striking with brutal force amidst a chaotic melee of other unseen attackers. As a voice cries out his name, "Kadam." A blinding light descends from above, cutting through the chaos, as another voice urgently commands, "Stop, Kadam." As Kadam continued his furious assault, a desperate voice cut through the chaos, pleading with him to regain control. The monstrous demon recoiled, letting out a guttural sound, its fanged maw agape. It was Melissa, her hands glowing with magical energy, blood spattered across her face, her plea echoing through the crimson-tinged air. Enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, Kadam continued his relentless assault, his form a blur of destructive power. Yet, a flicker of recognition pierced through the berserker's haze, a faint whisper of her name escaping his lips. The demon, already battered, showed the full extent of its injuries, its face contorted in pain and surprise. Despite the brief moment of clarity, the rage consumed him once more, his arm, wreathed in crimson energy, striking the demon with a sickening thud. A system message flashed, detailing his unique, blood berserker trait, a power that, fueled by demonic energy, made him lose himself, leaving him to wonder if he could no longer recognize his own comrades. The once simple in-game description now manifested as a terrifying reality, as he continued to tear through the monstrous entity, leaving a mangled ruin in his wake. A monstrous, bloody mass writhes, a grotesque manifestation of the game's reality, now consuming his mind. The surging bloodlust and demonic energy coursed through his veins, making it harder and harder to suppress the madness without warning. The demon's blood, which once seemed disgusting, now tastes sweet. He wonders if he can even stay sane until they return to the real world. His eyes glow with a fierce, blood-red light, and he questions what will happen to him if he can't suppress the madness before that happens. The primal urge to kill, to destroy the great demon, consumes him, demanding he kill them all. As the berserker's rage threatens to overwhelm him completely, a desperate voice cuts through the haze, calling out his name. But the blood-soaked warrior remains lost to the madness, leaving Melissa to collapse, exhausted, as she reassures herself that she is fine and that no one should blame her. As he stands overlooking a desolate, mountainous landscape, a voice reminds him of his past sacrifices, promising that now it is their turn to protect him. Covered in the blood of his enemies, a quiet apology escapes his lips, directed at Melissa. Nearby, Gordon, Cyril, and Gale stand ready, with Gordon vowing to do everything they can to prevent him from succumbing to the madness. Cyril adds her own firm resolve, urging him to fight against the encroaching darkness and hold on to his sanity until the very end. Gale, his expression stern, promises to beat him back to his senses if necessary. A close-up on his blood-splattered leg armor reveals the toll of the battle, as he asks his companions if they are all rested. Gale, turning his back to him, gives the command to move out if they've had enough rest. Standing side by side, the two warriors prepare to face whatever lies ahead. With a resolute gesture, Gale points the way forward. He rests, utterly spent, his head leaning against Melissa's, both of them lost in a deep, weary slumber. Their hands, scarred and grimy from the arduous journey, remain tightly clasped, a silent testament to their shared ordeal. Gale's armored hand firmly grips Kadam's, offering a silent pledge of unwavering support. The journey had been relentless, pushing their bodies and minds to their absolute limits, leaving them tattered and worn. But now, at long last, they had reached a critical juncture. A sudden, desperate cry tears through the air. "Kadam!" The world erupts in a crimson haze as the great warrior's form distorts, his muscles bulging, and his skin turning a furious red, consumed once more by the Berserker's rage. His eyes, now glowing with malevolent red energy, fixate on an unseen target, a primal roar threatening to escape his fanged maw. A violent surge of raw power erupts, tearing through the very air. From within the swirling vortex of crimson and gold, his monstrous form begins to coalesce, growing larger and more terrifying with each passing moment. Gale watches the spectacle, a weary sigh escaping him as the transformation reaches its peak. The Berserker's massive, clawed hand slams down, radiating immense, destructive energy. Towering and grotesque, the beast stands fully revealed, its very presence a distortion of the world around it. Dust and debris explode outwards from the sheer force of its manifestation. The violent energies begin to recede, leaving behind a trail of fading crimson and white. A deep, guttural sound echoes as the transformation finally settles. And then, just as suddenly, he stands alone, his human form returned, but the exhaustion of the ordeal heavy upon him. As the chaotic energy subsided, Melissa looked up, her voice barely a whisper as she questioned if it was truly over. Her hand, still clutching a worn book, rested as Gale, standing beside her, calmly affirmed that by Elijah's grace, it would indeed be over. But a sudden realization dawned on Melissa's face, her eyes widening as she began to utter a shocked, incomplete thought. Her expression contorted into pure terror, a silent scream escaping her lips as the full implications of the situation became clear. Above them, shafts of light pierced through the gloom, illuminating a desolate, dust-filled landscape. As a hand reached out in confusion, a voice echoed the growing panic, demanding to know what was happening. Priestess Cyril, her face etched with worry, called out Kotham's name, desperately asking for his whereabouts. The air itself seemed to hum with residual power, glowing with an ethereal, unsettling energy. A voice echoes, filled with desperation, as Kotham stands at the precipice of an unknown danger. Hero Gale's face contorts with worry, his words a desperate plea, questioning how Kotham could venture into such an abyss without knowing what lies within. But Kotham remains resolute, his back to the warning, a silent resolve hardening his form. His feet are firmly planted on the desolate ground, ready to step into the void. A quiet determination settles on his features, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate danger. He remembers the honor of fighting alongside his companions, a bond forged not from observation, but from shared struggle. The scars on his skin tell tales of those battles, each one a testament to his unwavering commitment. His thoughts drift to his comrades. And with that resolve, he steps forward, disappearing into the blinding light. As he stepped into the blinding light, a desperate hand reached out, a voice crying out in warning. Then, a deafening whoosh enveloped him, as the golden light exploded into a maelstrom of shimmering particles. His gauntlet hand, still glowing with residual energy, reached out into the void. The light gave way to darkness, and he plummeted, a crashing sound echoing as he fell through a jagged chasm. Down, down he went, the harsh rock formations blurring past him. Finally, with a heavy thud, his body slammed against the unforgiving ground. Disoriented, he pushed himself up, his long, white hair falling around his face as he surveyed the desolate, stormy landscape. From above, a figure with flowing white hair and dark robes watched him, their voice a soft murmur of his name. Still recovering from the impact, he remained on the ground, his hand resting on the dark, alien earth. But when Kotham woke up, he found himself in a desolate, rocky expanse. His heavy steps echoing across the barren ground. As he trudged forward, each footfall a weary stagger, leaving faint glowing particles in his wake. A grim expression settled on his face as he thought, honestly, I'm glad. It's the same darkness as when I first passed out. What should I do first when I get back? He continued his solitary journey, a pang of regret in his chest. Still, I feel bad. I didn't even say goodbye to my comrades. And I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to see them again. I've gone through a mental breakdown more than once. His steps remained heavy, his thoughts consumed by those he left behind. It does bother me that I couldn't say a proper goodbye to my comrades, but a flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he resolved, even if I didn't, surely, I'll be able to see them again. But when he finally awoke, the world around him was utterly transformed. Staring at his own hand, a profound sense of disorientation washed over him, as he wondered, this is? His mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a way back to his old life, believing that if he could just find the exit back to reality, once I go through this, I'll finally be free. But then, a chilling realization struck him. Sweat beaded on his brow as the truth dawned on him, a horrifying thought he tried to deny. This is a dream, right? This can't be happening. A hollow, desperate sound escaped his lips, which quickly escalated into a manic, broken laugh. A sound of pure despair and disbelief echoing through the desolate air. His body, clad in tattered remnants of his former attire, shook with the force of his anguish. Until a blinding light erupted, engulfing everything. The manic laughter of Kotham echoes. A desperate sound that slowly fades. As the last vestiges of his mirth die out, a stark message appears, declaring a new game plus. This is followed by another, restarting the game, as a brilliant light engulfs everything. The vast, open sky stretches endlessly above, as a winding dirt path cuts through verdant fields, leading towards distant, rolling hills. A metallic clinking sound echoes, revealing a prisoner's hands bound in heavy iron shackles. The clanking continues as the prisoner is secured within a wooden stockade, surrounded by the very soldiers who brought him here. He cries out, his voice raw with desperation, claiming his innocence, insisting he is not the one who killed the baker's son. Other shackled figures stand silently beside him, sharing his grim fate under the watchful eyes of their captors. One of the shackled prisoners cries out, insisting he only stole a single bronze ring and was unaware of any silver, while a stern soldier looks down upon the group. The soldier, clearly annoyed by the constant complaints, snaps at them to be quiet. Among the other prisoners, including the old man from before, a collective sigh of resignation seems to pass through the air, as one of the guards mutters a dismissive "tisich." The soldier, still glaring at the group, thinks to himself how much this trash loves to run their mouths. Suddenly, a younger prisoner speaks up, respectfully addressing the soldier, insisting he has truly been wronged. The soldier turns to him, his expression hardening, demanding to know what he wants now. The young man, his face etched with desperation, protests that he never sold demonic byproducts and believes someone must have framed him. With his shackled hands clasped together, he pleads to meet the person who inspected his bag. Before he can say another word, the soldier grabs him firmly by the shoulder, silencing his pleas. Trapped in the stocks, an accused man desperately protests his innocence, claiming that sometimes others frame the guiltless to inflate their own achievements. The soldier, looking back from his mount, dismisses the plea, asking if the man truly believes his alibi will secure his release, before adding that regardless of the truth, he is still a holy knight. A grim determination settles on the soldier's face as he considers the consequences, knowing that if he mishandles this situation, his own head is on the line. The accused man, incensed by the soldier's callousness, retorts, "How dare you?" The soldier cuts him off, questioning if he would dare to doubt a holy knight of Elba, then quickly answers his own question, "Who? Of course not." The accused man, defeated, finally understands the implication. If he is truly innocent, he will be released, and the soldier will take his place, a fate he now accepts with a resigned, understood. With the interrogation concluded, the soldier dismounts, leading the accused man away from the stocks. As he delivers a final, chilling assessment, it is a shame, but since a holy knight was directly involved, the accused is unlikely to survive. The man walks on, his fate seemingly sealed by the soldier's words. A profound sense of disorientation washes over him, as if emerging from a long, deep slumber, but when he finally wakes up, he finds himself in an unfamiliar, desolate landscape. His wrists are bound tightly by heavy iron shackles, a stark reminder of his dire predicament. He looks down at his bound hands, a grim expression settling on his face. The shackles extend to his chest, securing him completely. His hands remain clasped together, the cold metal a constant weight. Soon, he is being led away by two armored guards, his powerful frame now subdued and compliant. A single thought echoes in his mind. What in the world is going on? He clenches his shackled hands, realizing that while this body feels familiar, all the immense power he once possessed is completely gone. He finds that the madness and guilt which once consumed his mind have also vanished. This new state, he realizes, must be connected to the cryptic "new game" message he received. He concludes that he must have started the game over, yet the details still elude him. Even in his original reality, the game had never begun in such a way. His thoughts are interrupted by a voice calling out. As he looks up to see an elderly man standing over him. "Hey there," the old man greets him. "Come on, it's almost noon. Let's go get some food." He considers the possibility that Lucaon, the Empire's capital, is now the center of the continent, a place he remembers from a long time ago, and wonders if he has fallen into a parallel world with a slightly different setting. As they continue their journey, the elderly man confirms their destination, explaining that they are indeed heading to Lucaon. Once they arrive, he adds, the other prisoners will be summoned before the judges of Elga, a chilling prospect. He then warns Katham that he will probably face the Inquisition, a dark, hooded figure with glowing red eyes appearing as a stark visual. A flicker of something, perhaps relief, crosses Katham's face, his expression momentarily softening. The elderly man, noticing this, quickly interjects, demanding to know what there is to be relieved about. He explains that the Inquisitors are nothing but madmen addicted to torture, their cruelty legendary. When they encounter a heretic like Katham, they will treat him like a fun new toy, a gruesome scene of chained, tortured figures emphasizing his words. The elderly man's voice trembles, painting a horrifying picture of torture. As he looks down from his horse, describing nails driven into fingers and toes. His face contorted in a grimace of fear and pity, warning of a crucifixion for the vultures. Then, a new voice cuts through the air, belonging to a young knight in gleaming armor, who declares that even if the judges of Elga show mercy, the Inquisition will ensure a final, deadly end. His horse's hooves shifting restlessly on the ground. The knight then addresses the barbarian directly, asking if it was his first time seeing the cosmotion. As Kotham's fist clenches tightly, a silent testament to his defiance, while the knight continues, demanding he bow his head and beg for forgiveness, promising to let him live if he complies. Despite the knight's threats, a faint smirk plays across his lips, Kotham's defiance unwavering. The blonde knight, enraged by such insolence, bellows, "How dare a mere heretic mock me like this?" Mounted on his steed, his glowing sword raised high, he condemns Kotham's actions as blasphemy. But Kotham's gaze remains sharp and focused, his eyes tracking every movement. Suddenly, the knight recoils in utter shock, a gasp escaping him as something unexpected occurs. Kotham's muscles bulge, and a powerful blue aura erupts from his form, a surge of raw energy. The knight cries out in pain, his body jolting from the impact. Struggling against an invisible grip, the knight snarls, "Let go." Kotham holds the knight's now shattered glowing sword in his hand, responding with a dismissive tone, "Well, if you insist." He moved with blinding speed, carrying the blonde knight through the air. Despite his predicament, the knight's fury erupted, his voice raw as he screamed, "You damned heretical bastard! I'll pass judgment upon you." A single tear or bead of sweat escaped his wide, furious eye, a testament to his impotent rage. Kotham, however, merely responded with a surge of his own power, a devastating blue aura erupting around him. The knight's defiance was met with swift finality, his sword shattering as Kotham stood victorious over his fallen form. A blinding explosion of energy followed, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. With the confrontation concluded, Kotham turned and walked away from the newly formed crater. He continued his departure, leaving the defeated knight lying motionless on the ground, a small, glowing blue orb resting near his unconscious form. Looking back over his shoulder, Kotham paused, a silent thought passing through him. Despite his recent defeat, the blonde knight, still kneeling, unleashes a furious curse, calling his opponent a filthy heretic bastard. His voice rising in indignation, he demands to know how anyone could dare harm a holy knight. From a distance, an observing man considers the situation, muttering that even a rookie holy knight's attack might not be enough to kill Kotham. Suddenly, the tip of the blonde knight's spear begins to glow with an intense, ethereal light. The observer gasps, recognizing the surge of power, a realization dawning on him. The blonde knight's hand glows as he invokes a higher power, calling upon Elga, master of eternal light. Rising to his feet, now fully enveloped in a brilliant, holy aura, he prepares to strike down what he perceives as a minion of the devil. His face contorts with righteous fury, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. With a powerful surge of light and energy, the blonde knight lunges forward, spear extended, a blinding force of holy vengeance. Kotham, still pulling his cart, senses the incoming danger and glances back. As the blonde knight's holy spear, now a blinding streak of light, closes the distance with incredible speed. His eyes widen in disbelief and alarm. A grunt of effort escaping him as he braces for the inevitable. The blonde knight, a blur of golden light, lunges forward, spear aimed true, striking the cart with explosive force, shattering wood and sending debris flying. The impact tears through the cart's structure, leaving the blonde knight standing triumphant over the splintered remains, the air still crackling with residual energy. Kotham lies sprawled on the ground, defeated and injured, amidst the wreckage of his cart. He clutches his chest, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand as a powerful impact reverberates through him. The barbarian slumps to the ground, his leg visibly injured amidst the wreckage of his cart. Standing over him, the blonde knight remarks, "I suppose your durability is as high as your looks." Even with his body recovering at an unbelievable rate, Kotham realizes his berserker's rage is gone. He clenches his fists, musing that he shouldn't be surprised. A guy like the knight could easily have taken his rage from him. A worried expression crosses his face as he wonders how he'll get out of this situation, a strange smell catching his attention. The blue glow around his hand intensifies as he questions, "Wait, could this smell be?" A dark, viscous liquid stains the broken wooden cart. The knight's armored boots stand firm on the rocky ground. The blonde knight stands over him, acknowledging his strength, but declaring this the absolute end of his journey. He continues, asserting that Kotham has forever passed his peak through this defeat. A sudden realization dawns on the warrior, his eyes widening in shock. As he clutches his head, overwhelmed by a strange, potent smell, the knight merely chuckles, then bursts into full laughter, mocking him for having no fight left, calling him nothing but a weakling. But Kotham, looking up with renewed fire, begins to retort, reminding the knight of the god Elga they all worship. He finishes, asserting that Elga seems to have chosen him, not the rookie holy knight. With a surge of defiant power, he slams his fist into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. With a primal roar, a monstrous head, still dripping with gore, is thrust forward. The blonde knight recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror at the sudden, gruesome display. A confident smirk plays across Kotham's lips, a silent challenge to his opponent. He holds the severed head aloft, its blood still dripping, a stark testament to his overwhelming power. But when he woke up, Kotham found himself in a desolate, mountainous landscape, a stark contrast to his last memories. A primal scream tore through the air as he ripped a monster's head clean from its shoulders, blood gushing violently. The crimson spray painted the air. Holding the grotesque trophy high, Katham let out another earth-shattering roar, a declaration of his brutal presence. A stunned silence fell over the distant observers, who could only watch the raw display of power. He stood amidst a field of fallen monsters, a lone, blood-soaked figure of immense strength. The blonde knight, witnessing the scene, could barely comprehend the savagery. A demon's blood. Did he go mad after one hit? Clenching his gauntlet fist in revulsion, he muttered, "He's too filthy. I can't even get close." Turning sharply to a nearby soldier, the blonde knight barked, "Hey you!" The startled man stammered, "Why yeep? Me?" A soldier, his voice sharp with command, points towards the approaching threat. "Yes, you finish off that filthy bastard." Katham, now a blur of raw power, surges forward, his body wreathed in a furious crimson glow. The targeted soldier flinches, a desperate, choked sound escaping him. Die. The warrior's momentum is unstoppable, and a primal scream echoes. Die. A guttural ugh is all that escapes the knight. The impact is absolute, tearing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Behind the now mangled soldier, the grotesque, multi-eyed monster is utterly obliterated, its head a ruin of blood and bone. Another soldier, witnessing the horrific display, collapses to his knees, pleading for his life. "PL, please, spare me." He grips the soldier's neck with crushing force. The soldier struggles, pleading for his life. His face contorts in agony as the grip tightens. The blonde knight watches, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Katham delivers a final, devastating blow, his arm glowing with raw power. He muses that the demon must have been a lesser one, wondering if a basic strength enhancement is its only special effect. Still, he believes this level of power should be enough to escape this troublesome procession. He declares with fierce conviction that it is more than enough. His eyes burn with a fierce, blood-red glow, his face splattered with the remnants of battle. A guttural scream tears through the air as one of the guards is overcome by an unseen force, his body contorting in agony or terror. The horrifying cry continues, his form racked by an intense, unseen pressure. Then, with a heavy thud, he collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. His face, frozen in a silent scream, hits the dirt as his body gives out. Another guard, witnessing the horror, can only gasp, "A monster!" With a metallic clatter, his spear slips from his trembling grasp, falling uselessly to the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, he turns and flees, shouting for everyone to run away. Two guards scramble away from the prisoner, ignoring the desperate command to "Don't retreat. Look behind and subdue the prisoner." The blonde knight, his face etched with urgency, tries to rally his men, reminding them that the threat is unarmed and wounded. Still attempting to maintain order, the blonde knight shouts a warning to his fleeing men, reminding them of the severe military law awaiting anyone who deserts. He desperately tries to convince them that a few more wounds would render Katham harmless. But even as he speaks, two soldiers close in on the prone barbarian, their blades flashing down. Suddenly, a dark, blood-red energy erupts from Katham's body, swirling violently. The sheer force of it sends one soldier flying backward with a choked cry, leaving the blonde knight stunned. Katham now stands amidst the chaos, holding a severed head, while two other soldiers lie bound at his feet. The blonde knight stares, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he gulps. His eyes widen in utter disbelief and terror. Katham simply stands over his defeated captors, the gruesome trophy still in hand. He drops to one knee, his sword held firm, a desperate resolve hardening his features. His eyes ignite with a fierce, golden glow, as if channeling a forbidden power. "Allow your heart to burn with the treacherous demon's energy," he roars, the words echoing with raw, desperate power. A searing, orange-red aura explodes from his form, particles of light scattering around him. Then, with a powerful leap, he descends from above, his glowing blade arcing towards Katham. "For Elga!" he screams, pouring every ounce of his being into the strike. The sword connects with a blinding flash, a massive explosion of fiery energy erupting at the point of impact. But Katham, wreathed in a swirling vortex of dark energy, effortlessly deflects the blow, sending the knight recoiling in disbelief. "Ayak, this is the end for you, barbarian," he mutters, his voice laced with a sudden, dawning fear. His face contorts in utter terror, eyes wide with horror as the dark power washes over him. "Bed for your sins from Elga in the next life." A chilling thought echoes. What is this power? Still reeling from his failed attack, the blonde knight is met with a devastating counter, Katham's fist connecting squarely with his face. A pained gasp escapes him as the impact rattles his entire being. The blow continues, a crimson spray erupting from his face as Katham's power intensifies. With a fierce resolve, Katham unleashes the full might of his attack, his form glowing with a potent red aura. The knight's armor, once pristine, begins to buckle and crack under the immense pressure. More blood and fragments of metal explode outwards. The sheer force of the impact sends him violently hurtling through the air, his body twisting uncontrollably. Mid-flight, his once formidable armor shatters completely, pieces scattering into the wind. He plummets rapidly towards the ground, a broken figure against the vast sky. Battered and broken, the blonde knight lies defeated on the ground, his pleas for mercy barely audible. Standing over him, Katham clenches his fist, a crimson aura still radiating from his body. The blonde knight, his face a mask of pain and desperation, begs for his life. But the barbarian shows no quarter, a final surge of power emanating from him as he stands over the fallen knight. The blonde knight collapses, face down, seemingly vanquished, as Katham remains standing, his red aura faintly visible. Yet, from the depths of his defeat, the knight's eyes snap open, a furious vow of revenge escaping his lips. Suddenly, Katham's own strength gives out, and he collapses to the ground, gasping for air. He realizes his body has reached its limit, his gaze falling upon the blonde knight, who is now stirring in the distance. A deep crack splinters across the earth, signaling an unexpected resurgence of power. Despite the previous surge of power, the blonde knight's resurgence is cut short as heavy footsteps approach. A sudden, sharp realization dawns on him, a chilling understanding of his true fate. His bloodied hand reaches out in a desperate, futile gesture. As a pained cry escapes his lips, his eyes wide with terror. Katham's hand, now glowing with a fierce red energy, plunges a blade deep into the knight's chest, a sickening sound accompanying the impact. The barbarian's form glows with a potent, crimson aura as he twists the weapon, ensuring the kill. From above, the knight sees only the glow of the blade and the grim determination in his killer's eyes. As Katham's voice cuts through the air, cold and unforgiving, telling him, "I pray you can be with that damned god in the afterlife, too." The knight can only manage a choked, desperate plea. Well, wait. But his words are lost, his face contorted in a final, silent scream of agony, as life drains from his eyes. With a final, contemptuous declaration, Katham plunges his glowing blade deeper into the fallen knight. The crimson energy of his aura flaring as the life drains from his opponent. Leaving the corpse behind, he strides forward, his form wreathed in a furious red glow, a terrifying force of nature unleashed. Blood splattered across his face, his eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, the barbarian warrior a picture of brutal determination. His heavy footsteps echo across the desolate landscape, as he spots the remaining figures of the enemy forces attempting to flee. One of the soldiers, seeing the approaching terror, screams a desperate warning, urging his comrades to run. But their frantic escape is clumsy, one man stumbling and falling, his fate sealed. The ground trembles with Katham's advance, and with a swift, brutal motion, he cuts down another fleeing soldier. The sounds of slicing flesh follow him as he relentlessly pursues the terrified remnants, leaving a trail of death in his wake. A soldier's desperate plea for safety is cut short as a brutal impact sends blood spraying across his face. The relentless assault continuing as he is struck again and again, his head snapping back with each merciless blow. Katham's eyes burn with a fierce resolve, his inner voice echoing a chilling command, "Leave no loose ends." Another soldier, bleeding from a head wound, collapses to his knees as the barbarian stands over him, weapon raised. The desolate landscape is littered with the fallen, Katham alone, blood-soaked figures standing over yet another victim, the red sky mirroring the carnage below. A final, terrified gasp escapes a soldier's lips as he tumbles to the ground, his fate sealed. Turning sharply, his face smeared with the blood of his enemies, Katham's eyes glow with an unholy light, still searching for any who might remain. A red aura pulses around him as he moves with savage speed, a blur of destructive force. His axe, now glistening with fresh blood, confirms another life extinguished. He moves with blinding speed, a crimson blur tearing through the dense foliage. His berserker rage knows no bounds, as a soldier's desperate cry is cut short by a brutal, impaling strike. Even as he stands amidst the carnage, a voice dares to break the silence, calling out, "Hey, pal." A grizzled soldier steps forward, attempting to reason, acknowledging the impressive display of power against the blonde knight. But the words fall on deaf ears, as Katham's spear finds another target, silencing the plea for negotiation. A torrent of blood erupts, painting the air in gruesome red. With terrifying speed, he lunges deeper into the remaining ranks. The soldiers scatter in terror, but his relentless assault leaves a trail of blood and despair. A final, desperate plea for mercy is uttered, before a crushing blow silences it forever. He leaves no one alive, ensuring there are no loose ends. With a terrifying roar, Katham descends from above, his body wreathed in a furious crimson glow, ready to strike again. Below, two figures can only look up in abject horror, their faces contorted in silent screams as the berserker approaches. One of them lets out a desperate cry, his eyes wide with the certainty of his impending doom. A desperate cry echoes through the desolate landscape, a man pleading for his life, demanding to know why this torment is being inflicted upon him. His hands, bound by heavy chains, rise in a futile gesture of surrender as he begs for the assault to cease. But Sir Katham shows no mercy, gripping the man by his hair, his spear poised to strike. The barbarian stands over a fallen form, the grim aftermath of his fury. Another young man, his eyes wide with terror, can only manage a desperate plea for salvation. With a guttural roar, the spear descends, a crimson aura flaring around its tip. The sheer force of the blow radiates from his back, glowing with raw power. Kadam stands amidst the carnage, his spear planted firmly in the blood-soaked earth, surrounded by the lifeless forms of his latest victims. A severed head, its blonde hair matted with gore, lies still on the ground, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his rampage. His gaze is distant, his thoughts consumed by a singular concern. Rosie can't be beyond a day or two away. I can't afford to let her catch up to me. He mutters to himself. I can't afford to take that risk, his grip tightening on the spear. The warrior's stance resolute, his fur-lined attire and powerful physique a stark contrast to the quiet determination in his eyes. While another, clad in simple clothes, clutches his head in despair, huddled on the forest floor, overwhelmed by fear. Before the distressed man can even react, Kadam's spear plunges forward, impaling him with a sickening crunch, eliciting a final, agonizing scream. The barbarian stands tall, his spear still piercing the kneeling figure, a chilling tableau of absolute power and merciless execution. He stands, spear planted firmly in the ground, his gaze fixed downward. Below him, a bound man trembles, his hand weakly gripping the spear's shaft, a desperate cry escaping his lips. This is unfair. Kadam remains unmoving, his weapon poised over the kneeling figure, who bows his head in utter submission, then looks up, pleading for his life. Sir, please spare me just this once. I really haven't done anything wrong. His voice cracks with desperation. Please let me live. The warrior's expression remains stern as he asks, why should I spare you? The man's pleas grow more frantic, explaining, my wife and children are waiting for me back home, and I was only captured because I was framed. Kadam considers his words, his spear still held ready. Well, you seem truly innocent, but... He dismisses the man's pleas, declaring that his situation is no reason for mercy, and that a guilty dog like him should simply die. The bound man screams in terror. Then, with a desperate surge of hope, he offers a new proposition. Don't you need a guide? Towering over the kneeling figure, Kadam pauses, considering the word, a guide. The merchant quickly elaborates, identifying himself as a traveling merchant from the city of the Free Steel Alliance, boasting that he sells goods and knows the roads better than anyone. He continues to plead, confirming his identity as a traveling merchant, as Kadam decides to question him further. The barbarian then recites the merchant's earlier claims with chilling precision, that he was framed due to jealousy at the guild, and that a man named Lucas had been his enemy since the guild's founding, or perhaps even earlier. The merchant's face contorts in a mixture of fear and surprise, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realizes Kadam had been listening intently. He continues his interrogation, his gaze unwavering as he asks if the man is truly from beyond the mountain range. For unlike the barbarians who settled the continent, those from beyond the mountains had lost contact with the known world centuries ago. With a low growl, Kadam presses him further, demanding to know why he isn't answering. The merchant, stammering, begins to explain that he knows of the imperial calendar, which was used by a kingdom that existed before the current era. Indeed, before the current calendar, there was a powerful kingdom that used this very system. His expression still intense, Kadam asks what year it is according to the old calendar. The merchant nervously admits they don't use that old calendar anymore, but after a moment of terrified thought, he offers, it would be the year 1130, I think. The barbarian remains silent, processing the information. Then, he asks for the current year in the old calendar, and the merchant, still trembling, confirms his previous answer. As mentioned earlier, Lacanian had unified the continent approximately 300 years ago, but now, the land finds itself once again fractured into three distinct powers. The Elda Empire, seizing this opportunity, expanded its influence to become the formidable entity it is today. As for the mysterious demon realm, no one who has ventured there has ever returned alive, leaving its current state an absolute enigma. Kadam presses the merchant, his voice laced with disbelief, demanding to know if he truly hasn't heard of anyone returning alive from that cursed place. He then presents images of individuals, naming them one by one. First, a blonde knight known as Kale, and then a young woman named Melissa. Following them, he shows a stern man, Gordon, and a silver-haired woman, Cyril. With a prominent scar visible across his chest, Kadam's voice lowers, demanding if the merchant has heard any of these names before. The terrified merchant stammers, admitting he cannot say he has. The traveling merchant's brow furrows in concentration, his eyes darting as he struggles to recall the names Kadam has just spoken. He feels like he's heard them somewhere before, but the details remain frustratingly out of reach. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he finally manages to stammer out. Elisat, Melissa? I'm sure there was someone with a name like that. Meanwhile, Kadam, the leader who once conquered the demon realm and was hailed as a hero, ponders the vast changes that have swept over the world. His eyes glow faintly as he recalls the moment he awoke, only to find a world utterly transformed, a stark contrast to the one he remembered. He gazes out at the distant, jagged mountains, a silent question hanging in the air. Then why is the world so different from what I remember? The merchant, still trembling, can only offer, and no one knows that, sir. Some whisper that the world's current state is a divine punishment from Elga, angered by a fallen world. Others claim a mad archmage opened a gate to another world, unleashing unforeseen consequences. And some even fear it's a terrifying omen, a sign that a terrible evil will soon descend upon the world, heralded by a monstrous, red-eyed demon. He stares up at the sky, a profound sense of displacement washing over him. His brow furrows, the merchant's words echoing in his mind. Looking down, the reality of his situation begins to sink in. He turns, as if searching for answers in the desolate landscape, and walks away, the vast, unfamiliar world stretching before him. Based on the traveling merchant's account, this place is likely the very continent he knew, but now 3 centuries after his first awakening. It wasn't enough that he was forcibly removed from his original world. Now, even the world he managed to enter has advanced so far that all his knowledge is hundreds of years out of date. He reflects on his comrades, those he had parted with not so long ago, and the stark reality that they are now nothing more than dust in this new era. The weight of their absence presses down on him, as he questions if he is doomed to repeat the same mistakes again. He grapples with the thought, wondering if there is any reason left to live, or if he is merely enduring the madness. Looking out at the vast, unfamiliar world, he ponders what guarantee there is that he can reach the ending he desires, even if he manages to reach an ending this time. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignites within him, a thought that perhaps some damned god has blessed him with a new game plus. And who is to say that a new game plus won't come after that? With newfound resolve, his eyes harden, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. His heavily scarred muscles ripple. As the merchant watches, a gasp escaping him. A glowing red needle pierces Kadam's skin, and he looks up, his expression resolute. Jar, what are you trying to do? The merchant cries out, as the needle is pulled free. The journey of the great warrior of Atala, Kadam, begins anew. Gripping his staff, he declares that if his end is near, there's no better time than now. His bloodied hands tighten around the weapon. After all, isn't a new game plus just a replayed game over? His eyes remain tightly shut, a moment of intense focus or perhaps pain. A crimson needle pierces his skin, drawing a bead of blood. The ritual he began now reaching its painful climax. As he faces away, a voice from behind questions his motives, asking what he intends to do after defeating the demon lord. The woman, Melissa, looks on with concern, her expression betraying a hint of confusion about his words. He continues, his voice steady, suggesting his goal is to build something. His eyes snap open, now filled with a fierce resolve, the pain of the ritual replaced by unwavering determination. Turning to face her directly, he asks, confirming if she has heard the name Melissa before. Melissa, taken aback by the sudden question, hesitantly confirms that she has. He listens intently as the local explains, I'm not certain, but he's the only one who is the first master of the Mage Tower who looks like that. His brow furrows. Tower? He questions, the local's words painting a picture of a distant land. The Mage Tower is in a place called the Land of the Free Celestial Beasts. The local continues, explaining that it's in the central region of the Empire's territory. So even if we leave now, it'll take at least 2 months. Kadam remains silent, absorbing the daunting information. His expression hardens with resolve. A dark aura begins to emanate from him as he curses inwardly, damned bastard. Why'd he have to go and say that? Far away, Melissa, holding a glowing orb, lets out a frustrated sigh. He won't even let me die in peace. Back with the local, Kadam's voice cuts through the air, guide me to the Mage Tower. I'll take the shortest route. The local recoils, stammering. But sir, I have a family I need to take care of. A bead of sweat drips down his face as his resolve solidifies. I can't waste so much time being a guide. He looks down at the terrified local, declaring that if that is the case, he will take the most precious thing he can as payment. The local, trembling, asks what that could possibly be, as Kadam's hand reaches out. His gaze unwavering, Kadam delivers his chilling answer, the local's very life. A key clatters to the ground, landing with a sharp sound next to a bloodied spear, a stark reminder of the recent struggle. Kadam commands the local to find the key, remove the cuffs, and gather anything needed, announcing their immediate departure. The local, still visibly shaken, can only manage a meek, submissive response, confirming his understanding. Kadam picks up the spear, examining its weight and balance, deciding it should be serviceable for now. As he walks away, the warrior reflects that while it's not a blessed weapon, it's probably for the best that he doesn't accept such items, given his unique trait. The Holy Knight's spear is indeed gratifying, but a blessed weapon is not generated by his own power. His skill will reject anyone but himself and his own weapons. The local guide, now bound to Kadam, can only lament his fate, wishing he had possessed the foresight to use a blessed item during his first playthrough of life. Still, a sigh escapes him, as he acknowledges the simple fact that he is, at least, still alive. His gaze falls upon Kadam's hand, gripping a spear, and a new wave of apprehension washes over him, wondering what the warrior intends to do next. The local clutches a bottle tightly, his eyes wide with fear as Kadam's spear is brought into full view. The warrior's stance is firm, and his voice cuts through the tension, a simple command to move forward. With Kadam leading the way, spear in hand, the terrified local has no choice but to follow. Their destination is clear, the distant Mage Tower, a journey that stretches across vast, untamed lands. And so, the unlikely duo begins their long trek, disappearing into the horizon. High above a desolate, cloudy landscape, a flock of crows circles ominously. Their dark forms cast against the pale sky, they observe a distant, towering structure and a lone figure on horseback approaching. Perched closer, three of the birds seem to reflect on the passage of time, wondering why the expected arrival had taken so many days. Below, a grand, armored figure, possibly a guardian statue, stands amidst the ruins, its chest glowing with an ethereal blue light, as if reacting to the grim discovery. A knight, his face etched with concern, confirms the worst, revealing that everyone, including their priest and priestess allies, has been massacred. Another armored figure, their helmet obscuring their full expression, turns to a companion, asking what their next move should be, addressing her as Lady Helia. She surveys the grim aftermath, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Her pristine armor, emblazoned with a golden sun, reflects the desolate sky, a stark contrast to the destruction around her. Turning to her subordinate, she asks if Eden has found any clues. A heavy sigh escapes her as she considers their predicament, knowing they cannot simply return to the Archbishop without answers, especially with the Lady of Death's involvement. Eden, her expression resolute, acknowledges the command. Lady Helia scoffs, a flicker of rage in her eyes, utterly disgusted by the idiots who dare to kill a holy knight. Her gaze falls upon the fallen knight, one of the Archbishop's own, the sight fueling her indignation. Eden admits her failure, confessing she has found no trace of the perpetrators. But Lady Helia's resolve hardens, vowing that the culprits will pay the ultimate price. A profound darkness gives way to a faint, ethereal glow, as heavy clouds swirl across a bruised, twilight sky. Below, the dense canopy of an unfamiliar forest stretches into the gloom, its ancient trees standing like silent sentinels. On the forest floor, Katham lies motionless, his body sprawled beside a small, crackling fire and a discarded backpack. The flames dance with a soft, rhythmic hiss, casting flickering shadows across the rugged terrain. A closer look reveals a deep, jagged wound across his torso, a stark reminder of the battle that brought him here. As if waking from a deep, troubled sleep, the world around him was a blur of dark, rustling leaves and the faint scent of damp earth. A chilling, ethereal whisper seemed to drift through the trees, a haunting sound that echoed the fear in his heart. The forest canopy twisted above him, a dizzying vortex of shadows and unseen threats. He pushed himself forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his legs burning with desperate effort. With every pounding step, he clung to the fragile hope of escape, a single thought echoing in his mind. I got away. His face contorted with exhaustion and lingering fear, he knew he had to put as much distance as possible between himself and his pursuers. Even then, during that desperate flight, he felt as though death was already claiming him. Escaping the Empire alone, he had thought, would bring him a great reward. But the crushing truth was that the treasure he had paid such a heavy price to steal, the very thing that cost him so much, was nothing more than a cruel deception. To the young man traveling with him, Sir Katham is nothing short of a barbarian, a primal force whose very presence evokes the image of a monstrous brigand. Having observed him for days, the companion tentatively offers some jerky and dried fruit, hoping to elicit a response. Receiving only silence, he then suggests making a fire, his voice laced with a nervous tremor. He even dares to ask about Katham's past in the Empire, but quickly retracts the question, intimidated by the warrior's unyielding stillness. The barbarian barely speaks, his face a mask devoid of emotion, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. No matter how closely he observes, the companion cannot fathom the warrior's true intentions. Every day spent with him feels like living with a crazed lion, the companion thinks, a constant, gnawing fear in his gut. Finally, the companion voices his growing unease, believing they have traveled far enough into the desolate lands. But his words hang in the air, unanswered as Katham continues to gaze silently at the distant peaks. Katham, ever relentless, simply states that his companion is too slow. The merchant, panting heavily as he tries to keep pace, retorts that the real issue is the barbarian's ridiculous marching speed, insisting he is not slow. He desperately tries to justify himself, proclaiming his reputation as a fast, tireless merchant, before trailing off into a terrified silence. Indeed, as soon as the merchant indicates the direction, Katham charges far ahead, leaving him to struggle through the desolate, mountainous terrain. And when the exhausted merchant finally catches up, the barbarian simply glares, grabs more food, and takes off again without a word. His intimidating gaze lingers on the merchant until he finally arrives. The sheer intensity in his eyes is enough to convey his unspoken threat. It feels as if he's threatening to bash his skull in if he's late. The merchant can only wonder, if he weren't Katham's guide, they would already be dozens of kilometers apart, questioning if the man's legs are made of steel. Still struggling to keep pace, the merchant feels himself on the verge of a complete breakdown, convinced that continuing to follow Katham at this speed will be his end. His face contorted in agony, he gasps for air, certain that death is imminent. A desperate resolve hardens his features. as he realizes he must find a way to escape this torment. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, he breaks away, a blur of motion disappearing into the night. The moon casts long shadows over a dense, unfamiliar forest, a new, daunting landscape now his only refuge. Gasping and stumbling through the undergrowth, he pushes his exhausted body onward, the sounds of his own ragged breathing echoing in the silence. A surge of hope fills him, realizing his opportunity for freedom arrived sooner than expected. He presses on, a triumphant thought forming in his mind. Now that he's out of the dark forest, Kadam will never track his path. Overwhelmed with relief, the merchant finally breaks down, tears streaming down his face in silent sobs. The merchant's red traveling bag lies abandoned, its contents spilling out, a stark reminder of his hasty escape. Inside, an oil candle, sour fruit, a wool blanket, a silver mirror, dried food, and vintage wine. Altogether, they represented his entire fortune, enough to set up a stall in the city. But the thought of retrieving it, of going back, meant waking the sleeping beast he had just escaped. It was a shame to lose everything, but nothing was more precious than his life. As the moon rose high above the darkened landscape, the merchant continued his weary trek, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He glanced around, a growing unease settling in as he realized the scenery was all the same, and he had no idea where he was. At this rate, it would take Kadam a while to figure out his path. A wave of relief washed over him, a fragile hope that he had truly done it. He was finally free. But the sudden realization struck him, his eyes widening in terror. Wait, are we going in such a hurry? He could only stammer, In no way. How? As a deep voice cut through the silence, asking why he was running away. The voice then questioned if he no longer needed the promised payment. A single, crimson eye glowed in the darkness. And the merchant, drenched in sweat, could only manage a terrified, "Ugh, no, it's just," before collapsing to his knees, remembering the mercy he had once been shown. The muscular figure above him remained unmoved, stating that an apology was not what he sought, but a reason. His gaze intense, he made it clear that without an explanation for his flight, the merchant would not be permitted to leave. Stammering, the merchant tries to explain himself, his face a mask of terror as he struggles to form coherent words. He finally manages to blurt out that it was because Kadam's presence was so overwhelming, he couldn't keep up. The merchant continues to plead his case, while Kadam, still bound, listens with an unreadable expression. Resignation washes over the merchant's face as he concludes, believing his fate is sealed and he is a dead man. Kadam remains silent, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Finally, he breaks the silence with a simple command: they will go back. The merchant, misinterpreting the order, hastily promises to walk a little slower from now on. Kadam's muscular back is visible, still bound, as he processes the merchant's response. A look of utter confusion spreads across the merchant's face, as he likely realizes his mistake. But when he finally awoke, the world around him was still a desolate expanse, with jagged mountains piercing a reddish sky, and the faint glow of a campfire marking his temporary refuge. Nearby, the unnamed traveling merchant remained curled up, seemingly lost in a troubled sleep, while Sir Kadam sat vigil, his gaze distant. Suddenly, the merchant jolted awake, a guttural cry escaping him as he clutched his head, his voice trembling with terror as he pleaded for help. He continued to babble incoherently, caught in the throes of a nightmare or a waking terror, while Kadam watched him with an unreadable expression. For Kadam, the merchant's fear was a stark reminder of a different life, a life where every moment felt like a desperate flight from death, a time when his own face had lost all trace of playfulness. He remembered why this realm was called the Forbidden Place, a land where food and water were scarce, and the very concepts of rest and sleep were luxuries he could not afford. His mind drifted to visions of relentless combat, his body glowing with fierce energy as he battled hordes of red-eyed monsters. A testament to the brutal advancement he had forged through sheer force, never once feeling the agony of being devoured by the creatures of this land, for he and his companions had always fought to the bitter end in this realm of madness. But now, a new chapter was beginning, and his resolve hardened with the dawn. Unlike the demon beasts he once faced, the ancient beasts are far more dangerous, yet for now, there is plenty of food and water, and the magic within him, though weak, will recover in time. At least for the moment, the immediate threat is not overwhelming. However, a new reason to proceed with caution has emerged. The traveling merchant, it seems, is proving to be a rather useful guide. He explains that there is quite a lot of friction around the border. Considering this, he suggests taking a detour to avoid the heavily guarded area, awaiting Kadam's decision. After a moment of consideration, Kadam simply states, "Let's do that." But when he finally awoke, he found himself adrift in an unfamiliar land. The merchant explained that holy knights either captured monsters on sight or were so overwhelmed they ignored travelers, making him a low priority, yet without a competent guide, he knew he would surely lose his way. A barbarian like him might rest easy, the merchant continued, but only until they reached the territory of the Free Cities Alliance, which was why it had been so hard to find a guide with monsters rampant across the continent. Was it truly because of the holy knights? He observed the glowing orb, realizing the blood within would soon be unusable. He would need to secure some fresh blood, just in case. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the night. Under the pale crescent moon, the forest stood silent for a moment. The merchant began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes wide with fear. As they continued their journey, a small settlement came into view, prompting Kadam to wonder if it was indeed a village. The merchant, peering ahead, confirmed it appeared to be a former settlement. He suggested it would be best to seek food and shelter there for the night, his gaze fixed on the distant structures. But as they drew closer, the merchant noticed something strange. Not a single light shone from within the village. And it was already dinner time, a time when most homes would be bustling with activity. Approaching the entrance, they found the gate wide open, with no guards in sight. The merchant voiced his growing suspicion, wondering if it could be an abandoned village, but Kadam, undeterred, declared they should go and check. His words startled the merchant, who reacted with a shocked gasp. The merchant's voice trembles, his mind racing with terrifying possibilities. A soft creak echoes from the wooden floorboards, a stark reminder of the unsettling silence. Kadam, carrying a small child on his shoulders, glances back at the frightened youngster, who questions the sudden, unsettling quiet. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the leather groaning under his grip as he considers the merchant's words. With a swift, resonant scrape of steel, he draws his blade, its polished surface reflecting the dim light. The great warrior stands ready, sword now fully unsheathed, the child still perched on his shoulders, as he faces the ominous stillness of the deserted village. A grim smile spreads across his face, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. His eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light, a low growl rumbling from deep within his chest, revealing a terrifying eagerness for whatever lurks ahead. A desolate village lies silent under the twilight sky, its empty homes hinting at a sudden abandonment. Into this eerie quiet, a towering warrior and a small child make their way, their footsteps echoing softly. The child peers into a dark doorway, his voice trembling as he asks if anyone remains, wondering what calamity befell the place. The warrior steps forward, his heavy boots crunching on the ground. A grim determination settles on his face, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The child looks up at him, questioning why he has stopped. Their search leads them to a single open door, a dark maw inviting them further into the mystery. As Kadam steps into the darkened space, a large, clawed foot suddenly lands on the glowing blue ground before him, a sound of surprise escaping the warrior. From the shadows, a guttural, piercing shriek erupts, signaling an immediate threat. A hulking, green-skinned creature emerges, raising a crude, bone-like weapon high, ready to strike. Its single, malevolent eye glows an intense red, fixated on its prey. Kadam's face contorts in a gasp of shock and disbelief, the ambush catching him off guard. The creature, wreathed in a faint blue aura, connects its brutal strike, sending a spray of blood into the air as Kadam recoils. But before the creature can press its advantage, Kadam retaliates with blinding speed, its body violently contorting as a massive impact sends blood showering. With the first attacker defeated, Kadam, his expression now grimly determined, turns his weapon on a second creature, which lets out a terrified shriek as he closes in. The brutal efficiency of his attack is evident as a severed, clawed foot lies discarded on the cold ground. He finds himself immediately assailed by a horde of green-skinned creatures, their guttural cries filling the air. One of them snarls, its crude club raised, ready to strike. These are goblins, creatures considered weak in this world, yet paradoxically, they are monsters that actively avoid people. Kadam, impaling one on his arm, questions the very definition of weak in this new reality. For such creatures, the term weak implies that some greater entity has not yet arrived. A grim realization dawns on him. They are not in the right place. Another goblin shrieks, recoiling from his relentless assault. He delivers a crushing blow, the impact echoing through the cavern. With a powerful, sweeping motion, his arm glows with a fierce blue energy as he continues his brutal fight. He moves with blinding speed, his blade arcing upward in a flash of blue energy. Catching one of the green-skinned creatures completely off guard, its eyes widening in shock. The goblin's face contorts in a silent scream as the impact takes hold. Without pause, Kadam brings his blade down with brutal force, his arm glowing with the same vibrant blue energy. The goblin lets out a guttural shriek as the attack connects, its head snapping back from the sheer force. He then launches himself into the air, a whirlwind of motion, preparing another devastating strike. The next goblin barely registers the attack before it's engulfed in a blinding flash of blue, the raw power crackling violently around its distorted face. He continues his relentless assault, even as a goblin lunges with a spear. He deftly parries the crude weapon with his forearm, his own powerful strike already arcing towards the creature, piercing its flesh with brutal efficiency. And with a sickening crunch, the goblin is utterly annihilated, exploding into a shower of gore. The impact leaves a bloody stain on the ground. As Kadam stands over the remnants, his blue aura still faintly shimmering. Behind him, the merchant trembles, his voice barely a whisper. They're all dead, right? The scene is a testament to Kadam's ferocity, a gruesome tableau of dismembered goblin bodies scattered across the blood-soaked earth. As the dust settled, the merchant hesitantly asked if the ordeal was finally over. But Kotham, still scanning the desolate landscape, wasn't so sure. His instincts proved correct as a goblin suddenly lunged from the shadows, seizing the merchant from behind with a guttural shriek. Before the creature could tighten its grip, Kotham's hand shot out, intercepting the attack with blinding speed, holding the struggling goblin firmly in place. His gaze then fell upon a small, terrified figure clutched in the monster's other arm, a little girl. The goblin, enraged by Kotham's intervention, let out another furious cry. But it was too late. A swift, bloody arc of steel flashed through the air, the blade slicing clean through the monster, leaving it bisected and lifeless on the ground. The spear, driven with brutal force, pierces the goblin's head, silencing its monstrous roar, as its bulky form begins to topple backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud, now utterly lifeless. The merchant, still shaken, cautiously approaches Kotham, his voice trembling as he asks, "Ugh, sir, what would you have done if you'd hit the kid?" Kotham simply glances at him, his expression unyielding, and states, "That wouldn't have happened." He then reaches down, gently pulling the little girl's hand free from the dead goblin's grasp. His gaze now fixed on her as he speaks. "Hey, kid." The girl, her eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down her face, flinches as he continues, "I have some questions." He tries to reassure her, promising no harm, but her fear overwhelms her, and she lets out a piercing scream. "Just answer my questions, and I won't hurt." "Yeah." Still holding the trembling child, he tries to reassure her, "Little miss, we are not bad people." The girl is offered dried lichen meat, and she cautiously licks it, discovering its sweet taste. Her hunger quickly takes over, and she begins to chew the unusual food. Kotham, looking at the merchant, declares his intention to adopt her, stating, "I've adopted her and gone now, so she's my child," a sentiment the merchant readily agrees with. He then muses to himself about taking her back home, wondering if she's just about the right age. As she continues to eat, a thought seems to form in her mind, and she slowly utters, "And mommy?" Kotham looks surprised, repeating her question, "Huh, mommy?" Her eyes well up with tears as she begins to explain, "That's right. We'll find your mommy before her voice breaks. Mommy and daddy abandoned me." His expression shifts to one of profound shock. The traveling merchant stares, bewildered, at the scene around him, unable to comprehend how he alone survived the week's horrors. Meanwhile, Sir Kotham remains silent, his expression unreadable, the little girl's words about her abandonment echoing in his mind. He clenches his fist, a grim realization dawning on him. This was the true nature of her plight. He looks down at the merchant and the little girl, a question mark hanging over his head, unsure how to proceed with the weight of this new information. Suddenly, a woman rushes forward, her voice filled with relief and terror, exclaiming at the merchant's return and frantically asking about her husband, while others warn of lingering goblins. She then spots a man named Long, rushing to embrace him in a tearful reunion, overwhelmed with joy that he is safe. Tears stream down her face as she offers heartfelt thanks, her gratitude pouring out for their survival. As the villagers gather, they stare in disbelief at the numerous goblin corpses scattered across the ground, questioning how such a devastating force could have been defeated. The traveling merchant, now holding a glowing red orb, turns to Kotham, his eyes wide with shock and suspicion, demanding to know if he was responsible for the carnage. The merchant, still clutching the glowing red orb, looks on with wide, disbelieving eyes. Kotham's bloodied hand clenches, a sharp, guttural sound escaping him as he denies the accusation. He stands firm, his sword still stained, his gaze unwavering. "My sword did it," he states plainly, his voice carrying the weight of his confession. "It's a predictable story, isn't it? But it's the truth." He then challenges their understanding, asking why they would offer their children as sacrifices, to a demon, no less. The villagers, including Long, stand in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear and disbelief, while the merchant remains speechless, still clutching the orb. A deeper truth unfolds. This forest was already overflowing with goblins, and the children were going to die anyway. He had only done what was necessary to save the rest of the village and the remaining children, for when they saw the goblins, they had offered their own children for their lives. But then, something strange happened. Some time ago, the remaining goblins in the village began their attacks. They proved so formidable that the number of villagers continued to dwindle. As the casualties mounted, the villagers knew they couldn't simply stand by, so they gathered their strongest men and ventured into the goblins' lair. But what they found there was far beyond their expectations. A monstrous, red-skinned chieftain with glowing eyes awaited them. They quickly realized they lacked the strength to fight this chieftain and his horde. And unable to withstand the relentless goblin offensive, Lung and the others eventually gave up and surrendered to the fiends. But surprisingly, the chieftain didn't kill them. Instead, he offered a chilling ultimatum. With a menacing glare, the chieftain declared, "Next week, I will come to your village." The chieftain's chilling demand echoed through the village, insisting that from each household, a child be offered. His voice, a guttural growl, commanded them to offer the most useless child as a sacrifice. Lung, his face contorted in disbelief, cried out. Another villager, his brow furrowed, retorted, "Then who were we supposed to sacrifice? Our grown sons, our daughters who are already married." The traveling merchant, his voice strained, argued, "You're sword wielders. You could have just left this land. Do you think moving a settlement is so easy? We've already lost so much. If we leave now, we'll starve to death. The tension in the room reached a breaking point, as a fist clenched in desperate frustration. The argument erupted into a chaotic struggle, villagers grappling with each other in their despair. Kadam listened, his expression hardening, the weight of their past suffering settling upon him. The traveling merchant's eyes widened in shock, a sudden realization dawning as he muttered, "Acorns?" It didn't. After hearing the harrowing tale, Kadam's expression hardens, his resolve clear as he declares his intention to go. Gripping his axe, he simply states, "Lead the way," prompting a hesitant query from one of the villagers, wondering where exactly he intends to go. The unnamed traveling merchant and Long, along with the other villagers, watch him with a mixture of fear and disbelief, their faces etched with worry. Kadam, axe now firmly in hand, turns to them, his voice unwavering as he asks, "Where do you think?" His boots begin to move, carrying him forward as he declares his destination, the demon's lair. A digital interface flickers into view, displaying the title, The Berserker's Second Playthrough alongside various game options, as a voice echoes. But when I woke up, Lung ponders aloud, a horned creature? It didn't have any. He continues, describing the creature's lack of distinguishing features. If there are no horns, it's a lesser demon. It has no features that distinguish it from other demons. Is it a primordial type? Sir Kadam, with a confident expression, dismisses the concern. It shouldn't be too difficult to handle. His hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his sword. Lung looks to him, the unnamed merchant visible behind him. Yes? Lead the way to where? The berserker stands tall, his sword secured to his back. Before he finally answers, the demon's lair. He stands ready, his gaze firm and resolute. A soft rustling sound echoes through the air, as a faint flickering sound accompanies the growing light of a distant beacon. The ornate torch burns brightly, its fiery glow illuminating the surrounding darkness. Nearby, the merchant and Lung look up at the towering flame. And the merchant hesitantly begins to speak, apologizing that they don't have much to offer as payment. He explains that the entire village was barely able to scrape together what little they have, and asks if a renowned mercenary like him would truly accept such a paltry sum. Sir Kadam, needing only one weapon, chooses a sturdy axe. If you want it, he seems to challenge, be my guest. With a soft thud, his feet land firmly on the ground. Soon, the group arrives at their destination, a dark cave entrance, where the demon is said to reside. The villagers follow him along the winding path, their faces etched with a mix of hope and apprehension. He stands tall and imposing, his gaze fixed on the task ahead. The axe, now firmly in his grasp, seems an extension of his formidable will. Meanwhile, the unnamed traveling merchant, still plagued by doubt, whispers to Lung that the goblin might have already abandoned the village. Lung, startled, questions his negativity, while the merchant points out the villagers' heavy loads, wondering how goblins could carry such weight. Enough. Concern is good for nothing but a hindrance on the battlefield. The warrior declares, "Traveling merchant, you're coming with me." The merchant, startled, can only stammer, "Excuse me?" Kadam explains his reasoning, stating, "I need a torchbearer to provide light while I fight the demon." As Lung and the warrior continue onward, the merchant looks on, his face a mask of growing apprehension. He nervously glances back at the villagers, who are now following the group, their faces etched with fear. Kadam's hand rests firmly on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. Still reeling from the situation, the merchant questions, "Why aren't you blaming or scourging them? Not only did they steal the children, but they also killed a demon." The warrior turns to him, his expression grim, stating, "The goblins aren't the problem here." He then challenges the merchant, "Have you ever faced a living demon?" "A living demon?" The merchant's eyes widen in horror as he admits, "Ah, no? I have not." He muses to himself that the merchants he knows only search for money at the end of the day, but this situation is different. The warrior's gaze hardens, reflecting on the profound change that comes over a human who can communicate with a demon, knowing they are never the same again. In the face of overwhelming terror, all noble will to live shatters, leaving behind only primal fear and the desperate craving for survival. This grim reality is embodied by the monstrous visage of the living demon, a terrifying entity whose presence alone can break the strongest resolve. And though a few humans might overcome their fear to stand against such a creature, one cannot expect that kind of unwavering will from ordinary people. Still, the traveling merchant argues, even in such dire circumstances, the goblins didn't have to offer their own children as sacrifices, for even beastfolk know to value their young. Kadam, however, offers a stark counterpoint, explaining that sometimes, to survive, one must be willing to endure the most humiliating acts. It was a choice they made for their own survival, he states, so they cannot simply be condemned. Lung, supporting Kadam's pragmatic view, reminds the merchant that the chieftain himself claimed they had no other choice. Yet, the merchant persists, arguing that from the children's perspective, it must feel as though the entire world has abandoned them. Kadam then ponders the deeper question, what is the true meaning of a life that survived only by sacrificing others? His profound question hangs in the air, prompting the merchant to look at him with a hesitant, questioning gaze, addressing him simply as, "Sir." After all, an eye for an eye. Though 1,000 years have passed, the world has become completely different. Yet if the goblins were able to maintain a tribe, it's because of a better grasp of survival than a mere dog. His gaze unwavering. The traveling merchant interjects, his voice laced with concern, apologizing for the interruption and asking if he had said something wrong. With a subtle, almost imperceptible glow in his eyes, Katham poses another chilling question, asking if the merchant truly believes the goblins kept the children they killed alive. He continues, his tone unwavering, asserting that if the demon were truly cunning and wicked, it would have simply killed the children. The merchant, visibly struggling to process this grim logic, stammers, questioning what Katham means by the opposite of what he just said. From the side, Lung finally breaks his silence, calling out to Katham with a note of urgency in his voice. Katham remains focused, seemingly oblivious to the interruption. As Lung's pleas grow more desperate, his voice rising in a strained cry, a sharp gasp escaping him. His gaze sharpens, a sudden, intense focus seizing him. As Lung's terrified shriek pierces the air, a blur of metal slices through the space between them, an axe spinning rapidly, hurtling towards the ground just before them. Katham instinctively throws out an arm, shielding Lung from the impact. As the projectile buries itself with a thud, from the shadows, a guttural cry erupts, revealing a grotesque figure. A goblin. A pained cry escapes the goblin as it reels from the impact, its body already bearing multiple fresh wounds. From the shadows, a voice filled with disbelief echoes, wondering how so many of the creatures could have appeared. Lung, holding his torch high, urges his companion to keep the light on them. Another goblin lets out a surprised grunt, an axe now embedded in its leg. Its eyes widen in pain and disbelief as it struggles to comprehend this sudden attack. Katham, moving with brutal efficiency, delivers a powerful punch, sending blood spraying from the creature. He seizes the goblin by its neck, lifting it effortlessly into the air. Then, with a final, crushing blow, he strikes its face. He continues his brutal assault, delivering a powerful upward strike that sends a goblin reeling back with a pained shriek. Amidst the chaos, his gaze remains sharp and focused, a flash of determination crossing his features as he presses on. The cavern around them is a maze of jagged stalagmites, a natural fortress he quickly assesses. With these in the way, he thinks, using the terrain to block a charging foe, I'll be able to fight more effectively. But the goblins are relentless, their guttural growls echoing as more emerge from the shadows, forcing him to brace for another wave. Suddenly, he is completely surrounded, a chorus of savage roars erupting as they close in from all sides. Gripping his twin axes tightly, he prepares for the inevitable counterattack. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from one of his blades, signaling the surge of his power. With a swift, brutal motion, he brings it down, splitting a goblin's face in a crimson spray. He brings the glowing red axe down with brutal force, cleaving into the first goblin. Even as he strikes, the relentless horde manages to land a blow. Blood splattering across his torso as a fierce grunt escapes him, his eyes burning with resolve. The thought echoes in his mind. Looks like I'll have to use the axe as well. His grip tightens on the weapon, its crimson glow intensifying. As Katham unleashes a devastating, wide arc, the axe a blur of red light tearing through the surrounding creatures. It bites deep, splitting a goblin's skull with a sickening crunch. The creature's eyes widen in a final, horrified gasp. Before its head is completely cleaved, blood erupting in a gruesome spray. The battlefield was already littered with the gruesome evidence of his power, a freshly severed goblin head lying amidst the gore. From a safe distance, the merchant watched the carnage unfold, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and awe, exclaiming at the sight. More goblin corpses lay strewn across the ground, each a testament to the warrior's relentless assault. Despite the mounting casualties, a few desperate goblins still lunged at him, their guttural cries echoing through the air. The merchant, witnessing the tide turn, pointed frantically, announcing that the remaining creatures were fleeing, their morale broken by the bloody axe in the warrior's hand. The warrior, his expression grim and resolute, declared his intent to pursue them, knowing they would return to their master, the demon, without their chieftain. Standing over another fallen goblin, the two men prepared to continue their hunt, the warrior's axe still dripping with fresh blood. Together, they ventured deeper into the desolate landscape, entering the dark maw of a cave. The cavern stretched before them, a silent, foreboding path into the unknown, its depths shrouded in shadow. As he ventured deeper into the oppressive darkness, he found the air growing heavier, as if the very essence of the cave had been drawn away. Turning to glance at the merchant behind him, he wondered if this suffocating sensation was the demon's barrier. A grim smile touched his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the impending danger. He warned the terrified merchant, telling him to be careful, for a demon was nearby, causing the merchant to gasp in shock. He instructed him to keep his distance, but not to flee, explaining that the goblins might track him and kill him if he ran. Looking ahead with fierce resolve, he added that if any creatures got too close, the merchant should simply sear them with his torch. His eyes flared with an intense, otherworldly glow, as a powerful surge of energy began to emanate from his form, swirling around him in a visible aura of might. Katham, still reeling from the oppressive atmosphere, is suddenly attacked. A monstrous, red, clawed hand lunges from the darkness, catching him off guard. The force of the blow sends him sprawling to the ground, red energy crackling around him as he struggles to regain his footing. A guttural voice echoes through the cavern, questioning his presence. "Human, I haven't seen you before." The demon's massive form looms over him, its voice deepening with a predatory curiosity. "So you're not a villager." Its eyes glow with an intense, malevolent red light, fixing on Katham. He notices small, nascent horns beginning to sprout from the demon's head, a subtle sign of its evolving power. A surge of frustration and determination washes over him. Damn it. Despite the fresh wounds marring his torso, Katham rises, sword in hand, ready to face the escalating threat. His arm, slick with fresh blood, grips the hilt of his sword and the shaft of his axe, a testament to the brutal fight he has endured. The red demon, its form glowing ominously, presses its attack against Sir Katham, leaving the barbarian's body already marked with fresh wounds, blood staining his torn tunic. Despite the pain, a fierce resolve hardens his gaze. As he realizes the creature before him is no longer a mere lesser demon, it has begun to sprout horns, evolving into an intermediate form. The demon, reveling in its newfound power, grins with sharp teeth, declaring its pleasure at the warrior's expression. Its red eyes burn with malevolent glee, a chilling sight. But Katham's eyes narrow, a silent challenge meeting the demon's taunt. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of energy, the demon is struck, its form dissolving into a shower of crimson particles. The red demon's thoughts echoed with contempt, believing humans to be inherently weak and easily controlled. Yet, in the heat of battle, Katham found himself momentarily losing track of its movements, only for his fist to instinctively block the incoming blow. A chilling realization dawned on him. This was no mere lesser demon. He braced against another powerful, glowing impact, the force radiating from the demon's strike. The demon's rage flared, its thoughts consumed by the countless goblins Katham had slain. Its voice boomed, filled with malice, declaring its growing dislike for humans and demanding forgiveness. Katham knew a lesser demon could be overcome by a mere 50 untrained men, but an intermediate demon like this one could easily defeat 50 elite soldiers. His arm, now streaked with blood, bore testament to the brutal power he faced. With a chilling confidence, the demon offered, "I'll give you a chance." His arm throbbing from the demon's previous assault, Katham hears the red demon's mocking voice, telling him not to use that arm. The creature continues, its voice dripping with contempt, promising to cut off his arm and devour his flesh and bone. It offers a twisted mercy, suggesting that if it consumes him entirely, leaving no trace, he might just live. Katham knows that in his current state, fighting an intermediate demon would be an impossible task. Yet, he also recognizes the demon's horns, a sign that its power is not yet fully mature. The demon's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking why he won't listen, but Katham's resolve hardens, knowing he has endured far worse throughout his life. With a grimace of pain and determination, he plunges a knife deep into his own injured arm. Pulling the blade free, Katham declares that he doesn't listen to blood bags like the demon. Blood gushes from the fresh wound, a testament to his unyielding will. The red demon's glowing eyes narrow, sensing a strange shift in the air. A low growl escaping its throat, the creature's confusion evident as it tries to identify the source of the peculiar scent. "This smell? Could it be?" it mutters, its voice laced with disbelief. "You. Why does a human have that?" The monstrous form of the demon looms, its gaze fixed on the warrior before it. Meanwhile, Katham's hand tightens around the hilt of his knife, blood already beginning to well from the wound he inflicted. With a guttural sound, he drives the blade deeper into his own arm, a spray of crimson erupting from the impact. His back arches, muscles coiling and expanding as a furious red aura begins to pulse around him, the air crackling with raw energy. A primal scream tears from his throat, a sound of both agony and immense power. His form swells, veins bulging as the crimson light engulfs him, transforming him into a titan of rage and defiance. The red demon's face contorts in a snarl, his glowing red eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Katham's own features are distorted by the agony of his metamorphosis, his eyes now burning with a crimson light, veins bulging across his skin. A guttural roar escapes him as his hand, now visibly larger and more powerful, clenches, splattering fresh blood, though it is old blood that fuels this transformation. Now fully transformed, Katham stands, a hulking figure radiating a crimson aura, an axe gripped in his hand, the painful process having thankfully yielded its intended effect. The red demon's expression shifts to one of shock, though he quickly dismisses the display, believing the effect won't last long, yet a flicker of fear crosses his mind, wondering if he was truly intimidated by a mere human. He looks down at a small, sharp object in his hand, a cunning glint in his eye as he reminds himself that he too has gained new power. The red demon's eyes glowed with malevolent intent, a snarl twisting his features as he vowed to end the warrior's life. With a guttural roar, he commanded Katham to simply die. The demon lunged forward, claws extended, a crimson aura flaring around his form. But before the attack could land, a thunderous impact echoed as the warrior intercepted, his own red-tinged arm ablur. Demons were cunning, he knew, and a normal fighter would have fled, but this one's judgment seemed clouded by the very horns now sprouting from its head. Kadam's eyes, burning with a fierce red glow, narrowed in intense focus. His axe, wreathed in a crimson aura, swung in a devastating arc. It connected with a sharp AK sound, striking the demon's arm with brutal force. A grim satisfaction crossed the warrior's face, his enhanced senses now clearly perceiving every one of the demon's movements. With a low, humming wong from the glowing blade, he continued his relentless assault. The axe connects with brutal force. His powerful arm follows through, red markings appearing on his skin. The red demon recoils, its form distorting from the impact. As he continues his assault, a flicker of recognition crosses his face, the weapon in his hand suddenly familiar. He last saw this axe when he was a child, his father's axe, the very one that smashed the goblin chieftain's head. The demon, reeling from the unexpected force, snarls, "You dare strike me, a demon? I'll smash you to pieces." Its rage turns to disbelief. Impossible. Human. But Kadam doesn't pause, moving with blinding speed. His eyes, burning red, remain fixed on his target, unwavering. His berserker rage still burning, Kadam continues his relentless assault, his axe a blur of motion as it carves into the demon. Deep gashes appear across the demon's tough hide, evidence of the barbarian's brutal efficiency. Without pause, he winds up for another strike, his body a conduit for raw, destructive power. The demon's face contorts in a snarl of pain and disbelief, its glowing eyes wide with a dawning realization. Kadam's axe connects again with a sickening crunch, sending shockwaves through the air. What power? The demon growls, its voice laced with a mixture of agony and utter bewilderment. Ignoring its words, Kadam channels even more energy, his form crackling with a crimson aura as he prepares to finish the job. His axe descends once more, aimed for a decisive blow. His relentless assault continued, a powerful strike landing squarely on the demon. The immense destructive force sending the creature reeling, a loud crash echoing as it struggled to comprehend the attack. How can a mere human? The demon questioned, its voice a pained screech. But Kadam, his face splattered with blood but eyes burning with resolve, pressed his advantage. The demon cried out, a guttural roar of pain and frustration. As Kadam's rapid-fire attacks continued to overwhelm it, the sheer power of his assault forcing a choked gasp from the monstrous foe. He continued his brutal assault, each strike a crimson blur, forcing the demon to reel back under the sheer force. The creature roared in pain, its body visibly damaged as the blows landed with devastating impact. Still, the warrior pressed on, his crimson aura flaring, giving the demon no quarter. Then, with a surge of power, he gathered his strength, his form enveloped in a blinding, crimson energy. He unleashed the attack, a single, devastating blow that struck the demon squarely. The demon cried out, realizing the true danger as the attack continued to tear through its form. With a determined expression, the warrior drove the attack home, debris exploding around them. The demon's body began to shatter, disintegrating into countless fragments under the overwhelming force. Finally, the warrior stood victorious, his crimson aura fading as he surveyed the shattered remains of his foe. A guttural shriek escapes the demon, its voice laced with disbelief as it struggles to comprehend the sheer force before it. It questions, "You're not human, are you?" Kadam offers no reply, his gaze unwavering, a silent testament to his resolve. Though he bears a human form, the demon senses a monstrous power within him, akin to its own terrifying nature. Another pained cry escapes the creature, its face contorted in a grimace of agony and dawning realization. With a final, deafening roar, Kadam unleashes a devastating blow, tearing through the demon's form. The impact sends crimson energy scattering, the demon's body recoiling violently from the sheer force. He continues his relentless assault, each strike a testament to his overwhelming might, systematically dismantling the creature. Overpowered and unable to block the attacks, the demon's final thoughts confirm the futility of resistance, its form shattering under the barbarian's onslaught. A guttural cry of terror escapes the red demon, pleading for its tormentors to stay away. As Kadam approaches, a small, distant figure in the desolate landscape, the demon's voice rises in a desperate plea, warning him not to come any closer. Its glowing red eyes narrow, observing the approaching warrior with a mix of fear and calculation. Kadam holds aloft a glowing, fiery object, and the demon snarls, protesting that it wants no more of that burning thing. The object itself radiates with intense heat, its flames crackling and dancing. A low growl rumbles in the demon's throat, as it recognizes the fire, a source of its previous torment. It wishes for the fire to simply vanish, its frustration evident in another guttural growl. As Kadam continues his relentless advance, the demon recoils, its fear palpable. His bloodied sword is now clearly visible, poised for action as he moves decisively in a singular direction. A guttural cry escapes him as Kadam's bloodied hand clenches, the effort of his struggle evident. The red demon's voice echoes, a taunt in its tone. "It's obvious what you're aiming for." Covered in his own blood, a fierce red aura radiating from his form. Kadam stands unyielding, his gaze fixed on his foe. His voice, raw with determination, cuts through the air. I won't let you have your way. The ground trembles as the massive red demon looms over the barbarian, who lies momentarily stunned. Its sheer size overwhelming, a mountain of muscle and fury. But the barbarian is quick, already scrambling back to his feet with surprising agility. He considers his next move, knowing that a direct attack would be easily dodged by such a swift opponent. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, his eyes glowing with a faint red light as he resolves to find another way. With a sudden, unexpected strike, his axe bites deep into the demon's leg, drawing a spray of dark blood. He shouts, predicting the monster's next move, anticipating the path it will take. And the demon reels, its face contorted in pain as another blow connects, blood erupting from the impact. The red demon unleashes a devastating blow, its arm glowing with malevolent energy as it strikes with a thunderous impact. It lets out a guttural roar, its eyes burning with fierce intensity. But before the demon can follow through, Kadam surges forward, a vibrant green aura swirling around him as he prepares his own counterattack. With a sudden burst of speed, he connects, a blinding flash of white light and debris marking the powerful impact. The force sends the demon reeling, shards of rock raining down from above. Its face contorts in surprise, even as two smaller, green-skinned creatures behind it watch in shock. The demon is slammed hard into the rock wall, its body embedded deep within the stone, glowing red energy pulsing from the impact points. Still, the assault continues, more debris exploding outwards from the sustained force. He follows up with a powerful kick, driving the demon further into its rocky prison. Still reeling from the previous blow, the red demon cries out in pain, cursing its attacker. A heavy boot then slams down. And Kadam's expression remains grim, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve. The demon's arm twists under the immense pressure, as another brutal strike lands squarely on its face, eliciting a pained grunt. It screams, the pain overwhelming. The warrior continues his relentless assault, his features hardened by the fight, yet still retaining a certain rugged appeal. Despite the overwhelming damage, the red demon's eyes burn with hatred, vowing death. Despite the demon's defiant threats, the relentless assault continues, a powerful blow landing squarely on its crimson arm. Kadam, however, finds himself growing increasingly frustrated, muttering about its stubborn resilience even after he'd pierced its head. His grip tightens, crushing something with a sickening crunch. And he curses the sheer pain of dealing with such a tenacious foe. The red demon screams in agony, pleading for the relentless assault to stop, as another violent impact tears through its flesh. With a determined glint in his eyes, Kadam winds up for a final, devastating strike. A blur of motion, culminating in a thunderous impact. The final, devastating blow lands with a sickening crunch, and the red demon lets out a guttural, agonizing scream, its monstrous maw contorting in a final, desperate cry. The blade plunges deep into its flesh, sealing its fate. Standing over the fallen foe, Kadam's form glows with a fading red aura, the power of his buff still lingering around him. He lets out a sigh of relief, glad he managed to activate his power in time, narrowly avoiding a fight without its aid. A final, weak gasp escapes the demon's lips, a sound of defeat and fading life. His gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he senses something else nearby. Below him, two small, green-skinned creatures tremble, their tiny forms shaking uncontrollably. One clutches a crude weapon, both whimpering in terror at the sight of the powerful warrior. The ferocity of the goblins had subsided, their previous aggression now replaced by a subdued, almost pathetic state. He knew that with the demon dead, they would no longer be affected by its corrupting mana, but that didn't change what they had become. A swift, metallic whisper cut through the air as he drew his blade. The first strike landed with a sickening crunch, tearing through flesh and bone. Blood sprayed as the goblin recoiled, its life already fading. He knew they were no longer under the demon's direct influence, but they had already become monsters, and that was enough. With grim resolve, he declared his intent. He would take care of every last one of them before moving on, silencing a goblin's shriek with another precise strike. A severed head tumbled across the ground, a testament to his efficiency. Surrounded by the remaining creatures, he continued his brutal work, their desperate cries echoing in the confined space. Kadam delivers a powerful blow, sending the goblin reeling back, blood spraying from its mouth. His arm, now slick with the creature's blood, remains poised for the next strike. One of the remaining creatures attempts to flee, but he spots it instantly. The small, torch-wielding goblin cowers, its eyes wide with terror as Kadam approaches. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, he closes the distance. The creature looks up, paralyzed by fear. His gaze hardens, ready to finish the last one, when suddenly a frantic voice cries out, "Sir!" His eyes, still burning with the residual intensity of battle, snap open. A primal instinct takes over, and he grips something unseen with crushing force, a sharp crack echoing through the air. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to regain his composure, his gaze still sharp and unfocused. A young man, clutching a staff, looks up at him with wide, terrified eyes, pleading, "Sir? Are you all right? You look pale. The barbarian's massive hand is clamped around the villager's collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. Kadam's expression remains fierce, a silent exclamation of lingering aggression. The young man repeats his worried question. Sir? Are you all right? You look pale. As Kadam's gaze finally softens, looking down at the frightened face. A moment of realization washes over him, and he releases his grip, muttering, HM? Oh, sorry. The villager, now released, looks down, still holding his staff, and adds softly, the children are probably pretty hungry. With the immediate threat handled, he turns his attention to the villager's plight, resolving to take care of the children before returning to the village. The young villager, still a little shaken, nods in understanding, acknowledging the warrior's command. Together, they venture into a dark, cavernous opening, Kadam leading the way with the villagers following close behind, carrying their meager supplies. A heavy thud echoes through the passage. Suddenly, the young villager's face lights up with disbelief and joy, exclaiming that the children have returned, questioning if it's truly possible. Even Kadam looks up, a surprised expression crossing his features, uttering a quiet exclamation of relief. A mother clutches her child tightly, tears of relief streaming down her face, desperately checking if they are unharmed, calling out their names in a mix of joy and fear. The entire village erupts in a chorus of joyful cries and embraces, as families are reunited, their faces etched with profound relief. The young villager bows deeply to Kadam, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the mercenary for his aid. Still reeling from the recent events, the young villager bows deeply, expressing his profound thanks to the mercenary. He then eagerly offers a share of his stew, insisting that Kadam must be tired after hunting all night and should rest. But Kadam, ever selfless, instructs him to give the food to the children who have just returned. The villager, concerned, points out that the children must be hungry and exhausted, then asks what Kadam himself will do. Kadam simply states his need to continue onward, turning his back on the grateful villager and walking away. Suddenly, the young villager gasps, his eyes wide with terror and confusion, as the familiar landscape around him begins to warp. The ground beneath his feet shifts, and the sky above darkens, transforming into a desolate, alien world. Utterly bewildered, he stares at the impossible vista, questioning what in the world is happening. But when he woke up, the world had changed. He began to chant, calling out ancient names, Rise, Gehenna, reap the souls. Left, Grimos, Rise, sun and deep corn, rise, Gehenna. Meanwhile, the young villager, surrounded by others equally terrified, cried out in confusion, the valley behind the mountain and river. That's not it. That's not the village. It's not my home. He pleaded for forgiveness, begging, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please don't abandon me. A chilling realization settled in. They had been brainwashed ever since their capture. Be brainwashed, he stammered. A cold voice echoed, asserting, your parents abandoned you. The voice continued, explaining how they made them repeat it until their minds were broken. The cruel words continued, labeling him most useless child in the entire world. This was a powerful brainwashing, repeated so many times that even a priest couldn't endure it. The voice twisted the truth, stating, well, you can't really call it brainwashing. It's the truth. Your parents abandoned them. He declared, you are the... as the fact was carved into their minds so they would never forget it. After being abandoned by their parents, they had to enter the world, and having that fact carved into them meant those children would never be able to grow out of that trauma. He can barely comprehend the words, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. No way. Why would the demon do such a thing? The insidious voice, however, offers a chillingly simple truth. Because that is the nature of a demon. The demon's face twists into a cruel smile, reveling in the torment as it declares, human suffering and despair are, for us, the sweetest nourishment. The young villager can only stare blankly, his mind struggling to process the relentless assault. The demon presses on, twisting the knife of doubt. But this is what you are. You are the one who was abandoned. The one who was killed if the demon was less compassionate than it was. A flicker of desperate hope remains, however, as the villager thinks. I suppose it's not entirely impossible, however. He tries to cling to a shred of belief, muttering, still, sir. They wouldn't abandon their son, right? If they take care of the children they abandoned, then somehow. But the demon cuts him off, its voice dripping with scorn. You know, isn't sincerity can only deceive. The demon watches him, a predatory gleam in its glowing red eyes, observing the final collapse of his resistance. Then, with a final, crushing blow to his psyche, it delivers the ultimate lie. I doubt the parents who already abandoned their children once to save themselves are capable of such a thing. The young villager's face is utterly vacant, his eyes wide and unseeing as tears stream down his cheeks, the demon's words having carved an indelible, traumatic truth into his very being. A young villager, still reeling from the demon's torment, looks on in surprise. As the red demon stands by the village gate, its gaze fixed on something beyond. Sir Kadam, the barbarian, walks away from the settlement, prompting the young villager to question his sudden departure, wondering why he would leave so soon. The demon, still manipulating the boy, suggests he rest, implying his wounds haven't fully healed, a subtle reminder of his fabricated trauma. Kadam glances back, a grim expression on his face, knowing that any witness to his actions would have already spread the word. He continues his journey, resolute, muttering that killing a few soldiers wouldn't be enough to stop him. The young villager, still under the demon's influence, suddenly remembers something, a realization dawning on his face. The memory is of the monstrous barbarian, Kotham, who once killed one of Elga's holy knights, a dark reputation preceding him. Sir Kotham's voice is low, filled with a grim urgency. If we're unlucky, they might already be tracking us. His jaw clenches, a shadow of worry crossing his features. As he adds, we have to hurry. The warrior pushes onward, a sprawling city visible in the distance, its structures rising against the darkening sky. Walking alongside him, a woman in resplendent plate armor, her blonde hair flowing, maintains a vigilant watch. Her pristine white and gold-trimmed armor, accented by a deep red sash, gleams with every step. With a swift, brutal strike, Sir Kotham severs the arm of the monstrous red demon, sending the limb flying with a spray of dark blood. He stands victorious, holding the grotesque trophy as the villagers look on in awe. Examining a small, glowing red orb, he muses that if it is about half full, it should be enough for an emergency. The mercenary confirms his initial goal for visiting the village has been achieved. With a decisive crunch, he crushes the orb, as a young villager hesitantly addresses him, asking what he plans to do with the demon's corpse. He dismisses the question, stating he has no need for it, and orders it burned. As the villagers gather, a man with a beard wonders aloud if the mercenary had hunted the demon for money, thinking he had gone through all that trouble just to catch it. Another villager, listening intently, adds that the mercenary had simply taken the orb and ordered them to burn the corpse, questioning if it was even worth anything. A younger man in the crowd expresses his confusion, admitting he doesn't understand the reason, but acknowledging the mercenary's great power. The bearded villager, however, seems to have a different idea, muttering that if he could save the corpse and sell it to a holy knight or a merchant from a free city, he could make a pretty penny. The younger villager quickly interjects, reminding him that if they don't burn it now, it will just lead to more trouble, as other creatures will gather around the corpse. He then asks pointedly if the bearded man wants to attract more rampaging goblins. The bearded villager hesitates, muttering a reluctant huh? No, well. The younger villager, with a firm tone, reaffirms that they are going to burn it right away. Meanwhile, the mercenary stands impassively over the grotesque, defeated form of the red demon, its body still bleeding onto the desolate ground. He hears a voice, questioning his identity. Standing before the villagers, he prepares to receive their offerings. The young villager explains that while it isn't much, they have prepared some gifts for him. He then urges Kotham to please accept them. Kotham responds with a firm gaze, assuring them he will put the gifts to good use. As he reaches out, he takes the items from the villagers' hands. Assessing the provisions, he finds them quite useful. With the transaction complete, he begins to depart. The villager confirms their departure as he moves with a soft grunt. He lets out a pained gasp, his thoughts consumed by the persistent injury. This particular wound, inflicted by that accursed holy knight, refuses to heal. Despite his body's incredible regenerative power, even the scar from the Demon King's attack is still scabbing over. Yet this 10-day-old injury remains stubbornly open. He muses on the nature of the weapon that caused it, a blessed weapon. He realizes he might have spoken too freely about its power. A desolate wind sweeps across the barren peaks, carrying the caw of ravens past a broken spearhead embedded in the earth. Lady Helia is announced. Surveying the grim scene, Lady Helia admits to her subordinate, Eden, that despite searching everywhere, she's found no significant clues. A sigh escapes the knight, who responds with a hint of frustration. Pathetic, Eden. The lack of any stolen treasure only deepens the mystery. Helia turns to him, her expression sharp, demanding he not simply observe carelessly, but deduce the culprit's intentions. Even the notorious Black Seed, whose sole purpose was to kill, wouldn't have left a scene like this. The question lingers. Why was the body disposed of so late, and what kind of person or group could commit such an act? Eden, still grappling with the puzzle, asks if she has any idea who it might be, or if it's connected to that Black Seed group. Helia reiterates her command, insisting he find clues based on deduction, reminding him that despite the long time since his investiture, there's a reason he hasn't moved up the ranks. Her gaze sharpens, reflecting a status far beyond the typical rank of paladin. And yet, considering who she is, he finds himself unable to truly blame her. This was Arch-Paladin Helia Muviel. To this day, no one had surpassed her, for she had been appointed to the rank of Arch-Paladin at a remarkably young age. She was the Empire's youngest Arch-Paladin. A frustrated sigh escapes him. It was frustrating, but he knew it couldn't be helped. A sudden, shared moment of surprise draws their attention. She reacts with a sharp gasp. You mean Damien's twin mirrors? Eden, equally stunned, can only manage a choked exclamation as her voice rises, demanding. Who said anything about breaking it? Eden pleads with her. Please reconsider. It hasn't even been 10 years since the last mirror broke. The sacred relics, known as Damien's twin mirrors, are a pair of holy artifacts capable of reflecting both future and past events. The one that sees the future is called Damien's Mirror of Prophecy, and its counterpart, Damien's mirror of retrospection reveals the past. These impossibly powerful artifacts are so sensitive that even a small amount of mana can cause them to shatter. She scolds him, reminding him, "It was given to you to use for emergencies. You'll have a dead end in the first year." Eden, however, challenges her. "Then are you going to report to the Archbishop yourself? You have no idea why his nephew, Linton, died?" She sighs, dismissing his concerns. "Huh? Stop with your senseless worrying." But he presses on, convinced. Unless a sacrifice, a great death, there is no way the mirror will break. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from the ornate mirror as it is held up, its surface swirling with blue light, leaving Eden utterly aghast. Kneeling before the now intensely glowing mirror of retrospection, Lady Helia watched as its surface swirled with an unnatural, blinding light. Suddenly, a figure was violently pulled through the shimmering portal, emerging amidst a torrent of white energy. The raw power of the summoning exploded outwards, a chaotic burst of purple and pink energy rippling through the air. As the light faded, Sir Cotham stood disoriented, blood seeping from his wounds, leaving Lady Helia to wonder, who is this barbarian, and why is he bleeding demon's blood? A searing pain shot through him, forcing a desperate plea from his lips, while Lady Helia realized the blessed mirror was suffering a violent backlash. The pain intensified, twisting his features as a dark purple aura erupted around him, his eyes beginning to glow with a malevolent red light. Lady Helia gasped, utterly horrified, unable to comprehend the monstrous transformation unfolding before her. His face contorted further, fangs elongating, as the demonic energy consumed him. With a final, resonant crack, the mirror of retrospection shattered into countless shards of light. The mirror of retrospection, once a powerful artifact, now lies in fragments, prompting a gasp of disbelief from Lady Helia. Her eyes wide with shock, she questions the impossible. It broke? Eden, standing nearby, analyzes the situation, concluding that for a mirror of its resilience to shatter, it must have been struck by a truly formidable demon. This leads to the chilling realization that the mirror had reflected a being possessed by a great demon. With the culprit seemingly identified, Eden urges Lady Helia to return to the holy capital immediately to report the grave findings. But Lady Helia, her expression thoughtful, questions the logic. If the culprit is known, why retreat? Her resolve firm, she declares they will continue the search. Eden reacts with surprise, a sharp "what?" escaping her lips. Lady Helia's determined gaze remains fixed, her decision unyielding. Standing amidst the remnants of the shattered mirror, Lady Helia remains resolute, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. Nearby, Eden voices her conviction that the fiend in human skin must be eliminated. Helia, her helmet gleaming, affirms the sentiment, vowing to personally eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, deep within a moonlit forest, Cotham wanders alone, his form a solitary silhouette against the ancient trees. He collapses by a tree, his mind racing, reflecting on the cruel irony of his life, how he could have loved and lost everything, only to become a madman. His gaze falls upon the water, a chilling question echoing in his mind. Was this transformation a consequence of his son returning home, or was he simply unable to protect the village children? With a renewed sense of purpose, he resolves to survive and return home, knowing he must pull himself together. His hand clenches, a silent vow to himself, because he cannot afford to appear weak. But when he finally woke, the world around him was a desolate, rocky expanse, a stark contrast to the familiar forest where he had fallen. Later, by a small fire, a kind villager tended to him, asking if he had been waiting long, offering to prepare a meal, but his voice quickly shifted to concern, noticing something amiss. The man's brow furrowed in confusion and worry, his gaze fixed on Cotham. A tremor ran through the villager as he pointed to a grievous wound on Cotham's chest, his voice barely a whisper. The man's hand instinctively reached out, touching the scarred flesh, his question echoing the shock in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend how the mighty warrior, capable of tearing monsters to shreds, could be in such a state, his disbelief palpable. A pained grunt escaped Cotham as the villager gasped, pointing to the wound on his chest, the severity of it now undeniable. The villager's voice rose in alarm, demanding to know what had happened so suddenly, as multiple, jagged scars became visible across Cotham's torso. A wave of self-reproach washed over Cotham as he finally understood the source of his torment, the lingering power of that blessed weapon. He wonders if the weapon that struck him was imbued with a blessing, one that inflicts fatal wounds on demons. Naturally, such a blessing shouldn't affect a human, but he is a berserker, after all, gaining power from demon blood. The realization hits him with a wave of agony, his transformed body racked with pain. Meanwhile, a young villager looks up at an older man, who laments that they shouldn't have left the village today, suggesting they should have stayed a few more days. Cotham, his eyes glowing red, dismisses their concern, stating that his wounds will heal with rest, but more importantly, he asks what the moon looked like yesterday. The young villager ponders if he could help, being of demon blood himself, while Cotham presses, asking if it was a half-moon or a fully tilted waning crescent. A look of grim understanding crosses his face as he realizes he's missed his chance, and that's all that matters. As a crescent moon hangs in the dark sky, a pained groan escapes him. As he grapples with the pain and the missed opportunity, a soft, muffled cry reaches his ears, drawing his attention to the young villager, still bound and helpless on the ground. A sudden, distinct sound then echoes through the forest, and he recognizes it with a jolt of alarm. A low, guttural howl confirms his fears, as countless pairs of glowing red eyes pierce the darkness of the surrounding woods. He glances down at the terrified villager, his grip tightening on an unseen weapon. A heavy, furred paw then lands with a soft thud, signaling the immediate arrival of the predators. From the shadows, a monstrous, gray wolf-like creature emerges, its snarling maw revealing sharp fangs as he identifies it as a blade wolf. Sweat beads on his brow, but his expression hardens with resolve as he lets out a steadying breath. With a decisive motion, he grips his axe, the heavy blade swinging into position. Facing the encroaching horde, he issues a stern command, his voice firm, "Stand back." The young villager, still recovering from his ordeal, looks up at Kadam with concern, noticing the warrior's strained posture and the faint squishing sound as he shifts his weight. A sigh escapes him, his eyes closing briefly as he acknowledges the persistent ache in his body. His gaze hardens as the source of the disturbance becomes clear, a pack of blade wolves, their forms barely visible in the deepening shadows of the forest. Standing firm, he faces the encroaching danger head-on. His grip tightens on his axe, a grim determination settling over him. Ready to meet the challenge, he raises his weapon, prepared to defend. A lone figure stands at the edge of a dark, foreboding forest, the air thick with an unseen presence. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature, a blade wolf, lunges from the shadows, its red eyes burning with feral hunger as another follows close behind. Sir Kadam lets out a low grunt, his expression hardening as he prepares for the inevitable clash. His powerful frame tenses, every muscle coiled for action. Then, with a roar, he charges into the pack of blade wolves, his weapon a blur against their snarling forms. His hand glows with a surge of energy, delivering a devastating blow that sends one of the creatures reeling. Undeterred, another blade wolf snarls back, its glowing red eyes fixed on him with murderous intent. The axe swings with a brutal arc. Finding its mark as a blade wolf's head is violently impaled by a jagged piece of wood, blood erupting from the wound. Another of the creatures lets out a guttural roar, its fury echoing through the dark forest. Sir Kadam, a blur of motion, continues his relentless assault, striking another blade wolf with a powerful blow. One of the remaining beasts watches the chaos, its attention sharply drawn to the unfolding battle. He curses under his breath, his vision blurring, making it impossible to properly aim his attacks. Yet, a blade wolf nearby also struggles, its own vision clouded, letting out a frustrated roar as it too cannot aim properly. Despite his impairment, Sir Kadam lands another hit, the impact sending the creature reeling. Gripping his sword, he stands resolute, his determination unwavering amidst the chaos. He presses his attack, his blade a crimson blur as it cuts through the air towards the creature. The blade wolf recoils with a pained snarl, its body twisting from the force of the blow. But he doesn't relent, following up with another swift strike. Before the beast can recover, his fist connects with its muzzle, a brutal impact echoing through the air. The creature cries out, stumbling back from the force of the blow. But in a flash of primal fury, the blade wolf lunges, its jaws clamping down hard on his arm. He grunts in pain, struggling to pull free from the powerful bite. Despite the sudden injury, his eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. He pulls back with a strained cry, the blade wolf's grip still tenacious. Still locked in a brutal struggle, the blade wolf lunges with renewed ferocity, its fangs snapping and claws tearing through the air. A jarring impact echoes as the creature's attack connects. Despite the pain, Kadam's jaw clenches, his resolve unwavering. Another blow lands, splattering blood across the rocky ground. He takes a moment to steady himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he surveys the scene. The initial blade wolf lies wounded, its body torn and bleeding from his retaliatory strikes. But from the surrounding darkness, more of the creatures emerge, their guttural growls filling the air as they begin to regroup. These creatures are known for their pack-hunting instincts, and after witnessing their brethren fall, they are now coordinating their next move. Kadam's thoughts drift to the overwhelming numbers, acknowledging that while he might stand a chance in his prime, his current condition makes holding out against so many an impossible task. Cornered and desperate, he shouts a warning to the approaching creatures. His voice strained as he reiterates, "I said don't come closer. Go away." But the pack of blade wolves, their eyes glowing with predatory intent, continues its relentless advance. With no other option, he reaches for a small flask, knowing the desperate measure he is about to take. As the snarling beasts close in, their red auras pulsing. He gulps down the flask's contents, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The empty vessel drops to the ground, a dark, smoky energy erupting from its impact. With a guttural roar, Sir Kadam stands transformed, his body enveloped in a fierce red aura, his eyes burning with newfound power. The blade wolves, caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming presence, flinch and recoil in stunned surprise. As the potion's power surged through him, the blade wolves, sensing a shift, recoiled with an uncertain growl. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce red light, reflected a primal rage as the transformation completed. With a burst of crimson energy, he lashed out, his hand now a weapon of raw power. The force of his blow sent one of the creatures reeling, a trail of red energy marking its violent recoil. Still radiating a fearsome red aura, he stood his ground, ready to face the remaining wolves. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of red energy as he swiped at another blade wolf. The young villager, witnessing the brutal display, could only stare in wide-eyed horror. With a powerful grip, Katham seized one of the creatures by its neck. His glowing hand tore through flesh and sinew, ending its life in a spray of blood. The remaining blade wolves snarl, their eyes fixed on the Berserker. He moves with brutal efficiency, a powerful impact echoing as he strikes another of the monstrous beasts. His hand, now glowing with a fierce red energy, connects with devastating force. The potion's effects are not always the same, for the Blood Warrior buff's power changes depending on the type of demon's blood he drinks. Considering his current foe, he muses that this time, it's probably something specific. The blade wolves recoil, letting out furious roars as they sense the shift in his power. His form glows brighter, muscles rippling under the surge of energy. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, his eyes burning with the same red light that envelopes his body. Indeed, the current buff is an agility enhancement, making him a blur against the snarling beasts. With the agility buff coursing through his veins, Katham moves like a blur, striking a monstrous blade wolf with impossible speed. The demon, caught completely off guard, recoils in utter shock, its eyes wide with disbelief at his sudden acceleration. A crimson aura flaring around him, Katham acknowledges the potent effect of the demon's blood, his resolve hardening. Overwhelmed by his newfound speed, the remaining blade wolves turn tail, scattering in a desperate attempt to escape. From a safe distance, the young villager watches in disbelief, pointing as the creatures flee. Even Katham is taken aback, questioning the unexpected retreat of his foes. But a deeper intuition stirs within him, suggesting this is more than just a simple flight. Suddenly, a massive, clawed hand slams into the ground, shattering the earth with a thunderous impact. As his crimson aura intensifies, Katham meets the new threat with unwavering resolve, ready for whatever comes next. Behind him, the young villager cries out in terror, his voice trembling with fear. A monstrous blade wolf, its eyes glowing crimson, snarls menacingly, its fangs bared in a silent threat. Katham observes the creature, a thought forming in his mind. This one moves differently, strangely. Then, his eyes fall upon an even larger, more formidable blade wolf, twice the size of the others, and he identifies it as the pack leader. A grim realization washes over him as he understands the gravity of the situation. His agility buff is about to expire. Sweat beads on his brow, a visible sign of the strain as his enhanced speed begins to fade, leaving him vulnerable. Before he can react, a colossal, glowing red claw slams down with crushing force, pinning him to the ground. He grits his teeth, muscles straining against the immense pressure, wondering what kind of power could inflict such a blow. The glowing red claw continues to bear down, threatening to shatter his arm, as he questions if it's trying to crush him with its sheer weight. He lets out a guttural cry, his body racked with pain as the blade wolf's immense claw continues its crushing assault. A sickening crunch echoes through the air, and a pained gasp escapes his lips. His body contorts under the pressure, a heavy thud marking the relentless impact. From a distance, the young villager watches in horror, his voice trembling as he calls out, wondering if the warrior is still conscious. He urges him to snap out of it, to fight back against the monstrous wolf. A sharp gasp escapes the boy, his fear palpable. The warrior's chest shows visible cracks, a pained gasp escaping him as the pressure intensifies. The blade wolf pack leader lets out a triumphant roar, holding its prey firmly in its grasp. Yet, a silent question hangs in the air. Have the conditions truly been met? Still kneeling over the fallen warrior, the young villager desperately questions the sudden mention of a wolf, wondering why such a threat would be brought up now. But a sudden, sharp intake of breath escapes Katham, his eyes snapping open with an intense, almost feral focus. A chilling realization dawns upon him, the words echoing in his mind. It's here. It is midnight, on the night when the moon has completely hidden itself, a time of profound darkness and hidden dangers. Rising to his feet, Katham surveys the desolate, jagged peaks, his broad back a silhouette against the ominous night sky. With a resounding clang, he plunges his great sword into the earth, readying himself for the coming fight. He is Atala, the undefeated master of 1,000 soldiers, a legendary figure whose name strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies. His voice, deep and resonant, commands his blade, urging it to be placed in his hands. As a fiery aura erupts around him, the great barbarian of battle declares, "Let me quench the thirst of my enemies." On the night when the very eye that watches over the land hides itself, he grips his blade, swearing an oath to the darkness. "I bestow your blood upon this blade, and my name upon this blade." A golden aura erupts around him and the young villager, shielding them from the encroaching shadows. As a massive, white-furred creature emerges from the gloom, its powerful form silhouetted against the desolate landscape. The creature lets out a guttural snarl, a challenge echoing through the night. The young villager recoils in terror, his eyes wide with fear at the sight of the monstrous wolf. Suddenly, a torrent of fiery energy erupts, swirling with immense power. As Katham kneels amidst the inferno, his body bloodied but his resolve burning brighter than the flames that engulf him. The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the warrior's destiny. What name will he give this sword? As the fiery aura intensified around him, he gripped his blade, a familiar surge of power coursing through his veins, a sensation he hadn't felt since his first life, long ago. Now, the moment arrived to bestow upon this sword the name it would carry. With a fierce glint in his eye, Katham declared, Mosquito. His hand tightened on the hilt as he affirmed, I have decided this sword's name shall be Mosquito. A deafening explosion of power erupted, leaving him standing, bloodied and wreathed in fire, his blade now glowing with an ominous light. A sharp, tearing sound followed, culminating in a high-pitched, resonant ring as the sword fully awakened. The fiery energy around him coalesces, forming a distinct, powerful symbol. His face, etched with sweat and fierce determination, reveals the intensity of his realization. This is my trait, he declares. As the declaration continues, I am the one who bestows names. A surge of vibrant, golden energy erupts from the ground, swirling upwards with an audible hum. Enveloping Katham as he kneels, his bare chest marked with blood, clutching a sword amidst the radiant glow. From within the swirling power, a voice echoes, asking, What name will you give this sword? The energy intensifies, blindingly bright, as if awaiting his answer. And with his eyes glowing with newfound resolve, he declares, Mosquito. His voice firm, he reiterates, I have decided this sword's name shall be Mosquito. The golden aura around his head crackles with renewed intensity. And Katham rises, fully empowered, the newly named sword glowing brightly in his grasp. As his power surged, a glowing red scroll materialized, radiating an intense energy. Suddenly, a guttural roar tore through the air. A massive blade wolf, its eyes burning crimson, lunged with predatory intent. But before it could connect, a powerful stomp met its charge, eliciting a pained cry. Nearby, a man clutched his torch, his face contorted in sheer terror. The blade wolf recoiled, its body violently thrown back from the impact. Katham, his newly named sword glowing brightly, followed up with a devastating swing. The creature was sent reeling once more, unable to withstand the assault. A system notification appeared, confirming a special effect had been activated. His glowing blade slices through the air, drawing a spray of blood from the creature. A system message flashes, confirming vampirism has activated, and a surge of power courses through him, making him feel alive again, ready to lure out those who have been bled. Yet, the blade wolf lets out a guttural, mocking snarl, its defiance echoing through the desolate landscape. Its blood-stained maw opens wide, a clear sign it's far from defeated. Katham's expression hardens as he realizes, even with this new power, it's still not enough. Gripping his glowing sword, he challenges the creature, asking if it wants another round. The blade wolf responds with a furious, blood-curdling snarl, its red eyes burning with renewed aggression. The battle culminates in a brutal, decisive strike, red energy streaking through the air. The blade wolf recoils, its eyes glowing crimson as blood splatters from the impact. Katham stands firm, his bloodied sword held steady, a grim determination etched across his face. Another powerful blow lands, sealing the fate of the creatures. A system message confirms a massive restoration of health, declaring all wounds have been completely healed. He observes his body, noting with surprise that even injuries from the blessed weapon have vanished. His torso, previously scarred and battered, is now pristine, every mark erased. Surveying the carnage, he stands over the defeated blade wolves, acknowledging that their unexpected appearance was actually beneficial. The mangled remains of the wolf-like creatures litter the ground, a testament to his overwhelming victory. Standing over the defeated blade wolf, Katham considers his unique abilities, musing that his ancient hobby might not be as meaningless as it seems. His thoughts drift to the vampirism skill, a special effect that absorbs life force with every strike against an enemy, a potent ability that glows faintly from his blade. However, he notes with a slight frown, the weapon's low grade means the effect isn't as powerful as it could be, as the glowing blade remains embedded in the monster's flesh. He closes his eyes, feeling the subtle flow of energy. A sigh of relief escaping him as he decides this level of healing is sufficient for now. He acknowledges that a full recovery would require a weapon capable of slaughtering countless monsters, and even then, it would be useless against an enemy devoid of life force to absorb. Visibly, the numerous gashes and wounds across his torso begin to mend, his skin knitting itself back together with remarkable speed. The ability to grant a special effect without any materials is a huge advantage, and he realizes it's not a one-time deal. Meeting certain conditions could allow him to obtain new weapons with unique special effects. He grips the hilt of his bloodied sword, the battle now concluded. The traveling merchant, witnessing the brutal aftermath, can only stammer, "Is it over?" Overwhelmed, he collapses to his knees, muttering about the fallen leader of the Blade Wolves and the massacre of its pack. The barbarian, a complete wreck after the battle, seemed on the verge of collapse. As the merchant begins to ask if he's all right, Kadam cuts him off with a sharp, "Huh?" The merchant stares in disbelief at Kadam's hand, realizing the wounds from the wolves, and even an old scar from a holy night, have vanished. Kadam, the traveling merchant now before him, questions why he didn't flee. The merchant looks up, startled by the direct question. He considers his own survival, knowing that if he had abandoned Kadam in his weakened state, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Still reeling from the terrifying display of power, the merchant can only stammer, accusing Kadam of being a monster. A nervous gulp escapes him, as he tries to process the impossible reality before his eyes. A silent scream tears through his mind, the terror palpable. He continues to babble, weighing his options, knowing that even if he ran, he would inevitably be hunted down and become wolf food. Kadam, however, seems to read his very thoughts, noting the merchant's lingering desire to flee. But the warrior dismisses the idea, his own internal monologue suggesting a different, more immediate concern. The merchant, trapped in his fear, grapples with the impossible choice. Take a leap of faith with this terrifying man, or face certain death alone. He decides to push all other thoughts aside. Kadam turns to him, his voice calm but firm, instructing the merchant to keep watch while he rests, the sound of him settling down echoing in the quiet. Shocked by the sudden command, the merchant can only meekly agree. Kadam's gaze hardens, delivering a chilling final warning. If the merchant even considers running while he sleeps, he should make sure to go somewhere Kadam can never find him. He recoils, a shiver running down his spine as Kadam's voice cuts through the air, a chilling promise of violence should he attempt to flee. The merchant's mind races, a desperate plea forming in his thoughts, wondering if he'll ever escape this terrifying journey. A low growl escapes Kadam. Later, huddled by a crackling fire, the merchant reflects on his grim reality, knowing he has no choice but to endure the journey with the formidable warrior. Days turn into weeks under the vast, open sky. As the merchant continues his reluctant travels, his gaze often drifting upwards in quiet desperation. He sighs, the weight of the journey pressing down on him, knowing they still have a long way to go to reach the Alliance's central region. Through lush valleys and alongside winding rivers, their path unfolds. And the merchant can't help but wonder if they will truly be able to cross the border without any issues. The merchant, still wary of their journey, voices his concerns, stating he'd rather not encounter another holy night and would prefer to avoid any further trouble. He continues, explaining that such an encounter would be a problem, especially since they are deliberately passing through a heavily guarded area, a fact that makes him question the wisdom of their current path. The merchant then shifts his worry to other dangers, acknowledging that while they might run into bandits instead of holy knights, the real issue is the lack of food along the way. Kadam, listening intently, hears the merchant's assessment that bandits are probably nothing to him, a statement that hangs in the air as he considers the implications. The merchant continues to elaborate on the dangers, explaining that the area is so remote that even the most notorious barbarian, like Kadam himself, would likely struggle to find sustenance there. He then suggests a detour, noting that while they might encounter wolves on the way, they would at least find food, and the remote nature of the place means they probably wouldn't meet any holy knights. The merchant points to a map, emphasizing that the Free Cities Alliance territory is smaller and less developed commercially, but it boasts more developed commercial areas and better guarded roads. He traces a path, explaining that if they follow this detour, a major road will soon appear, and from there, they can reach the capital city in no time. Kadam considers the proposed route, his gaze fixed on the distance, weighing the merchant's concerns against the potential benefits of the detour. Over 3 centuries ago, the Eastern continent was a unified empire, but its vastness soon led to kingdoms, duchies, and city-states vying for power. And as a result, people naturally became exclusive, rarely welcoming outsiders into their fractured lands. This was especially true for a massive barbarian like him, a figure who could cause a ruckus at any moment. He remembers how even Melissa, a young mage, looked at him like he was a savage animal when they first met. He couldn't blame her, of course. As to a sheltered noble who had lived her entire life in comfort, a barbarian from the northern lands, with copper-colored skin and towering 6 feet 9 inches tall like an ogre, would indeed be a difficult companion. He watches her diligently studying a book on human and monstrosity, noting a passage about food being given to captured humans, likely by goblins. But then, a slight smile plays on his lips as he realizes that's not quite right. There's something else, a useless memory that just came to mind. He tells her that the current Free Cities Alliance has many people like him, and she shouldn't be too wary of his kind. The traveling merchant, his brow furrowed in thought, reassures himself that there's no need for excessive worry. Yet, a sudden realization washes over him, leaving him with a look of shock and disbelief as he mutters, "Believe, it's true." His gaze fixed on a distant group of figures approaching along the path, he begins to describe them. Turning to his companion, he asks, "Traveling merchant, what does that word mean to you?" The merchant, visibly flustered, stammers out a nervous "WL, sir." He continues, explaining that judging by their clothes and the like, they seem like people traveling from some land far from the rest. Still observing the approaching figures, the merchant admits, "I'm not sure what they're doing." Kadam, however, dismisses the entire situation with a terse, "TSK." Nothing good will come from this. We should just take another path. Leaving the merchant with a look of wide-eyed surprise. A sudden exclamation escapes the merchant. As Kadam, his expression tightening with annoyance, dismisses the interruption. Without a word, he moves with swift, purposeful strides, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. But instead of drawing steel, he snatches a small stone from the ground and hurls it with surprising force. The projectile finds its mark, sending one of the distant figures sprawling backward. Kadam watches, his gaze unwavering and resolute. From within the group, another hooded figure lets out a guttural scream, their eyes flaring with an unnatural, golden light. They raise their hands, palms open, as if preparing for a counterattack or a desperate defense. He stands before them, a lone figure facing a taunting group. You see that, you bastards? Said he wouldn't come, did you? Come on, try messing with us now. One of them jeers, while another shouts. The bald thug laughs. Haha, look at them scampering away like rats. BOH, I knew I could count on you. These bastards are no joke, as a bearded companion asks. Hey, what is all this? The bald thug continues. They're just a bunch of goobers. Go tell them Agon's raging horn is here. Haha. Kadam's expression hardens. And he states, I'll ask one last time. What are you doing? The bald thug, undeterred, replies, yes, barbarian. Or should I call you Agon's raging horn? Kadam sighs, sigh. I'm not Agon's raging horn or whatever. He calmly reiterates his lack of hostile intent, simply stating that he has a long way to go and they should get out of his path. The thugs, however, are taken aback, their leader questioning if he truly isn't Agon's raging horn. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air as they process his words, their faces etched with confusion. Kadam remains still, his hand resting casually at his side, as the thug leader's confusion quickly morphs into irritation. His brow furrows in a scowl, demanding to know who this stranger is, appearing out of nowhere to confound them. The leader's face contorts further, his anger boiling over. He unleashes a furious shout, calling Kadam a good-for-nothing bastard, while a younger thug behind him flinches back in terror. Despite the escalating aggression, Kadam simply stares back, his expression utterly unperturbed. But when he woke up, a voice from off-panel questioned the sudden appearance of an unranked individual who had seemingly defeated their comrade, wondering if he believed he held the advantage since they weren't mere monsters. The confrontation escalated as a man, holding another by the collar, demanded responsibility from the newcomer. A puzzled expression crossed Kadam's face, but the aggressor's demeanor shifted abruptly the moment he realized who he was actually facing. The man continued, questioning if Kadam believed he held the advantage, especially since they weren't mere monsters. As the argument continued, one of the men pushed the traveling merchant forward, mockingly asking if the figure in the back was merely a porter. His attention then turned to the merchant's advanced-looking bag, speculating about its expensive contents. Without a word, Kadam's hand moved, a small, sharp blade appearing between his fingers. His expression hardened, and he growled, assuring them he wouldn't eat them, but demanding they approach him. His gaze was unwavering, a clear challenge in his eyes. His hand tightens on the buckle of his fur-lined garment. As one of the aggressive men, a scarred figure named Polly, scolds his companion for not adhering to their planned intimidation tactic, complaining that they were supposed to confuse people. Polly then turns his attention back to the mercenary, pointing a finger and demanding compensation for supposed damages, threatening to take it as financial recompense if no reinforcements were present. A flicker of annoyance crosses the mercenary's face. Undeterred, Polly continues to taunt him, questioning his reluctance to let them touch his precious bag. He then proposes a twisted game, suggesting the mercenary looks capable of a fight, and they should engage in a mock battle, pretending to be a barbarian horde. The mercenary remains silent, his back to the viewer, still facing the boisterous group. Polly, growing more agitated, challenges him to be hard, if he truly is a barbarian, loudly proclaiming himself as Polly's barbarian horde. Another thug chimes in, agreeing that such a loud, theatrical display would be enough to scare people, regardless of its authenticity. He listens as Polly's voice drips with condescension, suggesting they go easy on him, claiming they aren't taking his life as payment, then quickly shifting to blame, asserting that if he hadn't gotten in their way, they wouldn't be in this mess. Polly's face contorts into a sneer, declaring that a man should take responsibility for his actions. His taunts grow more personal, questioning if Kadam is even a man, given his appearance. Kadam, his patience wearing thin, finally speaks, asking what he should do, and if he should become rude in return. Polly, undeterred, continues to mock him, claiming it's his first time seeing a barbarian and he just wanted to differentiate between males and females, while his companions laugh, convinced Kadam is about to cry from fear. The barb's words hit their mark, and Kadam's muscles visibly tense. Turning his back slightly, he mutters, deciding it's time to get this over with, unwilling to endure any more of their nonsense. Polly, misinterpreting the shift in demeanor, agrees that it's decided, seemingly pleased with himself. But Kadam's narrowed eyes betray a simmering fury, his gaze sharp and dangerous. He watches as the bald man steps forward, suggesting they introduce themselves as partners. The man's tone drips with condescension, demanding to know the barbarian's name. Kadam's response is curt, a silent promise of action rather than words. Before anyone can react, a blade flashes out from the group, aiming for him. Yet, before the weapon can connect, Kadam's own fist moves with impossible speed, intercepting the attack and burying itself deep into Polly's face. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, Polly's features distorting under the sudden, overwhelming force. A stunned gasp escapes him as he reels backward, utterly bewildered by the speed of the counter. His companions stare, frozen in disbelief, their own taunts dying on their lips. Polly continues to spin from the blow, while another thug lets out a terrified shriek, realizing the true danger they've provoked. A thug screams in agony, clutching his arm as the realization dawns on him. His hand has been severed. He can barely comprehend the speed of the attack, his mind reeling from the sudden, brutal loss. Looking down at the incapacitated man, Kadam's gaze is cold and unwavering, a silent question hanging in the air. Do you have any idea who you just messed with? Before anyone else can react, he lunges, his blade finding its mark in another thug, who collapses with a choked gasp. Standing over the fallen body, Kadam issues a chilling decree to the remaining men. Don't expect to leave here alive. His stance is resolute, the sword held ready for the next challenge. From the bloodied edge of his weapon, a single drop of crimson falls, a testament to his brutal efficiency. He is known across the lands as the great warrior of Atala. His eyes, sharp and focused, reflect an unyielding resolve. A lone butterfly rests delicately on a wooden post. While nearby, a heavy axe stands embedded in the earth. A hand reaches out, its fingers brushing past the insect as it flutters away. The brief moment of peace shattered by the grim reality of severed limbs and bloodied bodies scattered across the ground. Kadam stands amidst the carnage, a somber realization dawning on him. He thinks to himself, I've been foolish. His hand grips the blood-stained handle of his axe, observing its dull blade and rattling joint, a clear sign of its poor condition. He acknowledges its original purpose, knowing it was never truly meant for combat. With a resolute expression, he decides he should seek a new weapon once they reach a city. A sudden gasp escapes the merchant as he finds himself confronted, turning to see the grim reality of his situation. His companions, Gavin, Medin, and Morris, are all dead, a fact that sends a shiver of terror through him. Kadam, his face set in a hard line, slowly draws a dagger from his belt, the glint of the blade reflecting his cold resolve. The merchant, now on the ground, scrambles backward in a desperate attempt to escape. A pained cry tearing from his throat. His heavy boot comes down, pinning the merchant's ankle. Good, Kadam states, his voice devoid of emotion. You no longer have to worry about losing your ankles. He continues, his words a chilling promise, and I no longer need to pull out my axe again. If you don't want your spine crushed, you'd better answer everything I ask. Kadam stands over the terrified merchant, several daggers now held menacingly in his hand, leaving no doubt about the severity of his threat. The merchant's terrified scream echoes through the desolate landscape. Kadam, towering over him, demands to know his relationship with the bandits and the two who fled earlier. His gaze piercing, he presses further, asking about someone named Aok Raging Horn. The merchant, still hunched in agony, can only whimper in response. Kadam listens intently as the merchant begins to speak of Asun, a city known as the heart of the Mercenaries' Alliance. It is the largest city on the continent, a bustling hub where countless mercenaries, gladiators, and wanderers gather, seeking fame and honor. Kadam's thoughts turn to Aok Raging Horn, a legendary gladiator from Asun, who once dominated the championship there. Did these guys work for him? Kadam asks, his voice low. The merchant, trembling, confirms it, adding that even if one were to search for a lifetime, they would never find a more backward place than Asun. He listens as the bandit, Polly, desperately tries to leverage his connections, shouting that their boss is from the arena and has been best friends with Aon's Raging Horn since way back. Polly insists that if his boss asked for help, the legendary gladiator would come running immediately. Just wait until Aon's Raging Horn gets here, he screams, his voice cracking with fear and defiance. The bandit then shifts his frantic explanation, blaming black-cloaked bastards for encroaching on their territory. He continues, explaining that his boss had become Aon's Raging Horn's best friend precisely to secure such powerful aid. Suddenly, Polly finds himself falling, hitting the ground with a surprised yelp. He looks up, bewildered, realizing the warrior could have easily killed him but chose not to. Kadam's fist presses down, grinding the bandit's face into the dirt, a clear message of dominance. He listens, his gaze unwavering as Polly desperately tries to invoke the name of Aon's Raging Horn, hoping to deter him. But the mention only seems to harden Kadam's resolve, and Polly's face twists in terror as he realizes his bluff has failed. Kadam's voice is low and dangerous, demanding to know who these black-cloaked bastards are. He warns Polly that it's better to speak now than to be tracked down and ambushed later, emphasizing that bandits like him don't deserve a guilty conscience. With a swift, brutal motion, Kadam plunges a knife into Polly, the blade sinking deep as blood splatters. He pulls the blade free, then calmly instructs Polly to procure a usable weapon and lead him to his superior. Polly, bleeding and terrified, can only stare in shock and confusion at the barbarian's audacity. Kadam presses his foot down on the injured man, reiterating his command with an unyielding glare. Having made his point clear, Katham turns and walks away, leaving Polly to contemplate his grim options. Katham's relentless pressure continues, as Polly, broken and defeated, begs for him to stop. Their journey leads them to a desolate, rocky landscape, the hidden lair of the notorious Blood Cave Gang. Deeper into the mountain, they follow the winding path, the flickering torchlight revealing the crude entrance to the gang's stronghold. At the end of a long, dark tunnel, a figure sits enthroned, awaiting their arrival. The man, with a thoughtful expression, observes the approaching figures. He introduces himself as Graham, the formidable leader of the Blood Cave Gang, proudly declaring his affiliation with the renowned Aen's Raging Horns. He boasts of his reputation, forged in the prestigious arena of Agon. A proud and brave gladiator, he proclaims. But his words are cut short by a dismissive retort, a voice scoffing at his claims, asserting that Aen wouldn't even acknowledge his existence. Graham, the self-proclaimed leader, reflects on his past, admitting that he was merely a mediocre gladiator who retired with a dismal record of 1 win and 4 losses. A sigh escapes him, as he laments how his past in the arena has relentlessly pursued him ever since. His frustration mounts, wondering where it all went so wrong. All he ever wanted was a simple life, but even after leaving the arena, his former identity, as Aen's Raging Horn, continued to haunt him. His face contorts in anger, blaming the Black Hand Gang bastards for all his troubles. He wishes he hadn't gotten entangled in their schemes, believing they should have been wiped out by the arena guards long ago. Now his once Raging Horn status is nothing more than a whisper. As he stands before a dark cave entrance, the thought of his past, as Aen's Raging Horn, still weighs heavily on him. Suddenly, a powerful, glowing orb appears in the darkness, held by Katham, as a voice announces, Aen's Raging Horn is here. A panicked cry echoes through the cavern, as a subordinate screams for their boss to save them. Graham's face contorts in a grimace of shock and pain. As he gasps, barely able to form words. Huh? Gave? What? Behind him, the imposing figure of Katham stands, a bloodied axe embedded in the ground at his feet. And Graham's eyes widen further, a dawning horror spreading across his features. That is. His gaze falls to the newcomer's distinctive barbarian attire, the heavy boots, and the powerful leg. He recognizes that distinctive barbarian attire. Then, his eyes trace upwards to the magnificent physique, the sheer muscle and power radiating from the man. He thinks, that magnificent physique. He can barely believe it, the words catching in his throat. Didn't tell me, is it really? Aen's Raging Horn. Katham, his sword still dripping, simply looks down at him and says, Yo. His voice is direct, cutting through the tension. Are you the boss? His eyes wide with terror, Graham's face contorts in a silent scream, the sheer shock of the encounter freezing him in place. A desperate, disbelieving whisper escapes him. Who? Standing over a fallen foe, Sir Katham's voice cuts through the silence, a direct challenge. His scarred torso a testament to countless battles. He demands to know, are you the boss? His gaze remains unwavering, a silent promise of the fight to come. The intricate network of scars across his back tells a story of survival, each mark a testament to his brutal strength. Graham, the leader, recoils in disbelief, his mind racing to comprehend the speed of the barbarian's assault, wondering how someone could move so fast. He glances at his fallen subordinate, Polly, lying motionless on the ground, realizing the implications for his men outside. Polly's bloodied face confirms the brutal efficiency of the attack, a stark warning of Katham's power. Graham's expression hardens, a mix of fury and grudging respect, acknowledging the barbarian as a truly formidable opponent. But before Graham can react, Katham's fist connects with his face, a sharp impact silencing his thoughts. Having just sent his subordinate flying with a brutal strike, he looks down at the remaining leader, declaring his intent to strike first. Graham, undeterred, taunts him, questioning his choice to fight barehanded. Katham's fist clenches, finding the challenge interesting. Before Graham can react, a swift blow connects, leaving him wide-eyed with shock and a faint red glow around his eyes. Katham registers the impact with a slight sound of surprise, then delivers another devastating strike, sending a crimson spray into the air. Graham, now utterly terrified, collapses to his knees, begging for his life. Katham, however, remains resolute, vowing to promptly set him on his knees. He stands over the defeated figure, who pleads for him not to be called brother. The voice, now more desperate, offers squires or food, even access to the deepest part of the cave, addressing him as Mr. Mercenary. Graham, hands raised in surrender, promises anything, his voice trembling with fear. He offers his men to work, then questions why his situation keeps worsening, before desperately suggesting tributes. He continues, offering endless tributes for every visit. A dawning realization washes over Graham's face. It's no use. This man isn't the type to listen to anything he says. He recalls his arena battles, the berserk tech, the frantic losses he'd witnessed, before a sudden gasp escapes him. A heavy thud echoes as a bloodied, broken weapon lies on the ground, a stark testament to the warrior's resolve. Still reeling from his defeat, Graham desperately offers a new bargaining chip, a treasure map. Repeating his offer to the silent warrior, hoping to pique his interest. He elaborates, explaining it leads to a legendary dwarven throwing axe, as Sir Cotham silently examines the broken weapon in his hand. The mention of the dwarven throwing axe draws a subtle, questioning glance from the warrior. Graham confirms the axe's origin, addressing him as Mr. Mercenary, as the warrior remains facing away, listening intently. Still kneeling, Graham elaborates on the axe's legendary status, claiming it was forged from the very soul of dwarven returns. A flicker of genuine interest crosses Sir Cotham's face, and he simply commands, "Keep talking." A wave of relief washes over Graham's face, believing he has finally captured the warrior's attention. He listens intently as the voice explains that the legendary dwarven throwing axe is not something one could simply acquire on the black market, a piece of gear so unique it never sells, regardless of its value, and when thrown, it always returns to its wielder. The axe itself, a formidable weapon of dark metal and glowing blue runes, appears almost alive with arcane energy. Graham's voice, filled with desperate conviction, insists, "No, it's just really incredible. I'm sure you'll like it." The bandit leader continues, explaining that dwarven equipment not only boasts excellent performance, but also possesses flattering aesthetic effects. The mercenary considers the information, a narration box emphasizing the impossibility of acquiring such gear, while he thinks to himself that he would be a fool not to be interested in something so rare and powerful. Getting one's hands on dwarven equipment was no easy task, especially since, as in many fantasy games, different races like dwarves and elves exist in this world too. A stout dwarf, clad in practical armor, is shown against a backdrop of jagged mountains, illustrating the point that these were minor races and didn't have a very high populace. Because of their scarcity, even unbroken equipment obtained from them was considered the best in the game, making it something that couldn't easily be acquired, and thus, it became a true legend. Another illustration depicts a dwarf interacting with a human, further emphasizing that there was no way the dwarves, few in number, would willingly sell their precious equipment. His expression hardening with resolve, the mercenary concludes, if the bandit's words hold true, this is an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. He considers the necessity of high-performance weapons, believing them crucial to avoid over-relying on his own strength. As Graham attempts to negotiate, offering a deal, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. Graham insists it's a matter of survival, something he cannot simply abandon. A scoff escapes him as he questions the audacity of a mere bandit attempting to negotiate with him. Without another word, he swiftly draws a dagger from his belt. The blade plunges into Graham's shoulder, eliciting a shocked gasp. A guttural cry of exertion tears from his throat. He holds Graham firmly, asserting that he has more methods of negotiation at his disposal. His gaze unwavering, he vows to continue inflicting pain until Graham is ready to speak. Still holding Graham captive, Cotham's voice was a low growl, demanding he endure until he was nothing but a rag. Graham's face contorted in a grimace of agony, blood already staining his shoulder from the previous wound. Cotham's grip tightened, roughly pulling at the man's tunic. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the imposing structure known as the Black Hammer Gang hideout. Inside, a nervous voice echoed, confirming Graham's words, "It's true. Please believe me." This unexpected interjection drew a sharp, annoyed glance from Graham, who was still being held. He protested, "When did I ever talk nonsense? When does this guy open his mouth?" Cotham's patience snapped, his voice cutting through the air, "Mouth. Stop. That's enough." He punctuated his command with a forceful stomp of his foot, the impact reverberating through the ground. Still holding Graham captive, Cotham presses him further, demanding to know what he's saying. He questions if Agon's Raging Horn has truly come to this frontier to aid the Blood Cave Gang. Meanwhile, the formidable Black Hammer Gang boss, Creven, is revealed. Graham, still bound, can only stammer out a yes, while the merchant attempts to interject, "Tish, it is." Cotham's gaze sharpens, challenging them. "Do you guys think that makes any sense?" He grabs the merchant by the shoulder, silencing his protests with a firm grip. The merchant, now subdued, reveals they truly saw a barbarian as big as a bear with them. He realizes that despite their dim-witted talk, they must have genuinely witnessed something significant. Rumors had long circulated that Graham and Agon's Raging Horn were close friends. He dismisses the notion, finding it absurd that a legendary champion would involve himself with a mere third-rate bandit group. Yet, he considers how the individual managed to infiltrate the Black Hammer Gang's territory, concluding that they must have some connection to Agon's Raging Horn. Still, just in case, he acknowledges the possibility that it truly is Agon's Raging Horn. Suddenly, a frantic gang member bursts in, shouting an alarm to Creven, the boss of the Black Hammer Gang. The Blood Cave Gang is rapidly approaching their location. Polly and other gang members react with shock, demanding to know the numbers of the approaching force. The messenger clarifies that there are two individuals leading the charge, their leader, and Graham, kneeling nearby, gasps as the messenger adds that someone claimed it was Agon's Raging Horn, describing him as a massive barbarian. As the news of the approaching Blood Cave Gang spreads, his men react with disbelief and fear, questioning if the rumors of their leader's formidable strength are truly accurate. Creven, however, remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the gravity of the situation. Polly, his face etched with concern, acknowledges the grim reality. He voices their collective fear, admitting that a direct confrontation would be suicide. Creven finally speaks, his voice firm as he issues commands to deploy crossbowmen behind barricades and position the rest of his forces in the bushes. He tightens his grip on his massive hammer, his next order clear. Fire arrows immediately on his signal. The hammer head glows with a fierce, reddish energy, a testament to his unwavering resolve. With a final, challenging question, he prepares to face the approaching threat. Meanwhile, Kotham stands alone, his back to the viewer, observing the desolate landscape, perhaps contemplating his next move. As the Blood Cave gang advanced, a thought echoed among them, wondering if their leader truly was the formidable Aen's raging horn. A low groan escaped one of the men, a mix of apprehension and determination. Leading the charge through the dense forest, Graham declared that they were almost at their destination. His younger companion, a man with dark, short hair, then hesitantly asked if he truly intended to proceed with the raid. Graham, his expression grim, confirmed his intent to enter the Blackhammer gang's hideout. The younger man, his face etched with doubt, pressed further, questioning if it was truly Graham who had taken their territory or if the story was merely a fabrication. Flustered, the subordinate stammered, admitting that they had originally hidden it in their own territory, but had lost it to the Blackhammer gang. He expresses concern, noting they are approaching a large bandit gang too openly, while his subordinate listens intently. The subordinate then asks for clarification on the enemy's numbers. Graham confirms there are at least 100, emphasizing that each one is a formidable brute. The subordinate muses that such a large number is unusual for a frontier bandit gang. Graham exclaims in frustration, wishing they had arrived sooner, as this will take a long time, prompting his subordinate to suggest they hurry to avoid exhaustion. He adds that he wants to return before sunset. The subordinate reacts with a surprised sound. The two continue their journey, their forms growing smaller against the rugged landscape. A hulking figure stands with his back to the viewer, facing a dark, imposing structure. His face, scarred above one eye, contorts into a snarl, a clear sign of his simmering rage. Across from him, Graham's expression is equally grim, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A wry smile plays on his lips as he addresses his opponent, remarking that he hadn't expected their paths to cross in such a manner. The scarred man, Creven, narrows his eyes, demanding to know the reason for Graham's presence. Graham lets out a short, mocking laugh, calling it a foolish question and implying the answer should be obvious. His voice rings with conviction as he declares his purpose, the complete destruction of the Blackhammer gang. He gestures to the powerful warrior beside him, revealing his ally, Sir Kotham, the great warrior of Atala. Creven's eyes widen in shock at the revelation as Graham continues, emphasizing his alliance with the infamous Aen's raging horn. A sudden, sharp realization hits Creven. His eyes widen in disbelief as the full weight of Graham's words settles upon him. He gasps, recognizing the formidable power now aligned against him, muttering, "It's really Agon's raging horn." Unfazed by the revelation, Graham continues his taunts, suggesting Creven's gang members should fight frantically, while he himself would simply run away. Before he can finish, a swift movement cuts him off, as Sir Kotham's hand shoots out, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him clean off the ground, demanding, "What are you doing?" The mercenary's face is a mask of fury, his grip unyielding. Graham struggles in the powerful hold, protesting, "Listen, I am not Agon's raging horn." Sir Kotham, however, remains firm, clarifying his position, declaring he has no intention of fighting as long as he gets the money he's looking for. He then questions the necessity of conflict. "There's no need for us to shed blood, is there?" He remains silent, his expression unreadable as the tension in the air thickens. A voice cuts through the quiet, questioning, "You're not Agon's raging horn?" As the words hang in the air, Creven's face twists into a knowing smirk. "I knew it." But when he woke up, Sir Kotham found himself in a desolate, mountainous region, immediately confronted by a hostile group. He quickly clarified, "Listen up, I am not Aen's raging horn." Despite the tense standoff, he maintained a calm, non-aggressive posture. His voice steady, he declared, "I have no intention of fighting you as long as I get the item I'm looking for." A subtle intensity in his eyes hinted at a deeper resolve, as he added, "I'm just saying this for now, but..." He reiterated his desire for peace. "There's no need for us to shed blood, is there?" One of the gang members, Graham, watched him with suspicion, thinking, "I knew it. He must be a mercenary Graham hired with money." Creven, another prominent figure in the group, also regarded him with a calculating gaze. His thoughts betraying his distrust. "He probably believes he can live after dealing with us because he has money, like me. But why is he so calm when he shouldn't be?" A hand rising to his mouth, Creven pondered, "Does he not understand the situation yet?" Meanwhile, a massive, dark block, bound by heavy chains, is slowly lifted, its metallic surfaces scraping against unseen forces. Elsewhere, a gang member readies his crossbow, the tension palpable in the air. As the confrontation continues, Graham and Creven observe the scene, their expressions unreadable. Surrounded by the armed thugs, Sir Kotham remains calm, acknowledging the situation with a measured sigh. The gang members, however, find his composure unsettling, one of them letting out a mocking chuckle. Graham's brow furrows in suspicion, wondering if he should cooperate with such an arrogant mercenary. Sir Katham clarifies his intentions, stating that his companions will help him find what he seeks, while Polly, confused, questions if he's referring to a map, unable to comprehend his refusal of their help. He further asserts that they don't need the gang to clear the way, prompting Polly to repeat his bewildered question about a map. Creven's expression darkens, his suspicion of the barbarian deepening with every word. Sir Katham holds up a weathered piece of parchment, its surface covered in intricate symbols, asking if this is what they were looking for. A look of utter shock crosses Graham's face, his eyes wide as he recognizes the item, muttering in disbelief about how Katham could possess it. Creven's expression hardens with suspicion, accusing Graham of hiding it, while Katham calmly explains that his subordinate found it under a rock and brought it to him. Placing the map carefully on a nearby stone, Katham observes that whatever is marked on this map must be truly precious to them. Graham's face contorts further, his eyes wide with a mix of anger and desperation as he demands to know if Katham came specifically for this. Katham simply stares back, his expression unreadable, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. A chilling laugh erupts from Creven, his face twisted into a menacing grin. As Katham begins to tear the map, Graham and Polly recoil in utter disbelief, Graham exclaiming in shock and confusion, wondering if he's gone mad. The sound of ripping parchment fills the air, as Katham deliberately shreds the precious map. A guttural roar of disbelief escapes Creven, his face contorted in rage. He can barely process the audacity, muttering about the sheer madness of the act. His eyes, wide with fury, fix on the barbarian, the torn pieces of the precious map still clutched in his hands. Creven's voice rises, a challenge in his tone, daring the warrior to try and stop him. His gaze remains locked, a silent promise of retribution, as he repeats his defiant words. Beside him, Graham and Polly watch, their expressions mirroring his fury, as Graham declares his readiness to comply with the barbarian's implied wish for a fight. Sir Katham, looking down at the enraged gang leaders, acknowledges the impending confrontation with a grim determination. His eyes narrow, a silent promise of swift action, as he prepares himself for the battle to come. Creven, however, has one final, chilling threat, vowing to retrieve the map pieces from the barbarian's very stomach. Creven, his face contorted in rage, bellows an order to his men. Without hesitation, an archer draws back a string. The crossbow bolt already notched and aimed. A flurry of bolts screams through the air, hurtling towards their target. But Sir Katham's gaze remains sharp, his eyes fixed on the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, Creven's confident sneer twists into disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. Both he and Polly recoil in terror, their faces etched with utter horror. As blood splatters across the air, a voice cries out in utter confusion, demanding to know what just happened. He stands firm as a volley of arrows streaks towards him, their tips glinting menacingly, some finding their mark and piercing his flesh. Yet the attack is not without consequence for his foes. A sharp cry of pain escapes Creven as the deflected projectiles strike him instead, the realization dawning that this lunatic had somehow managed to turn their own attack back upon them. He had to beg without a shred of hesitation to hire this man, and now he was paying the price. Enraged, Creven bellows orders to his archers, demanding they fire again in unison as soon as they finish reloading. Polly, gritting his teeth in frustration, quickly reloads his crossbow. As the archers prepared their next volley, a heavy axe spun through the air with a dull thud, a swift and brutal counterattack. One man looked up in sheer terror, his eyes wide as the deadly projectile closed the distance. The impact sent him reeling backward, his body already collapsing before he could even scream. Another archer, caught unaware, took a direct hit to the head, blood erupting from the wound. The axe continued its devastating path, crushing the skull of the first man with a sickening crack. Nearby, Polly's hands, stained with fresh blood, fumbled with his crossbow, his expression a mix of shock and grim determination. His fingers trembled, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He yelled a desperate warning to his comrades. "Damn it! Get down! The barbarian is throwing an axe." As one injured man cried out in agony, pleading for the assault to stop, Polly could only stare, realizing the sheer, terrifying power of their opponent. The chaos of battle continues, with armored figures pressing forward. A hand, bleeding profusely, trembles in the aftermath of a brutal strike. A soldier screams in agony, his face contorted in pain and rage, pleading for a swift end to his suffering. Amidst the disarray, Creven, the Black Hammer gang boss, berates his archers, demanding coordinated fire. With a decisive gesture, he then barks a new command. "All remaining personnel, charge." His voice rings out, a fierce roar of "charge." And the remaining soldiers surge forward, a wave of steel and determination. Sir Katham's blade moves with blinding speed, a flurry of strikes tearing through the enemy ranks. Each impact met with a sickening crunch and a desperate cry of pain as another foe's arm is cleaved, blood erupting into the air. Another warrior stumbles back, clutching his wound, his face contorted in agony. Surveying the growing pile of bodies, Sir Katham acknowledges the sheer number of his opponents, realizing that if he doesn't end this quickly, he could sustain serious injuries. Without hesitation, he pulls a flask from his belt and quickly gulps down its contents. A faint red glow begins to emanate from his body as he declares, his voice firm with resolve, that he will end this fight decisively. From a distance, Creven watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowed in confusion, wondering what the man just drank. He speculates, trying to make sense of the sudden change, whether it was alcohol or merely water to quench his thirst. As the liquid takes effect, Sir Cotham's muscles visibly bulge, an intense red aura engulfing him as he feels his entire body burning, his blood boiling with newfound power. His gauntlet fist clenches, as a crimson aura ignites around his foot, propelling him forward with explosive force. His eyes glow a furious red, and the enemy soldiers, witnessing the death of their leader, shout in disarray, "You fools! The boss is dead. We have mana of hundreds," another yelling, "Don't play around, bastard." But their words are lost in a blur as he tears through their ranks, a whirlwind of motion. The soldiers can only gasp, "What?" And that barbarian disappeared. Before they can even register his presence, a brutal impact sends one reeling. His enhanced speed, a result of the demon blood buff, allowing his strikes to land with impossible force, blood spraying into the air. In my head, one cries out, while another screams in confusion, "What? What's happening? Why all of a sudden? That barbarian, where did he go?" Empowered by the demon blood, he launches himself forward with explosive force. A whirlwind of motion that strikes multiple enemies before they can even register his presence. One soldier's face distorts in shock and pain, caught in the impossible speed of his assault. His enhanced agility allows him to move like a phantom, striking with precision and overwhelming force. The remaining enemies can only watch in horror, utterly bewildered by his impossible swiftness. Before they can even react, another one of their comrades falls. A flash of steel, and a precise cut, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Another soldier screams as the blade finds its mark, his face contorting in agony. The relentless assault continues, each strike swift and deadly. Another one of their men falls, and a soldier cries out in frustration, unable to comprehend the speed of their attacker. From a vantage point, Creven watches the chaos unfold, a crimson aura emanating from the distant melee. His brow furrowed in disbelief as he mutters, "Damn it! What am I looking at right now?" The barbarian's power was beyond anything they had ever encountered, a force that seemed to emerge from nowhere, leaving only destruction in its wake. Such a monster. Sir Cotham, a blur of motion and crimson energy, continues his relentless assault, his blade carving through another enemy with brutal efficiency. Watching the carnage, Creven can only manage a terrified gulp. A subordinate urgently calls out, ordering the crossbowman to fire and capture him, to which Creven, still stunned, can only stammer, "Huh? Yes." With a swift motion, a crossbow is drawn and aimed. But no matter how many eyes are on him, there is always a moment of confusion, a slight delay, before his movements can truly be perceived. As the enemy numbers dwindled and the distance between them widened, Creven watched, the fear among his men growing more prevalent with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Sir Cotham, after each devastating strike, immediately scanned the chaotic battlefield, already searching for his next target. His back to the viewer, he continued his relentless pursuit. Then, a sharp command cut through the din of battle. Now, Creven himself took aim, a crossbow clutched tightly in his hands. With a heavy thud, a volley of bolts shot through the air. They found their mark, slamming into Sir Cotham's body, his form momentarily engulfed in a furious red glow. His eyes, now burning with an infernal crimson light, betrayed a sudden, explosive rage. From a distance, Creven watched the impact, a relieved gasp escaping him as he believed the impossible had been achieved. Suddenly, a sharp, wooden projectile streaks through the air, closing the distance to Cotham's face in an instant. From a distance, Creven watches, confident in his aim, certain he's found his mark. But before the weapon can strike, Cotham's hand shoots out, effortlessly snatching the projectile from the air. As he grips it, a fierce red glow ignites in his eye, radiating raw power. Creven's confident expression shatters, replaced by utter disbelief. With a surge of his enhanced strength, Cotham crushes the wooden shaft in his hand, splintering it into fragments. Enveloped in a vibrant red aura, he stands, holding the broken pieces as a silent challenge. His eyes widen in disbelief, as Creven struggles to comprehend the impossible feat he just witnessed. Meanwhile, a bloodied boot steps forward, as Cotham, now engulfed in a furious crimson aura, advances. The raw power radiating from him is palpable, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding thugs, one of whom nervously asks if he's coming their way. Another shouts desperately for their commander to hurry, urging them to stop him from reaching the gate. But Creven, regaining his composure, barks a command for everyone to charge. Cotham meets the first attacker with a brutal, blood-splattering strike. Cotham's powerful blow connects, erupting in a crimson burst of energy that sends the enemy flying, the sheer force rippling through their body. Amidst the blood and chaos, Cotham's expression remains grim and resolute. Meanwhile, from a distance, Creven curses the enemy's tactics, finding their crossbows particularly annoying. One of his subordinates, a man with a short beard, asks how many lords and barons they still have at their disposal. Creven, his face stern, simply tells him to listen carefully. A memory, or perhaps a surge of raw power, flashes through Kotham's mind, his hand tightening around the heavy grip of a training weapon. The impact of his strike shatters a solid training block, a testament to his immense, destructive strength. With a sudden, violent blur, the massive scythe slices through the air. Kotham, a whirlwind of motion, puts his entire weight into the devastating swing. His foot slams down with a heavy thud, red energy erupting from the impact. As his eyes blaze with a fierce crimson glow, the barbarian's power surges, veins bulging with raw strength. A dark, shadowy aura envelopes his torso, amplifying his destructive force. From a distance, Creven watches the display, uttering with cold certainty that even 100 such swings would fail to reach him. Unaware of the enemy's confidence, Kotham lets out a guttural roar, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unbridled fury. Another heavy step follows, the scythe a deadly extension of his relentless assault. Engulfed in a maelstrom of red energy, he continues his brutal, overwhelming attack against unseen foes. As the Berserker raged, Creven brought his massive axe down, roaring, "Eat this, you barbarian bastard!" The heavy blade descended with crushing force, meeting its target with a sickening thud, a pained grunt escaping the impact. But the Berserker, wreathed in a crimson glow, met the blow with a gauntlet arm, deflecting the attack. He then unleashed a whirlwind of red and black energy, tearing through the shadowy figures surrounding him. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escaped him, his focus momentarily broken. He looked down, red eyes narrowing, questioning, "The ground?" "You." From a distance, Creven watched the scene unfold, his face contorted in frustration, bellowing, "Idiots!" Now, responding to his command, two cloaked archers drew their bows, their arrows aimed and ready to fly. As the battle raged, a single arrow, swift and silent, cut through the air. It found its mark, grazing his cheek, but the barbarian merely scoffed at such petty tricks. With a swift motion, he deflected the next incoming projectile, his gaze sharp and focused. The arrow splintered harmlessly, its broken shaft falling to the ground. A volley of arrows followed, each one met by a burst of crimson energy that flared around him, deflecting every strike. Watching his efforts prove futile, Creven's frustration mounted. "How annoying," he muttered. "Very well. Let's see you try and catch this too." Undaunted, the barbarian continued to stand his ground, his body a fortress against the relentless assault. Arrows continued to rain down, shattering against his hardened skin and aura. A cunning smirk spread across Creven's face as he drew his bow once more, planning to strike from an unexpected angle. "Kukuku, if I shoot from the rear, what can even you do?" Kotham stands unyielding, his broad shoulders and powerful frame a testament to his strength. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupts around him, his berserk state flaring to life as he senses the impending danger. The protective energy intensifies, shimmering like a shield around his form. Creven, having launched his attack, stares in utter disbelief, his mind reeling at the failure of what should have been a perfect hit. From behind, Creven's arrow flies true, aimed directly at Kotham's exposed back, but the crimson aura around the barbarian deflects it effortlessly. A pained grunt escapes Creven as Kotham's counterattack connects. Creven cries out in agony, blood spraying as the barbarian's fist, wreathed in red energy, slams into him. The force sends him reeling backward, the arrow he fired now a forgotten thought, as he realizes it was definitely a perfect hit. Still reeling from the unexpected counter, Creven's teeth clench around the deflected arrow, its impact rattling his very bones. The projectile, meant to be a killing blow, had been effortlessly swatted aside by Kotham's berserk aura. Blood trickles from his mouth as the full weight of Kotham's retaliatory strike settles in, leaving him stunned and wounded. Despite the pain, a grim determination hardens his gaze as he declares, "I'll go deal with all your subordinates and come back." Kotham's hand glows with an ominous red light, a silent command for his opponent to simply wait quietly. The sheer power emanating from the Berserker sends a wave of terror through Creven's men, their cries of panic echoing through the air. "Aya, save me. Everyone run." They scramble, desperate to escape the impending wrath. With a sharp, metallic rasp, a blade is drawn from its sheath. Kotham stands ready, his red aura still blazing, the newly drawn weapon a clear statement of his intent. Still consumed by his berserk rage, Kotham looks down at the defeated gang leader, a question hanging in the air. Creven, desperate and terrified, can only stammer out a plea, begging for his life to be spared. But Kotham's response is cold and direct, assuring him that he has no intention of killing him. A faint red aura still pulses around the barbarian as he clarifies his true purpose, intending only to retrieve the map Creven possesses. Creven's eyes widen in panic, realizing the implications of Kotham's demand. He quickly blurts out a crucial detail, confessing that he has already memorized the map's entire contents. The map, he explains, details a deep hole beneath an ancient tree in the exact center of Atala Castle, where ancient treasure is hidden within a black chest. Kotham's voice cuts through the air, questioning why Creven hadn't retrieved it himself if he knew its location. His gaze remains sharp and unwavering, demanding an answer. He explains that normally, sending a few subordinates would have been enough to retrieve the treasure. But then he adds, with a nervous tremor in his voice, that Mold is currently present. His eyes dart around, as if Mold's name alone could summon him, before he continues, detailing the overwhelming forces surrounding the castle. He explains that Mold is a viscount, tasked with executing the lord who signed the contract with the demon, and that the official search is for the lord, not the treasure. Furthermore, he reveals that the Elga faith also has a presence there, making the situation even more entangled. Creven then admits his initial plan was simply to get the map, but the unexpected complications prevented him from acting. As the bald man finishes his explanation, Kadam's expression hardens. He realizes the situation is far more intricate than a simple treasure hunt, muttering to himself that things are becoming increasingly complicated. Creven, still looking desperate, then urges him to understand that his words are true and to verify the map's location. He stares, bewildered, demanding to know why Creven would do this, especially after revealing the map's contents. Creven, his face illuminated by a faint reddish glow, dismisses his words, stating he doesn't trust anything spoken by a bandit. He then reminds Kadam of his earlier declaration, that he would take the treasure if he could. Creven's expression hardens, a silent challenge in his eyes. Kadam curses under his breath, the frustration evident. Later, under the vast night sky, a roaring bonfire casts long shadows across the forest. Flames dance wildly, consuming something within their fiery embrace. From the ashes, Creven presents a charred, fragmented map to the traveling merchant, daring him to piece it back together. He listens as the storyteller recounts a grim tale, explaining how a bandit once tore something up and swallowed it whole, forcing him to retrieve it directly from the bandit's stomach. The storyteller continues, detailing the retrieval, and how he would have taken more if he could. He pauses, a knowing look on his face, for the few who understand the depths of his capabilities, before adding a quiet, "Ah, yes." The gruesome remnants of the tale are visually striking, a pile of flesh that seems to require far more than one could ever eat. Kadam listens, his expression unreadable, as the storyteller concludes, admitting that the story about Mouse Castle wasn't all that clean either. The storyteller's gaze hardens, and Kadam's attention is drawn to a new, ominous detail, the mention of a demon baron. His hand clenches, his expression shifting to one of grim determination, the name echoing in his mind. The world around him fades into darkness, leaving him to ponder the implications of the tale. The night descends upon a desolate village, its wooden structures silhouetted against a dark, ominous sky. Within the village, a man's bound hands tremble, his voice filled with desperation as he insists on the truth of his words, explaining that no one has left their village. He kneels alongside an older woman, both pleading for belief, revealing that over 10 villagers have gone missing, presumed dead. A young woman, her expression grave, looks down upon them, acknowledging their desperate cry for a holy night. Standing nearby, a fully armored knight, sword at the ready, remains silent. The woman's gaze is distant, her mind replaying the villagers' words. She then turns back to them, asking if they can swear their claims before Elga. A stern woman with sharp, glowing magenta eyes reflects on the words just spoken. As a small group of villagers, including Creven, stands before her, their expressions wary. She demands to know if there is any falsehood in the soul-binding oath they have taken. Her gaze unwavering, she challenges them to swear to it before the gods themselves. Under the intense scrutiny, Creven stammers out a confirmation, admitting that her statement is indeed correct. The woman simply acknowledges his response with a cold, single word, then repeats her demand for an oath, while a silent, menacing warning echoes in her mind. If anyone reveals this, she will make them regret it, and they are never to answer questions about it. Meanwhile, Kadam stands with his back to the viewer, a chilling internal warning urging caution, for a demon has appeared. His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, he vows to return one day and slaughter every last one of them. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a hooded man trembles, haunted by the words, "You," leaving no survivors. Bowing his head in submission, he confirms, "Yes, I swear," before adding with a hint of confusion, "Strange. There were definitely people heading this way." The blonde woman, flanked by an armored guard, presses him further. "Are you saying absolutely no one passed through here?" The hooded man stammers, attempting to divert her attention. "Essie, you know about Elsa. No mercenary has passed through this way." A subtle smirk plays on the woman's lips as she corrects his assumption. "I never said the target was a mercenary, did I?" Her gaze sharpens, a silent threat hanging in the air. The hooded man's eyes widen in terror, his hands flying to his mouth in a gasp of realization, as the blonde woman's piercing green eye fixes on him. And a sharp, metallic tack echoes through the room. The sharp, metallic sound echoes, and the hooded man's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated terror. He lets out a desperate, guttural scream, as the blonde woman watches him with an unyielding gaze. Even her guard seems taken aback by the man's extreme reaction, a silent question hanging in the air. The hooded man's screams continue to echo, as the holy knight looks down into a dark, unseen space. She calmly inquires about the source of the commotion, to which the terrified man quickly dismisses it as nothing important. He desperately pleads with her to ignore whatever has caused his distress, but her silent, piercing gaze suggests she is far from convinced. Her sharp, green eyes narrow slightly, her expression unwavering. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air as she considers his words. Then, with a subtle shift in her demeanor, she delivers a silent, impactful response. She gazes down, a question forming in her mind. This is? While the hooded man writhes on the floor, a pained groan escaping his lips. Her gaze remains fixed on him, a silent thought completing her sentence. At that, a guard quickly interjects, trying to explain the man's condition. No, it is just a chronic illness. He's had it sometime since he was young. The Holy Knight's armored boot rests near the convulsing figure, her expression unreadable. The hooded man screams, his voice filled with terror and desperation. Ag, Holy Knight, you can't. He continues to plead, his body contorting in agony. Please, just this once, Aya. As the Holy Knight raises her hands, a soft, holy light emanates from her, a prayer echoing in the air. O Lord of Light, whose radiance is radiance, have mercy on us and protect us from demons wandering on earth. The hooded man's screams intensify, his terror palpable, as the prayer continues, describing a power, like the night, pitch black, but shines on your name that brings forth a purple flame. As the Holy Knight's prayer reaches its crescendo, she declares the consecration of her lamb, her voice ringing with unwavering conviction. With a surge of divine energy, her gauntlet hand begins to emit a blinding, golden light. The radiance intensifies, spreading rapidly from her armored fist. Soon, the entire area is engulfed in an overwhelming burst of golden light. Standing amidst the brilliant glow, she looms over the hooded man, who now writhes on the ground, consumed by the radiant energy. The man's body convulses, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as the ritual's power takes hold. Two onlookers watch in stunned silence, one murmuring about the holiness of the sight, the other questioning what on earth is happening. Overwhelmed by the torment, the hooded man screams his own name, Emeroni, his voice raw with terror. His face, now fully revealed, is a mask of pure, unadulterated anguish and fear. Still writhing in agony, Moroni cries out as the Holy Knight stands over him, declaring that her child has been corrupted by the devil, and from now on, forever, she will ensure its purity. Her gaze unwavering, she repeats her vow, her face set with grim determination. Meanwhile, the child's mother, Sister Adams, Super Siona, can only whisper in distress, her face etched with fear. Moroni, barely conscious, struggles to form words of gratitude, his body convulsing under the immense pressure. Suddenly, a violent burst of red and orange energy erupts, signaling the ritual's next devastating phase. Golden flames now surge from the Holy Knight's raised arm, engulfing the area as Sister Adams recoils in shock. The fiery aura intensifies, completely consuming Moroni and Sister Adams in its scorching embrace. With unwavering resolve, the Holy Knight declares that a lamb stained by evil cannot be left alive. Her eyes glow with a fierce red light, her expression hardened by the brutal necessity of her sacred duty. She continues her pronouncements, her voice echoing with unwavering conviction. He who has accepted Elga's light, even once, must offer his body and soul to him to wash away the evil. Moroni, his face contorted in pain and confusion, can only manage a choked whisper. Huh? Moroni? Her glowing red eyes fixate on him, a fiery aura beginning to engulf his head as she questions. Why is his head covered? Is he in my arms? A guttural scream tears from his throat, his face a mask of pure agony as tears stream down his cheeks. The Holy Knight maintains her firm grip, her expression resolute amidst the swirling magical energy. But the unbeliever who defied an oath sworn on Elga's name is not. Her hand glows with intense power, the ritual's searing energy visibly impacting Moroni, who convulses in renewed torment. Her gaze piercing, she issues a final demand. If you do not wish to wander endless darkness for long, confess the truth immediately. The Holy Knight's gaze remains sharp, her thoughts fixed on the missing barbarian. Her hand instinctively rests on the hilt of her sword, a silent testament to her resolve. She mutters, her voice laced with frustration. That evil spirit. Where did the barbarian go? Her eyes narrow, reflecting a deep concern that transcends mere capture. Meanwhile, under a vast, star-dusted sky, the dense forest canopy stretches into the cool night, a stark contrast to the earlier scene. By a crackling campfire, Sir Kotham and another man sit, the latter expressing gratitude for their recent haul. He gestures to an array of salvaged weapons and supplies, lamenting that they had to leave most of it behind due to its sheer volume. Sir Kotham listens intently, his companion continuing to explain their limited capacity. The companion breaks the silence, his voice filled with a quiet curiosity, asking if he knows anything about the demon Baron Molden. He pauses, considering the question. Before replying, recalling the name. You mean the demon Baron? I think I've heard of him in passing. The other man speculates, suggesting the nickname probably didn't stick because of harsh laws or a contract with a demon. Then recounts a past encounter, sharing a merchant's fond memories of Molden, saying it was a very good place to live. The conversation continues, with the companion dismissing the merchant's words as irrelevant to the demonic rumors, asking, who would even say such things, would he? That proves nothing about Molden's connection to demons. Kotham warns, his tone grave. about the deceptive nature and deadly power of demons, stating, "There are plenty of demons who can appear as humans, and they can kill you in an instant, sending you straight to hell for your pain and suffering." He concludes, a determined glint in his eyes, that direct investigation is the only path to truth, saying, "I suppose the only way to know if a given weapon is to check it out myself." He continues to ponder his own capabilities, acknowledging that his current strength is barely enough to contend with a mere bit of blood and a few small swords. As he gazes towards a distant castle, he wonders if he possesses the power to breach its walls, or if he could conquer the entire fortress by himself. A young man approaches him, hesitantly muttering, Gathering his courage, the companion asks, Sir, excuse me for asking, but may I ask one thing?" Kadam turns his attention to the young man, waiting for him to continue. The young man, still hesitant, inquires about the title, Great Warrior of Atala. He wonders if it's a title people receive, something one is born with, or earned after a certain age. Kadam responds with a direct question, "Do you ask that?" The young man quickly clarifies, "No, it's just from what I've heard." He then adds, "I know that Agon the Iron Horn also goes around called Great Warrior of Atala." He reflects on the recent revelation, admitting he was unaware that others also claimed the esteemed title of Great Warrior of Atala. A low grunt escapes him, as he seems to flinch, perhaps from a sudden thought or a surge of pain. The interrogated man, still weak, lets out a pained groan. As Kadam supports him, his expression unreadable. His gaze hardens, a silent vow forming in his mind. He must reclaim what he has lost, for he is still fighting, still capable. The ancient lore dictates that among the Adelans, only one person can truly hold the title. It is a sacred honor, bestowed upon the warrior who possesses the strength to protect their people on behalf of the gods, and the resilience to endure any struggle. There cannot be two great warriors of Atala. Only one individual can truly wield such immense power, and Kadam's form begins to glow with a fierce, orange aura. He stands before a desolate, mountainous landscape, his thoughts consumed by the weight of his destiny, pondering the two possibilities that could lead to the end of a great warrior's life. Either Agon's raging mana has gone wild without limits, or the very land of Atala has forsaken him. He thinks, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, that Atala has forgotten him and chosen another great warrior. A powerful resolve hardens his expression, his fist clenching tightly, a silent vow forming within him. Looking down at Moroni, who sits on the ground before him, the man confirms, "We leave for Holden at dawn. We'll get plenty of sleep." With a decisive step, he begins to walk away. Moroni watches him go, a worried expression on his face, while Kadam's thoughts continue to churn, questioning whether the other man truly bears the title of Great Warrior, or if he himself has been abandoned by Atala. His face hardens with fierce determination, his footsteps echoing his unwavering resolve. He vows internally, "I will tear him apart when we meet." His gaze sharpens, a deep, resonant growl rumbling from within him. But when he woke up, Kadam found himself in a desolate, mountainous landscape. His journey leading him to the imposing Molden Castle. Their faces etched with grim determination. A sprawling military camp surrounded the castle walls, with patrols moving with disciplined precision, their gazes sweeping the horizon, each hand gripping their weapons firmly. From a hidden vantage point, he watched the heavily guarded stronghold. His companion questions the plan, asking if he truly intends to face hundreds of soldiers guarding Molden Castle in a standoff. Kadam's gaze remains fixed on the formidable stronghold. As he calmly declares, "I will go there by myself." His companion, aghast, repeats the question, "What? You intend to break through those hundreds of soldiers alone?" Kadam clarifies his strategy, explaining that he won't directly engage, but rather use the chaos to sneak past the sentries. "It's not as if I use the loose ends to distract the camp and just sneak past the sentries." Suddenly, a loud clanking sound echoes from the castle. Both men look on in surprise as the massive gate begins to move. His companion gasps, The castle gate." The gate continues to open, prompting his companion to exclaim, "Sir, the castle gate is opening. What's going on?" His companion's voice cuts through the sudden silence, wondering if Baron Molden intends to wage an all-out war. Kadam, however, sees the unexpected opening of the gate not as a trap, but as a golden opportunity. Knowing there is no time for contemplation or hesitation, his companion, still reeling from the sudden development, questions his resolve. But Kadam's hand tightens around his weapon, a fierce red energy beginning to pulse around him. With a guttural cry, he lunges forward, a blur of red and muscle. His mind set on one goal, to break through the castle defenses in a single, overwhelming assault. His eyes glow with an infernal light, his face a mask of savage determination as the red energy engulfs him completely. The imposing walls of Molden Castle loom under a bruised sky, its gate now ominously open. Below, a line of armored guards stands ready. One of them peering out with a worried expression, wondering, "What is it?" The other soldiers remain in formation. But another guard's eyes widen in sudden terror as he shouts, "It's coming!" Before the words can fully escape his lips, a blur of red energy slams into the first soldier, a devastating impact erupting in a geyser of blood. The force continues to tear through him, until his head explodes in a gruesome, crimson spray. With a primal roar, Katham unleashes a devastating blow, his fist connecting with the guard's helmet and sending the armored figure hurtling through the air. The force of the impact leaves a crimson trail, as the guard slams against the stone wall, leaving a bloody smear. Katham pauses, his gaze sweeping over the remaining soldiers. He notes their comrades are dying right before their eyes. Yet there is no agitation or even movement from them. He doesn't know why, but he has no leisure to be curious. With a renewed surge of power, he charges into the unmoving ranks, ready to continue his assault. He unleashes a devastating punch, his body wreathed in a furious red aura. The impact rippling through the air as he thinks, I must break through while the gate is open. The blow connects with brutal efficiency, shattering the guard's defenses and sending fragments flying. Without a moment's hesitation, he plants a foot firmly on the fallen figure. His gaze cold and unwavering, he stares down at the incapacitated guard. Then, with a hand glowing crimson, he seizes the guard's head. A sickening crunch echoes as he crushes it with overwhelming force. The guard's head explodes into a bloody mess, leaving only a gruesome, unrecognizable pulp. A plume of steam escapes his lips, his red aura still flaring as he exhales, the kill complete. His task complete, he stands over the fallen guards, assessing the path ahead. Leaving the broken bodies behind, he continues his relentless advance through the castle. The aftermath of his passage is clear. 2 more guards lie lifeless, their weapons scattered. A fierce red glow emanates from his eyes, his presence alone demanding an answer. Before him, a man in noble attire stammers, barely able to form words. As Katham's thoughts cut through the silence, questioning the identity of this individual, if not the Baron Molden himself. The man, dressed in rich crimson and gold, struggles to compose himself under the warrior's intense scrutiny. Katham's crimson aura intensifies, his focus unwavering. Finally, the man manages to speak, denying any direct relation to the Baron, yet admitting to being connected. Moroni, still trying to reason, explains that there are circumstances, and he'll know if the rumors are true once he leaves, asking Katham to follow him. But the barbarian stands, his bare shoulders splattered with blood, his presence alone enough to send shivers of terror down Moroni's spine. Moroni's face contorts in desperation, unable to accept the situation. He tries to plead, claiming he came out to sacrifice his life for Molden, but Katham cuts him off with a brutal command. Katham's eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a raw surge of power emanating from him. The crimson energy rippling outward in a palpable wave of menace. Moroni collapses, utterly defeated, questioning where everything went wrong. 2 castle guards, witnessing the terrifying display, stand frozen in shock. One of them trembling, only able to stammer out a single, fearful question. Elsewhere in the castle, 2 guards share a moment, one offering water to the other, who questions why the Baron is making them work so hard. The clean-shaven guard laments the endless struggle, fighting an unknown enemy for months, while his bearded comrade dismisses his complaints, stating he couldn't even make a proper soldier. Yet, the bearded guard quickly softens his tone, addressing him as Delton and acknowledging his parents would still be proud, despite the current hardships caused by an incompetent and unvirtuous lord. Delton turns away, his thoughts consumed by the perceived failings of their leader, the Baron. The bearded guard looks on with a sympathetic expression, acknowledging their collective suffering. Delton, however, is taken aback, questioning his comrade's words about the Baron. Placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, the bearded guard reaffirms their loyalty, stating they are honored to follow the Baron. A soft groan escapes the bound guard, his earlier complaints now replaced by a quiet resignation. Standing over him, the bearded guard replies, "Thank you for saying that." Delton remains tied, his face etched with a mix of confusion and despair. As the bearded guard continues, his voice carrying a strange mix of regret and resolve. "But I shouldn't have to make you suffer anymore." Delton looks up, a silent question in his eyes. Attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere, the bearded guard remarks, "The weather is getting warmer," but Delton offers no response. The scene shifts to a grand chamber, sunlight streaming through a tall window, where a voice notes, "Fortunately, we don't have to worry about a lack of firewood anymore." Inside, a noblewoman and a nobleman are seated, engaged in a quiet conversation. When the noblewoman gestures subtly, her tone shifting as she states, "You didn't come just to talk about the weather." Her gaze sharpens, directly addressing her companion. "What brings you here?" The nobleman recalls a past event, asking if she remembered the tulips he had planted last year. He then questions her, wondering why she hadn't asked a traveling alliance to be dispatched to the territory of color. Lady Helia, however, dismisses his concern, stating that she couldn't simply dispatch a large contingent of the castle's forces without proper acknowledgement. The nobleman muses that it would have been a different story if those tulips had bloomed. Lady Helia looks down, contemplating his words, before asking if suffering in the territory of color truly mattered to him. She continues, explaining that on her way back, she saw the citizens of the castle breaking the rules. The nobleman appears surprised as she recounts how they were terrified, yet still spoke ill of him behind his back. Lady Helia then challenges him, asking if he had scolded them for their transgressions. He looks away, seemingly caught off guard, and questions what he would scold them for. A sudden shift in perspective reveals the protagonist, Sir Katham, recalling the moment he awoke in a desolate, mountainous region, the sky above them a bruised purple. Helia continues her argument, her voice laced with concern, explaining that if the people of color believe her to be their awaited savior, they will cling to that hope, even if brainwashed and forced into servitude. The nobleman, however, declares his intention to end everything that day, ensuring his wife's honor, believing his death would remove any justification for Viscount Adlin to usurp her position. Helia vehemently refutes his reasoning, her eyes wide with disbelief, as he insists he will not become a demon in the flesh. She challenges him, questioning if his personal justification is truly what matters in this dire situation. Helia argues that if the throne was their true goal, the traveling alliance would have been called long ago, reiterating that without justification, Viscount Adlin cannot take his wife's place. The nobleman, however, has a different plan, intending to send a messenger to the capital to spread rumors. He continues, explaining that if the king still overlooks their situation, they should defect to the Baron's side and receive help, entrusting the fate of Molden to her. Lady Helia listens intently, her expression unreadable beneath her helmet. This dragging battle, he insists, must end today. His gaze is firm, resolute. It will be difficult, he admits, but he hopes she will lead the people, as he had intended to sacrifice his own life for Molden. His guards, hearing his words, call out in concern, asking if their Baron is all right. Before he can continue, a powerful hand clamps down on his arm, interrupting him mid-sentence. The nobleman turns, his eyes wide with shock, wondering who this barbarian could possibly be. A fierce, crimson aura begins to emanate from the newcomer's body, pulsing with raw power. As Sir Cotham's presence filled the space, a guard's voice cut through the tension, urgently pointing out something amiss. Before the nobleman could react, Cotham seized his arm, a powerful crimson aura flaring around him, shocking the lord. The sheer force of the aura caused the nobleman to recoil, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden display of power. A pained grunt escaped him, the oppressive energy radiating from Cotham clearly affecting him. As Cotham let out a low growl, the guards, including Delton and the bearded man, moved to restrain him, their faces etched with concern. But with a powerful roar, Cotham's aura surged, pushing the guards back with an invisible force. The sheer intensity of his power left them stunned, unable to comprehend the raw strength emanating from him. A noble's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding the castle gates be sealed immediately. His urgency palpable as he shouts for haste. With a deep, grinding rumble, the massive gates begin to close. But a sudden, powerful impact, wreathed in a furious red glow, slams into them, causing a pained groan of metal. Guards near the entrance are thrown back, their cries of pain echoing as they fall, leaving one man's face contorted in sheer terror. The noble, witnessing the impossible, mutters to his companion that something is gravely amiss. Just as a crimson-charged fist delivers another devastating blow. He stands amidst his forces, his voice echoing with a chilling command, ordering them to bring someone to him. As a crimson aura ignites around him, his arm tenses, preparing for a devastating strike. A heavy weapon swings with impossible speed, delivering a shattering impact that reverberates through the air, his muscles bulging with raw, unbridled power. A guard's face distorts from the brutal blow. As multiple figures are sent hurtling from the castle walls, their bodies tumbling helplessly through the air. Another guard is struck down, blood spraying from the impact. The relentless assault continues, each blow met with a pained grunt. Despite his previous rampage, he coughs, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, a grimace of pain crossing his face. The castle guards recoil in shock, one exclaiming in disbelief. Others stare, their faces contorted in fear and confusion. But the pain only fuels his rage, and with a fierce declaration of next, his body ignites with a furious red aura. He unleashes a devastating punch, sending multiple glowing spears hurtling forward. The projectiles tear through the air with incredible speed. They slam into the masked guards, exploding on impact, sending bodies flying backward in a chaotic shower of debris. The remaining defenders can only watch in horror, realizing the sheer, escalating madness of his assault. The castle guards watch in growing horror as the relentless assault on their gate continues, the sheer force of the attack making them question if it will ever cease. With a deafening crack, massive sections of the gate splinter and tear away, unable to withstand the onslaught. A guard cries out in disbelief, his voice laced with terror as he witnesses the destruction. The sheer power of the attacker leaves them bewildered, unable to fathom how such a force could be brought to bear, while a crimson glow emanates from the darkness beyond. Panic spreads through the ranks, as the guards realize the futility of their current defense. One guard can only utter a desperate plea, his eyes wide with fear as the gate threatens to collapse entirely. From the other side, a sharp TSK escapes him, his glowing red eye narrowing in irritation at the gate's stubborn resistance. Amidst the chaos, a determined voice cuts through the fear, ordering the remaining soldiers to gather for a final stand at the gate. With grim resolve, the guard prepares himself, standing firm before the tattered banner, ready to face the inevitable. Inside the castle, a guard named Roten shouts orders to find the engineer, while Zeroni commands 10 strong soldiers to head to the winch. Meanwhile, Outside the walls, Sir Codham strains against the massive gate, a furious red aura flaring around his body as he attempts to tear it open. From within, a noble points in disbelief, calling out to his baron as the impossible sight unfolds before them. With a primal roar, his hand grips the gate's heavy mechanism, crimson energy surging from his very being. The noble, aghast, can only question the impossible. Is he truly trying to pull the gate open by himself? Every muscle in his body strains, his powerful form outlined by the intensifying red glow. A guttural cry of exertion escapes him. His face contorts with the immense effort, his eyes glowing faintly amidst the crimson energy. Then, a gasp of disbelief from the noble, as the massive gate actually begins to move, a feat that even 10 men couldn't accomplish. As the massive castle gate groaned under his impossible strength, the guards inside scrambled, shouting desperate orders to cover him and prevent the enemy from getting any closer, even for a moment. One guard grunted, steeling himself, while the noble man, his face contorted in a shout, demanded they stop him, no matter the cost, to throw everything they had. A guard, spear in hand, launched his weapon with a sharp, forceful thrust. His eyes narrowed in fierce determination, and the spear found its mark, drawing a spray of blood. Unfazed, Codham's voice boomed, commanding everyone to stand back. His red aura flared with renewed intensity, pulsing with raw power. Every muscle in his legs strained and bulged as he continued his relentless effort. The ground around the massive gate groans and cracks under the immense, unseen pressure. As one of the castle guards recoils, his face contorted in agony from the sheer force emanating from the other side. Codham's muscles strain, his back bulging with raw power, the crimson aura around him flaring brighter with each pull. He glances back, a dismissive humph escaping his lips, while from within the castle, the noble's voice rings out. That should do it, right? Now close the main gate. But the barbarian stands unyielding, his red aura pulsing with furious energy, facing the now terrified guards. Among them, the noble and his men stare in disbelief, one guard muttering, "What kind of monstrous strength is that? Is he even human?" Codham's aura intensifies further, a swirling vortex of crimson energy around his head. As he challenges them, "Then have you all really gone mad now?" A steaming bowl of stew, accompanied by fresh bread, sits invitingly on a rustic wooden table. From above, the noble's voice echoes with a forced joviality, claiming he can hardly believe he's entertaining guests, yet urging them to eat their fill despite the supposed lack of preparation. Below, Sir Codham devours the meal with gusto, a rare moment of satisfaction as he acknowledges this is the first proper food he's had in ages, while Lady Helia sits calmly beside him. He eagerly requests another bowl, and the noble, still feigning hospitality, encourages him to take his time. A subtle smirk plays on the noble's lips as he sips from his cup, a hint of his true thoughts betraying his outward demeanor. Lady Helia, ever observant, questions the noble's sudden abundance, noting the irony of such plentiful food so soon after his castle was under siege. Her words cause Codham to pause, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he looks towards her, while she remains composed. The noble, still smiling, reveals his true intentions, admitting he would empty his entire storehouse to save his life, and musing on his queen's misplaced worry. Codham's gaze hardens, challenging the noble, asking if honor was truly the reason he was sent to his death. The noble, with a slight smirk, concedes, to some extent, yes. Unsatisfied, Codham insists, "I'd like to hear the full story. What exactly has been happening all this time?" His eyes bore into the noble, pressing further. "Why did you tell me to go alone into the enemy's ranks to throw your life away?" The noble leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face as he agrees to elaborate. "Very well. For that, I must go back a bit in time." He begins his tale, explaining that this region was once a barren land with poor security, attracting few inhabitants. In his youth, he received the emperor's command and became the Lord of Mold, a position he was determined to transform into a good place to live, no matter the cost. Over a dozen years, he poured his heart and soul into it, making it a rich, prosperous, and peaceful place. Mold, thanks to its remote location, had always been a peaceful place of rest for the empire, but then he woke up. And one man's greed and jealousy changed everything. Sir Codham listens intently, his expression unreadable. The noble man continues, introducing Viscount Adlin, a figure who would play a pivotal role in his past. Adlin's territory was a desolate land, though it possessed slightly better conditions than Mold had at the time. Codham's gaze remains fixed as the noble man explains how an idiotic baron grew rich and powerful in that place, leading the Viscount to grow jealous and spread malicious rumors, claiming Baron Rolfin was a demon who had made a contract with a demonic entity. The noble man's expression hardens, recalling the injustice. Codham continues to listen as the noble man recounts how these claims, that Mold prospered with demonic power, initially had little effect. After all, who would listen to baseless rumors from a man with neither wit nor any evidence? However, the situation changed not long after, as the fourth prince, who was also the Viscount's second brother, began to take an interest in Mold. Having a connection to the imperial family, however small, he instantly made Viscount Adlin the most influential lord in the area. His words were no longer dismissed as nonsense, and with the emperor's tacit approval, the subjugation of the demonic beast finally began. Using that false justification as an excuse, they dispatched 400 soldiers for 4 months. I could no longer watch the people of Mold suffer, so I intended to take steps to end it all. For months, that's strange. In 4 months, the situation in Mold reached a point where the Lord had to flee. How can they feed a force of 400 for 4 months without any gains? It seems the imperial family wasn't helping them, but rather, they were the ones causing the trouble. Sir Katham fixes his gaze on the noble man, demanding to know his identity and the compelling reason that brought him from his camp. The noble man replies that he is searching for someone, a woman, before Katham continues, revealing his own situation and then directly asking if there is, by any chance, a forbidden entry in the castle's basement. The noble man recoils, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise and concern. His voice laced with disbelief, he questions how Katham could possibly know about such a place, claiming it exists only within the royal domain. Without hesitation, Katham simply declares, "Good, take me there." The noble man protests, insisting that entry to the basement is impossible and strictly forbidden, but Katham places a firm hand on his shoulder, instructing him to leave quietly, as his business here will be concluded once this task is done. The noble man's face twists in a mixture of shock and profound distress. The noble man, taken aback by the barbarian's unexpected knowledge and firm stance, questions the reason behind such an unusual demand. But Katham remains unyielding, his gaze unwavering. The noble man sighs, acknowledging that this situation is indeed unfortunate. Katham's expression hardens further, his resolve palpable. The noble man feels the shift in the air, a sudden change in the atmosphere, making him uneasy. He laments the barbarian's unexpected stubbornness, recalling how friendly he had seemed just moments before. Katham's eyes begin to glow with a faint red light, a silent testament to his unwavering will. The noble man can only stare in stunned silence, his protest silenced by the sheer force of Katham's presence. Katham observes a system message regarding the monsters of the 20th floor, then states that the basement is now open. He sits across from a noble man, who appears to be explaining something to him. The noble man continues, unable to provide a clear reason for the situation, admitting he figured things were going a bit, Katham lets out a frustrated sigh, his patience clearly wearing thin. Suddenly, his hand shoots out with incredible speed, a sharp, decisive motion. Before the noble man can react, Katham's fist connects squarely with his face, the impact forcing a gasp from him. The noble man's head snaps back violently, his hair flying as he cries out in pain. His eyes widen in disbelief and shock, a question mark hanging in the air. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, crashing against the unseen wall with a resounding thud. After the sudden, violent display, the noble man, still reeling, manages to voice his concern, asking about the 100 souls within the castle. He questions if they are truly all there. But the barbarian's grim assessment cuts through his hope, stating that by tomorrow, they would all end up like the mangled monster remains. Katham's gaze is unwavering as he continues, explaining that they cannot escape, surrounded as they are by the enemy. They might prolong their lives if they hide well, but it would ultimately be futile. The noble man listens, his expression etched with growing despair, as Katham's words paint a bleak picture. Katham's hand gestures dismissively, assuring him that their lives would be lost in vain, but offering a choice. He stands over the noble man, his presence overwhelming, waiting for a response. With a final, cold declaration, Katham presents his ultimatum. The noble must quietly guide him to the basement now. He presses the noble man, asking if he will act now, or wait until more innocent lives are lost. The noble man's expression tightens, a heavy feeling settling in his chest as he considers the weight of Katham's words. Katham, however, simply states that the current situation is his own fault. The noble man's thoughts race, filled with regret for having allowed an outsider with unknown intentions into his domain, a decision he now deeply questions. Finally, the noble man relents, agreeing to guide Katham to the basement, his gaze fixed on the warrior. However, he quickly adds that he has a condition. His eyes narrow slightly as he states his terms. Katham's brow furrows, questioning the unexpected demand. He waits for the noble man to elaborate. He turns to the barbarian, his voice laced with a challenge, asking if he truly expects help defending the castle after surrendering and dying. The noble man's words echo the desperation of Viscount Adlin, who, having lost all justification, had launched an all-out attack in a desperate gamble. With a dismissive wave, the noble man states he will instruct his steward to guide Katham to the basement, but only after the attack has concluded. Katham remains silent, absorbing the audacity of the condition, his expression unreadable. Finally, he breaks the silence, his gaze sharp, asking if the noble man truly wishes for his death. The noble man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He considers the implications of facing an enemy and then leaving the aftermath to a complete stranger, a stranger he had only just met. Katham stares intently, his voice cutting through the silence as he questions the noble man, asking if he truly expects him to sacrifice himself for others. A tense silence follows, as the noble man maintains his stern gaze, unwilling to yield. Katham's thoughts drift to the concept of sacrifice, acknowledging that to some, it might appear noble and honorable. But he knows the truth of the situation. He understands that the noble man isn't asking for sacrifice, but rather attempting to dump responsibility and throw his life away in vain, a cowardly act disguised as honor. However, the Atalon way is different, he concludes with firm resolve. His fist clenches tightly, a silent testament to his unwavering will. And with a decisive crunch, he crushes a small insect underfoot, a symbolic act of defiance. He stands firm in his conviction, believing that even against overwhelming odds, the Atalon way dictates one must fight back until the bitter end. His expression resolute, he faces the noble man. The noble man, taken aback by the defiance, listens intently. Kadam then proposes, "Let me make you a different offer, Baron." He leans forward slightly, asking if the noble man will hear him out. The noble man ponders the unexpected turn, a thoughtful hum escaping him. The tension hangs heavy in the room, as both men remain at the table. Finally, the noble man responds, "You say?" His gaze is fixed on Kadam, awaiting the details of this new proposal. Understanding the barbarian's unexpected counteroffer, the noble man considers it for a moment, before instructing him to wait in the guest room of the northern castle. A guard then leads the way, escorting Kadam through the castle's ornate halls. He follows, flanked by 2 guards, his expression unreadable. Upon entering the designated room, his gaze falls upon a bed, and a thought crosses his mind. "You take the bed and not the trading merchant?" A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he processes the implication. "Huh? Me?" His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, his powerful arm tensing slightly. He turns to face the merchant, who seems to dismiss the idea with a silent thought of forget. He considers the offer he just made, wondering if the Baron will truly accept it. After all, it's not a losing deal for the Baron. It's not a losing deal for the Baron. And besides, the Baron has no other choice. He recalls the moment, thinking things were going rough for a second, as the Baron likely accompanies him to the guest room. He didn't seem like the type to refuse a guest's request without good reason, which only deepens the question. Why was he so stubbornly trying to block access to the basement? Now standing in the guest room, his thoughts continue to churn. The answer becoming clear. The reason is obvious. Obvious. What could it mean? The Baron, his expression a mix of surprise and irritation, pushes open the door, a soft creak echoing in the quiet hall. Inside, Kadam sits patiently on a simple bed, the only light in the room cast by the flickering flame of a single candle. As the door fully opens, he rises, his bare feet thudding softly on the floor. The Baron stands framed in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the warrior. "You're back sooner than I expected," the Baron remarks, his voice betraying a hint of surprise as Kadam meets his eyes with an unwavering stare. "Have you made up your mind?" he presses, his tone now firm. The Baron's eyes gleam with a subtle, almost predatory light as he watches Kadam, then gives a slow, deliberate nod. "Good, then get ready," he states, the words hanging in the air as the scene shifts to the full moon, partially obscured by clouds. The night sky, dominated by the luminous orb, promises a long night ahead. Under the cloak of a moonless night, the imposing stone gate of the castle stood silent and formidable, as 2 armored guards stood watch, their spears held ready. Suddenly, one of them, his eyes wide with alarm, let out a startled exclamation. A voice boomed through the night, demanding to know who approached and to identify themselves. It was Kadam, walking purposefully towards the gate, flanked by 2 other guards. The guard who had called out stood his ground, until Kadam's familiar voice cut through the tension, identifying himself. "It's me, Melton. Lower your voice," he instructed. Melton, recognizing the figure before him, gasped in disbelief. "Be Baron." Kadam, however, quickly turned the question back on the surprised guard. "Why are you out here at this hour? What's with your disguise?" "Don't panic and pull yourself together," Kadam commands. "Aren't you the officer in charge here?" Melton responds. "Yes, understood, Baron." "But why?" Kadam presses. "What's with that armor and everything?" He continues, "Save your questions for later, and help us with this for now. Tie it to the rampart pillars as tightly as possible. And whatever happens," Kadam warns, "do not step outside the castle." Melton can only manage a silent exclamation, as Kadam begins to secure him, binding his arms tightly. The ropes pull taut, securing his feet firmly. He continues his work with the ropes, leaping and grappling with surprising agility for his size, before landing with a heavy thud and pulling them taut with immense force. His jaw clenches with the effort, the sound of straining muscle echoing in the quiet air. From a short distance, 2 guards watch his every move, impressed by the sheer agility of such a massive man. One of them, an older man with a mustache, shifts his weight, a faint clink of armor accompanying the movement. He speaks with a hint of concern. "Please be careful, Baron." The younger guard beside him remains silent, his gaze fixed on the powerful figure. Finally, Kadam pauses, looking up at them and calling out their names. "Cherod Dunpil. Delton." The older guard, Cherod, responds with a respectful nod. "Yes, Baron. I entrust you with a treasure more precious than my own life," the guard insists, his voice heavy with urgency. "Please, protect Molden well," he pleads, his helmet now removed, revealing a face etched with worry. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. As Cherod Dunpil's expression shifts to one of deep concern, Kadam stands before him, his back to the viewer, listening intently. Are you finished with our goodbyes? He asks, his gaze sharp. I am. Sherrod replies, his tone firm. Good. Then let's go, Katham states, turning to depart. With that, the two men begin their journey, leaving the castle behind. His resolve hardening, he declares his intent to kill Adlin, or whatever his name might be. Sir Katham's brow furrows, a single question escaping his lips. Across from him, the noble, his expression firm, lays out a daring plan. Once the sun rises, the two of us will raid their camp. Katham's powerful arm, scarred and muscled, remains still as he processes the audacious proposal. The noble continues, suggesting a single spear would suffice as weapons, prompting Katham to question the sanity of charging into an enemy camp with only 2 men. The noble retorts, isn't that basically a death wish? Katham, unfazed, counters, wasn't that going to be the case either way? The noble's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Before he explains the grim reality, whether you surrender and are executed, or you try to fight and die, if the demon baron isn't here, there's no justification for their army. Regardless of how one viewed their predicament, Sir Katham knew they were facing their fundamental doom. But instead of merely defending, the noble proposed they infiltrate the enemy camp, believing their forces would then be subdued. Such a sudden attack on Holden, with their forces left behind, would surely be seen as retaliation. A wave of worry washed over Katham. The noble, however, remained resolute, declaring their intent to end the long night's raid. He then added a crucial caveat. They couldn't afford to make a move if the demon baron was present in tonight's raid. Despite the overwhelming odds, Katham affirmed his commitment to defend Holden as requested. The noble scoffed, muttering that only an arrogant and foolish man would entertain the possibility of his own death. He then revealed the true gravity of the situation. He wouldn't have considered such a desperate plan if he hadn't seen the demon baron today, making it impossible to eliminate him amidst the current disaster. As the weight of the desperate plan settled upon him, Katham's resolve hardened, a silent vow echoing in his mind. This could not be a losing proposition. He knew he had to keep striking down every enemy until his dying breath, a grim determination that now led him through the misty darkness, where 2 armored guards stood sentinel, their spears glinting faintly against the ominous sky. With a barely audible rustle, he slipped past the first unsuspecting guard, a dark blur of motion. A swift whoosh of air followed, as his blade arced with deadly precision. The impact was brutal, blood erupting as the first guard fell without a sound. The second guard cried out, a choked gasp of horror escaping him. His gaze dropped, fixed on the grim reality before him. He moves with silent, lethal precision, his foot slamming down with crushing force. The second guard barely registers the blur of motion, his eyes widening in a silent gasp of shock. A sickening crack echoes as the blow lands, twisting the guard's head violently. Katham's arm recoils, already stained with the guard's blood. His expression remains grim and focused, even as the sound of the body hitting the ground confirms his kill. The guard collapses, lifeless, while Melton, standing a short distance away, freezes in stunned disbelief at the sudden, brutal efficiency. Katham, his body still bearing the marks of his previous struggles, turns his gaze towards the remaining guard. He internally notes the stark difference in their abilities, observing that these guards' reaction times are far too slow, completely unlike the formidable opponents he once faced. His eyes narrow, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. He remembers the gaunt, emaciated faces of soldiers he once knew, reduced to nothing but skin and bones. A scoff escapes him as he considers the irony, thinking that a good-looking surface can only ever be the result of a life free of hardship. The other soldiers he'd seen looked no different, starving and weak, and they certainly didn't deserve such a fate. With a decisive motion, he wipes a stray drop of blood from his lip. His gaze hardening. Melton, still frozen in shock, watches him intently, as the mercenary's expression shifts to one of grim determination. Finally, he turns his back to the stunned guard and simply states, let's go. He moves with silent purpose, his gaze sweeping over the vast, desolate landscape, before pressing onward. Deeper into the camp, they proceed. A swift, decisive strike, and a guard is silently neutralized. As they infiltrate the enemy lines, Melton observes the unusual sight of soldiers moving about in the dead of night. A frown creases his brow as he wonders, what is this? How are the soldiers moving at this time of night? His eyes narrow further, noticing a detail that sets them apart. They're also wearing armor around their necks, unlike the regular soldier's armor. The realization dawns on him, a grim understanding of their unusual preparedness. Looking down at the fallen guard, Melton hears a faint groan, confirming the silent takedown. He instructs his companion to remain behind and engage as many enemies as possible, while he himself will venture deeper into the camp to find the one he seeks. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the night, questioning his purpose, asking why he is there. Katham turns to face Viscount Adlin, who stands ready for a fight. He dismisses the question with a cold stare, finding it utterly obvious. For a commander, he explains, must always be the strongest, a truth Adlin seems to grasp only in that moment. Before Adlin can react, Katham's hand flashes out, gripping his neck with crushing force, silencing his surprised gasp. He then coldly asks if there are others who share Adlin's foolish belief, his words a chilling promise, leaving the Viscount incapacitated and defeated. He draws his sword with a sharp, metallic whisper, his gaze fixed and determined, as a surge of power emanates from him. With a powerful lunge, he closes the distance. Viscount Adlin barely registers the attack before the impact sends a shockwave through his armored form. Another swift strike from the blade follows immediately. The force of the blow sends Adlin reeling backward. Though bloodied, Kotham's resolve remains unbroken, as he delivers the final, decisive strike. Viscount Adlin's body crumples, splattering blood as he falls. Looking down at the defeated foe, Kotham dismisses them as nothing more than mere fodder. He surveys the area, his gaze sharp and calculating. A guard stands ready, helmeted and armed. But before he can react, a blur of motion sends another guard's head snapping back from a brutal impact. Almost simultaneously, the first guard's head recoils from a similar, unseen strike. A guttural cry of pain escapes him, as the force of the blow rattles his entire being. His muscles ripple with raw power, delivering another crushing blow. The second guard grunts in agony, his body reeling from the relentless assault. His pained reaction continues, as he is overwhelmed by the rapid succession of strikes. Kotham lets out a dismissive humph, surveying the swift, brutal end to the encounter. The clang of steel echoes as a blood-soaked blade reflects the grim reality of his path. He knows that the deeper he penetrates the camp, the fiercer the monsters become, and the wilder the soldiers grow. Pulling back his gauntlet, he surmises that the enemy must be focusing its strength on the monsters, leaving only a few soldiers to try and stop him. With a resolute gaze, he presses onward. His hand tightens around the haft of his axe, ready for whatever lies ahead. A grim satisfaction settles over him as he confirms he is headed to the right place. Footsteps echo softly as he enters a tent, a faint glow emanating from within. He walks past two freshly fallen figures, their blood pooling on the ground, another obstacle effortlessly removed. His eyes glow faintly as he looks down, a soft rustle accompanying his next move. He moved with silent, brutal efficiency, his powerful frame a blur in the dim light of the enemy camp. Two more guards lay defeated in his wake, their forms slumped or suspended, a testament to his relentless advance. Suddenly, a helmeted guard appeared, his presence marked by a faint, shimmering purple aura, a sign of magical enhancement. The mystical energy pulsed around him, indicating a formidable opponent. Nearby, another guard sat calmly, engrossed in a book, also surrounded by the same unsettling purple glow. Before the first guard could react, Kotham struck with blinding speed, a devastating blow connecting with his armored form. The impact sent the guard sprawling, his body collapsing to the ground as the protagonist's hand remained poised. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected resistance. A low voice rumbled from him. "You've done well to make it this far." With his eyes glowing crimson, he looks down at the fallen foe, a sneer twisting his lips, declaring, "You shameless wretch of the wasteland." A faint smirk plays across his face, as a dark red aura pulses around him, finding the situation intriguing. How interesting. The defeated guard's body tumbles, its purple energy fading into nothingness, prompting him to reflect. I only got to slice one up just a few times during my first playthrough. The crimson glow around him intensifies as he identifies the enemy type. A possession type, he narrows his glowing eyes, acknowledging the rare challenge before him. A system message flashes, announcing a level up and the acquisition of a new skill, as a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what is so amusing. The protagonist looks down at his opponent, who declares with disdain, "I am not your subordinate. In your tribal oath, and in the presence of me, you're but a pest." Viscount Adlin continues, his voice firm. "This is my final warning, Viscount Adlin. The Baron, am I not alone?" He then exclaims, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. "This is an overlord. I have been a mercenary for years, and I've never seen a guy this big and buff." Adlin quickly adds, "The time to explain the situation is short. Did you find help for me? Or are you going in by yourself?" The protagonist simply stares back, his expression unyielding. A scoff escapes him as he retorts, "You sure like to yap." He then challenges, "So you won't back down?" He stares down his opponent, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. "It seems you've chosen to give up your life." As a fierce red aura erupts around him, Kotham's voice deepens, promising, "But from now on." His gaze sharpens with unwavering resolve. He dismisses his foe with a sneer. "Farewell to your petty ego, whelp." The red energy around him surges, tearing at his clothing, as he reiterates his chilling promise, "Because from now on." His eyes glowing with raw power, "Your flesh belongs to me." Without hesitation, the warrior lunges, his spear piercing through the armor of a guard, sending him recoiling from the brutal impact. Kotham's face remains a mask of fierce determination, red energy radiating outward in waves. His muscular torso, now exposed and marked by the strain, pulses with the raw power he has unleashed. As his power surged, Sir Kotham's eye burned with an infernal red glow, reflecting the raw, destructive energy he commanded. Meanwhile, a sinister voice echoed through Viscount Adlin, declaring, "I'm poisoning the weakness within, malice seeping into you." The entity continued, its words a chilling promise of domination. So, if there's even the slightest crack in your heart's defenses, I will seep in and take complete control of your body. Adlin, his eyes now glowing with the same malevolent red, let out a questioning hum, sensing a shift in the air. Before the malice could fully grasp its surroundings, Katham moved, a blur of raw power striking the possessed Viscount. The impact resonated with a sickening crunch, a violent burst of energy erupting around Adlin. Viscount Adlin's face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock, the malicious aura around him flickering under the assault. A pained cry escaped the Viscount's lips as the entity within him recoiled, exclaiming, "Kook, my malice is being denied." The malice struggled against the unexpected resistance, its voice filled with disbelief. Why can't this be possible? A man with glowing red eyes and a prominent scar across his face glares, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions how he could be forgiven, even after taking a brother's life. Meanwhile, a sharp intake of breath escapes Katham, who then offers a curt apology. Elsewhere, a man in glasses observes, stating simply that the designated slot is already occupied. Katham stands firm, his muscular physique on display as he grips his sword, a formidable presence against a desolate, mountainous backdrop. His hand tightens around the hilt, a silent testament to his resolve. The red-eyed man sits upon a grand throne, his expression unreadable, a heavy silence hanging in the air. He then reveals his dark origin, admitting he was born into the world under a demon's influence. Katham looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he confesses that for a moment, he feared a high demon had already taken root within him. The red-eyed antagonist reflects on his past, lamenting that no matter how much he trained, he was still merely human. He expresses disbelief, unable to fathom being bested by a mere human. A guttural voice, now distorted, snarls a warning, telling the wild dog not to get cocky. With a surge of dark power, his hand begins to morph into a claw, the antagonist declaring that if he cannot take his opponent's body, he will simply take his own, a painful transformation racking his form as his eyes glow crimson and veins bulge. His body swells, muscles tearing and reforming into a grotesque, monstrous shape, sharp teeth now protruding from his maw. Sir Katham watches, a tremor running through him as the demonic aura intensifies around the transforming figure. The monstrous form continues to grow, radiating raw, malevolent power. Finally, the transformation completes, revealing a terrifying, red-eyed demon, its face contorted in a silent roar. As the transformation completes, a guttural roar erupts from the red-eyed antagonist, his muscular back rippling as a crimson aura flares violently around him. With a powerful grip, he clenches his weapon, channeling the raw, destructive energy into its form. His eyes, now glowing with an infernal red light, fixate on an unseen target, a chilling determination etched across his face. Then, with a violent surge, he unleashes a devastating wave of crimson force. The impact of his strike sends shockwaves of red energy rippling outwards. Mid-swing, the force of his blow is immense, surrounded by explosive energy. His arm, now grotesquely transformed with pink, clawed skin, reveals the full extent of his demonic metamorphosis. He brings a foot down with crushing force, the ground erupting with a burst of red energy. The transformed leg, now thick with muscle and power, stands ready for the next devastating move. A heavy foot lands with a sharp, cracking sound, as the red-eyed antagonist lets out a frustrated TCH. His transformed arm raises a massive weapon, a guttural roar escaping his lips, revealing his monstrous, pink-skinned form, now covered in glowing purple growths. He brings his foot down with immense force, then swings his weapon in a devastating arc, causing the very ground to shatter and erupt in debris. The weapon itself crackles with an ominous red energy. As the antagonist stands fully transformed, his power radiating outward. His back, a tapestry of old scars, faces the monstrous figure before him. The ogre's voice, a guttural roar, echoes, "You were so confident a bit ago, but turning tail and running is the only thing you can do now." He snarls, his red eyes burning with contempt. "You're truly pathetic, you shameless wild dog." Katham watches the ogre's weapon, a mace the size of a person, which was merely a toy in the hands of that hulking form. He knows a normal weapon like this would never withstand a head-on clash. A grim resolve settles on his face, as faint pink and purple glows begin to emanate from his skin. Beyond the immediate confrontation, a formidable fortress stands as a silent witness to the impending battle. With a deafening crunch, the ogre stomps the ground, sending crimson energy rippling outwards. Without hesitation, Katham plunges into the fray, engaging the monstrous figures that swarm around him. An armored warrior, his face stern beneath a heavy helmet, acknowledges the carnage around him, remarking that many have fallen. But with a chilling confidence, he adds, "I still have over 300 bodies." His eyes, sharp and unwavering, fix on his target. As he raises a massive axe, its blade glinting ominously. With a powerful, downward swing, the weapon cuts through the air, a grunt of effort escaping the warrior's lips. The axe continues its relentless descent, connecting with a burst of red energy and a heavy impact, striking Katham squarely on the shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. He takes the full force of the blow, the spiky weapon tearing into his shoulder. The impact resonates, the weapon still pressed against him. Then, with a violent wrench, it is pulled free, leaving a bloody trail. A guttural cry escapes him as the pain flares. Despite the wound, Kadam pushes himself to one knee, his sword already drawn, the ground cracking beneath his resolve. Standing before him, the mutated warrior, his body covered in grotesque pink growths, raises a menacing trident. A cruel sneer twists his face as he taunts. The warrior's monstrous physique, rippling with unnatural power, is fully revealed. Kadam, blood still seeping from his shoulder, meets the challenge with an unwavering gaze, ready to fight. But when he woke up, Kadam found himself staring out at a desolate, crimson-tinged mountain range, a stark contrast to the world he remembered. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the air amidst a shower of debris. He landed with a grunt, instantly springing into a battle-ready stance, his twin blades already drawn. The ground shuddered violently, as a colossal presence made its arrival known with a devastating impact. A monstrous, mutated foot, wreathed in a faint red glow, crushed the earth where it landed. The grotesque figure of the mutated antagonist rose to its full height, a guttural roar escaping its lips as it declared, "I can smell a more fitting game." Kadam's eyes narrowed in fierce determination, his voice cutting through the air with a defiant, "For you then?" The antagonist's red eyes glowed with malice as it pressed, "Why do you keep glancing at the castle?" A predatory grin spread across its face as it challenged, "Do you think you can survive if you run off to the castle?" Kadam lands with a soft thud, recovering quickly from the impact. The mutated antagonist's voice echoes, admonishing him for daring to intrude on his domain. As a menacing red aura pulses around the antagonist's form, emphasizing his power. His words fill the air, declaring the futility of a human body against a demon. And with glowing red eyes, he continues to mock Kadam, questioning his lack of preparation. The antagonist's voice drips with condescension, asserting his overwhelming strength. Kadam, his gaze firm, acknowledges the challenge, admitting that overcoming such a muscle puppet would indeed be difficult in his current state. The antagonist lets out a booming laugh, convinced that Kadam has finally grasped the reality of his situation. Dismissing his defiance as utterly foolish. His gaze unwavering, Kadam holds his ground, a silent resolve hardening his features. The mutated antagonist, taken aback by this defiance, can only utter a disbelieving, "What?" From the sidelines, Viscount Adlin watches the exchange with growing alarm, a desperate plea escaping his lips. The antagonist continues his taunt, his voice dripping with condescension, questioning how Kadam could possibly stand against him if even a traveling merchant couldn't handle a single goblin. But Kadam, meeting his gaze with quiet confidence, simply replies, "I could take it out myself, don't you think?" This unexpected retort leaves the mutated antagonist momentarily speechless, his glowing red eyes widening in surprise. A dawning realization washes over him, a chilling thought forming in his mind. As if in response to his internal turmoil, a vibrant, pinkish-purple energy begins to surge and glow from his hand, particles of light swirling around his mutated flesh. A sword remains impaled in a grotesque, fleshy mass. As a guttural cry of "You" erupts, revealing the mutated antagonist's face contorted in pure, unbridled fury, his red eyes blazing and pinkish growths pulsing. "You bastard," he roars. But Kadam simply meets the outburst with a calm, unwavering gaze, his expression resolute. A voice recounts the moment of awakening, as Kadam stands before a vast, rugged mountain range, the sky above them a bruised purple. Suddenly, finding himself in a dimly lit, ancient stone corridor, a gasp escapes him. Adlin, nearby, reacts with a horrified realization, his eyes wide. He had been so certain the Baron was merely hoarding treasure in the basement, which was why he'd been so reluctant to grant them access. Kadam, however, had suspected something deeper. A man of the Baron's temperament would have readily traded the basement for their aid. For a noble to so easily abandon his honor, it could only mean he was concealing something far more significant. Kadam approaches a massive, intricately carved wooden door, its surface adorned with heavy metal. He confirms his suspicion, realizing this must be the entrance to the basement they sought. The heavy chains securing it explained the Baron's sudden compliance. As the chain door gave way, a swift, decisive strike landed with a sickening thud, piercing the mutated flesh of the creature within. A blade plunged deep into the writhing mass, drawing dark blood. The creature's mutated hand shot out, attempting to grasp at its attacker. But its efforts were futile, a frustrated growl escaping its fanged maw as it realized it couldn't reach. A chilling thought echoed through its mind. Its malice wasn't reaching its main body. A pained grunt escaped it, the creature struggling to comprehend the disconnect from its own form. Its glowing red eyes fixed on Kadam, a furious roar tearing from its throat. "You," it shrieked, "you bastard." Unfazed by the creature's fury, Kadam met its gaze with unwavering resolve. The mutated antagonist snarls, acknowledging Kadam's earlier strike, declaring his actions well done. His voice echoing with raw, murderous intent, the creature screams for death. It vows to rip out Kadam's guts, promising him the most amazing death imaginable. The monster continues its terrifying threats, detailing how it will tear off every limb. As its rage intensifies, the mutated antagonist begins to grow, its form expanding and becoming even more grotesque with pulsating pink and purple growths. Kadam observes the transformation, noting that the creature has grown even bigger. Behind him, Viscount Adlin stares in disbelief, uttering a shocked question about the nature of the monster. Despite its growing power, the antagonist's thoughts betray a weakness. Even injured and unable to control its malice, it wonders if the separated malice truly disappears. He knew it wasn't enough to simply defeat the demon. They had to completely eradicate its malice, the lingering evil it left behind. With a surge of power, Kadam slammed his glowing hand into the mutated arm of his foe, the impact echoing with a thunderous roar and tearing through its grotesque flesh. Before the creature could recover, he hurled a glowing axe, which struck the antagonist's chest with explosive force. Even as it reeled from the devastating blow, the mutated creature scoffed, finding Kadam's efforts foolish. Its red eyes glowing with malevolence, it challenged him, asking if he truly believed a pathetic human could even leave a scratch. But Kadam's resolve remained unshaken, his fist clenching as he silently vowed, never in a million years. He continues his relentless assault, his energy-infused hand striking the mutated creature with brutal force. Without a moment's pause, he draws his blade, ready for the next move, as the ground beneath them bears the scars of their fierce exchange. Then, from his grasp, a bundle of sharp, slender objects appears, poised for a precise strike. Despite the onslaught, the mutated antagonist's eyes glow with malevolent defiance, promising to slaughter every last one of Kadam's allies until their minds fall apart. It vows that he will not rest in peace, but instead suffer a slow, agonizing death. Kadam, however, simply responds with an unexpected declaration, leaving the mutated creature to pause, clearly taken aback by the strange reply. With unwavering conviction, Kadam affirms his statement. The fortress stood silent under the watchful eyes of its guards, a momentary calm before the storm. Suddenly, a man appeared, holding an axe and looking distressed, announcing that he had brought the item requested. With a small, dark object now clutched in his hand, he confirmed its presence. As blue energy flared around his outstretched hand, he urged them to take it. His face contorted in effort, the blue aura intensified, propelling the projectile forward. But with a whoosh of displaced air, the mutated antagonist moved with impossible speed, a red glow trailing behind him as he effortlessly dodged the attack. In an instant, he was upon the fortress, manifesting a shimmering blue energy barrier that enveloped the unsuspecting guards, trapping them within its confines as Kadam watched from nearby. The traveling merchant could only stare in wide-eyed horror, muttering about the impossibility of such speed, even for his throwing knife. But Kadam, his expression resolute, simply reassured the merchant, telling him not to worry. If that truly is a throwing axe crafted by a dwarf master, he muses, observing its trajectory. The weapon spins rapidly through the air, a blur of steel and momentum, cutting through the space between them. It arcs with deadly precision, yet its speed is no match for the mutated antagonist, who effortlessly snatches it from the air with a single, powerful hand. Blue energy crackles around the formidable figure. As he stands unyielding, the dwarf-made axe now firmly in his grasp. A blinding flash of light and energy erupts as the dwarf-made axe is effortlessly intercepted, leaving Sir Kadam stunned. He can barely comprehend the sight. The axe's rotation accelerated, then caught barehanded. Is this guy truly a monster? He wonders, his mind reeling. As the captured axe glows with residual power, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Could that be? Meanwhile, the mutated antagonist stares back, a cruel smirk twisting his features. The axe now firmly in his grasp. He speaks with a mocking tone. The Baron really is something else. His grip tightens on the weapon, as he adds, he should have kept the demon hidden. Kadam looks down, his expression grim, a pang of regret for the lost weapon echoing in his thoughts. To think he'd let such a masterpiece rot away with it. The antagonist's hand, still crackling with energy, holds the axe aloft. Before he turns his full, menacing attention back to Kadam. Those crazy dwarf-made dwarves. How did you know about the existence of that axe? He demands, his voice laced with suspicion. Don't tell me you came to Holden for him from the very beginning. The mutated antagonist sneers, his grip firm on the dwarf-made axe. The weapon glowing with an eerie light as he prepares his next move. Sir Kadam's eyes widen in disbelief and fury. PP possession. You dare talk to me? He roars back. As the antagonist murmurs, now then, the axe flaring with intense energy. His mutated arm strains, the pinkish growths on his skin pulsing as he brings the weapon around. Kadam, his face contorted in rage, vows, I'll shut that mouth of yours. The antagonist's hand glows with raw power, channeling it into the axe. And with a furious roar, he spins the weapon, creating a vortex of shimmering blue energy. His eyes burn crimson as he unleashes a primal scream. Hurrah! Whether it's a dwarf weapon or whatever. The mutated antagonist, his body rippling with raw power, declares his intent to shatter his opponent's defenses, his axe glowing with malevolent energy. He brings the massive weapon down with a furious, sweeping motion. the axe head blazing with purple and blue light as it cleaves through the air. The impact unleashes a devastating explosion of energy. But instead of shattering his target, the axe embeds itself into a shimmering, blue barrier, struggling to break through. His eyes widen in utter shock. A thought forming in his mind that this resistance is utterly impossible. It makes no sense. He stares, bewildered, unable to comprehend how a mace made of cold steel could be shattered to pieces, yet this barrier holds. The mutated antagonist's powerful axe attack, infused with dark energy, continues its trajectory. But the force of the impact sends him reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips as red energy erupts around him. Kadam, observing the outcome, allows a satisfied smirk to cross his face, pleased with the effectiveness of his newly acquired weapon. Nearby, a different man, holding a thick rope, watches the scene unfold with wide, shocked eyes. He grips the rope tightly, his knuckles white, as if bracing himself or pulling something unseen. Kadam stands victorious over the now defeated and inert form of the mutated antagonist. Yet, a deeper, shadowy malice, with piercing red eyes, seems to linger, its form coalescing from the darkness. He reflects that the malevolent energy is slowly dissipating, and had the monster survived, further attacks would have been futile. Still, he acknowledges the severe consequences of this encounter, especially if the man who was born from this malice is truly gone, and concludes that the only way to truly eradicate such evil is through complete destruction. Then all that's left is, a young man muses, as the great warrior stands over the defeated foe, his weapon poised for a final, decisive strike. Yes, sir, the young man cries out, his merchant companion recoiling in shock, as Kadam's armored boot presses down, and his blade flashes through the air with a swift, deadly arc. A gasp escapes the young man, a nearby guard also flinching, as the warrior brings his weapon down with immense force, leaving the young observer with a grim expression and a fresh cut on his cheek. A scoff escapes Viscount Adlin, his gaze fixed on the aftermath. He plants his armored boot firmly onto the shadowy remnants of the defeated foe, prompting a furious cry from Kadam, who bellows, "Baron!" Dark, malevolent energy begins to swirl around Adlin, as his voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Did you think it was over?" His eyes blaze with a sinister red glow. As he continues, "You shameless wild dog." Kadam meets his gaze, his own expression hardening with resolve. "Did you truly believe it was over?" The young man challenges, his gaze unwavering as he confronts the Viscount. The Viscount scoffs, retorting, "You shameless wild dog." But the young man remains unfazed, simply stating, "As expected." He continues, "You had already planted malice in the Baron." The young man's voice hardens. The foolish Baron hardly felt malice, but he was easily swallowed by sacrificing his own life. The Viscount's expression darkens, "But I haven't come to pursue alone an ambition that has already been perfected. I'll put an end to this foolishness before it's over." The young man's eyes narrow. "I was just one step away from snatching that sweet fruit." He stands accused, but the Viscount's voice cuts through the air, sharp and condemning, declaring that the young man has ruined everything. Yet, he retorts, his gaze firm, asking if the Viscount truly believes he would have allowed the Baron to die, to witness such a scene. The Viscount, however, presses on, challenging him on what he intends to do now, and if he plans to tear the Baron apart just as he did Baron Aplint. A flicker of defiance crosses the young man's face as he questions whether the Viscount truly believes he is capable of such an act. With a dismissive air, the Viscount corrects him, stating that he is mistaken about something crucial. The young man's expression shifts to one of surprise, a silent question hanging in the air. The Viscount then clarifies his position, explaining that his actions were not solely for his own benefit, but rather the result of a deal he made with the Baron. The young man, his cut cheek visible, defends his own intentions, insisting that he brought the Baron there to offer him a chance, and that the ultimate choice had been the Baron's alone. A mocking chuckle escapes the Viscount as he reminds him that he is already acting as if he has authority, and warns that his soldiers are watching their exchange. Viscount Adlin presses the young man, his expression stern, questioning if he truly believes he can escape the Baron's wrath after such an act. He continues, wondering aloud if the outcome would be any different even if the young man were to survive by taking over the Baron's body. The young man listens, his jaw set with unwavering resolve, internally acknowledging that if Molden were to turn against him and attack, his gaze hardening with a fierce intensity, he would simply have to slaughter them all. Adlin's voice cuts through the young man's thoughts, a mental image of a monstrous corpse appearing before him as the Viscount states, "You're prepared to massacre Molden and his men if it comes to that." Adlin's expression shifts, a hint of grudging respect in his eyes as he concludes, "Indeed, after everything I've done for you, you're no bluff." As a crimson glow emanates from beneath the young man's helmet, Adlin delivers his final, chilling command. "In that case, the Baron must die by your hands." "I'm nothing more than a fragment of malice that's lost its main body," Viscount Adlin declares, his voice echoing with a chilling self-awareness. "Even if I can't destroy Molden myself." He continues, his helmeted gaze fixed. A faint red glow emanates from the hilt of his sword as he grips it, the implication clear. His fingers tighten around the cold metal. "I can still savor the Baron's agony as he watches his soldiers die by your hand." Adlin finishes, his words a direct challenge. He gestures sharply, the air crackling with his intensity. The young man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with fierce resolve. A surge of raw power erupts from his hand, glowing crimson and pulsing with uncontrolled energy. The intense red aura flares, radiating heat and a palpable sense of danger. He moves with sudden, brutal force, striking the armored guard before the man can even react. His eyes burning with resolve, the young man unleashes his power. The guard cries out, reeling from the unexpected blow. Crimson energy flares around his hand, engulfing the hilt of his blade in a vibrant, deadly glow. He brings the glowing sword down, the impact sending a shockwave through the armored figure. The guard groans, clutching his chest as he stumbles back. With his hand still radiating intense crimson light, he speaks with unwavering conviction. His voice rings out, a fierce promise to protect Molden. The guard, pushed further back, can only stare in disbelief at the young man's power. He stares at the scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he questions the Baron's presence. His expression hardens, however, as the armored guard lunges forward. A crimson aura flares around the guard's arm as he snarls, "You're going to hell with me, you demon." But before the attack can land, the young man intercepts it, his hand clamping down on the guard's arm with brutal force. A blinding flash erupts as he twists, delivering a devastating blow. The guard lets out a defiant grunt, his eyes glowing with furious red light. But the young man's grip remains unyielding, crimson energy still clinging to the guard's arm. With a sickening crunch, he violently twists, shattering the guard's arm and sending blood spraying. The guard screams in agony, his crimson energy dissipating as he collapses. A sudden, sharp gasp escapes one of the armored guards, as another guard cries out the Baron's name in disbelief. He can't comprehend why the Baron would inflict such a wound upon himself. The guard's helmeted head tilts slightly. As the Baron's own blade plunges into his leg, crimson blood splattering across his armor. The young man, witnessing the horrific act, can only stammer out his shock. As the Baron's hand grips the hilt of the knife, now deeply embedded, the wound glowing faintly. He stares in stunned silence. As the Baron stands before them, the knife now visibly plunged into his chest, a desperate sacrifice for a single mercenary. As the others stare in disbelief, Sir Cotham wonders if the Viscount is truly dead. But a deeper instinct tells him, no, he's not dead yet. Cotham acknowledges the impressive resolve Adlin showed, piercing his own body with such force. A pained cough escapes the Viscount, as he thinks to himself that such an act would have been impossible without the demon's power. His eyes narrow in agony and determination, thinking, even this time. The thought continues, yet again. Sir Cotham observes the Viscount struggle, a grim understanding dawning on his face. The armor around his chest is stained, the wound still fresh and gaping, as his hand remains clasped around the hilt of the blade still embedded within him. A look of utter disbelief crosses Adlin's face, his eyes wide with shock. The blade within him seems to pulse with a dark, crimson energy, a strange sound echoing from the wound. Despite the fatal injury, the Viscount remains standing, his helmeted gaze fixed forward. He muses internally that his body feels lighter, a testament to the vampirism skill's effect, which continues to function even in the face of death itself. Meanwhile, Cotham observes the scene, knowing that even with such a grievous wound, the demon's power can only delay the inevitable for a limited time. He reflects on the common wisdom that facing death means simply trying to survive, leaving only fear and the raw will to live. But for him, there is no giving up. He will continue to draw out malice, choosing total destruction. Sir Cotham, his gaze unwavering, tells the dying Viscount Adlin to stop blaming himself, asserting that no one could have advised him better, while Adlin, with a weary expression, acknowledges that the blood he gave was a tribute to his own will. He continues, admitting that he cannot save himself with his own power. Cotham listens intently, his expression unreadable. Adlin then adds that he thought his lineage had nothing more to give. The barbarian responds that he can at least stay and listen to Adlin's words until his last breath. Adlin, his face etched with a mix of pain and resignation, asks if he has any last words to leave behind, urging him to speak them now, Baron. A faint smile touches Cotham's lips as he replies that this is an honor. Adlin, his eyes now distant, muses that he thought a great warrior like Cotham would be the one to kill him in the end. Cotham, his expression softening slightly, simply states that he has nothing but complaints. Cotham stands silently, observing the desolate landscape as Adlin's voice echoes, filled with regret, wishing he had killed that demon the moment he found it. But when he woke up, the grotesque creature had whispered a tempting offer, asking if he didn't want to conquer the greater territory in the demon region. Adlin recalls the moment he discovered the monstrous mass in his basement, the demon's words echoing in his mind. It seemed like a strange condition for a demon, but after some deliberation, he accepted, knowing the price was just one thing: to cherish his wife and children and devote his entire life to this land. He had agreed to the pact. Without even realizing it at the time, he had walked into the most fatal trap. The demon kept its promise, and Molden prospered, while he also did his best to keep his end of the bargain. The city flourished under his care. It reached a point where his pretense and hypocrisy eventually became genuine. and he had truly come to love Molden and its people. But the deeper that love grew, the more his heart filled with guilt and anxiety, because he now knew it was truly the demon's power that had given him everything. He lived in constant fear that it would all be taken from him again, or simply end on a whim, spending his days consumed by anxiety. His hand clenches, a silent testament to the gnawing dread. And eventually, that dreaded day came, through Viscount Adlin himself. A ragged wheeze escapes his lips, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and regret. The barbarian listens intently, understanding that the demon's words were true, yet incomplete, as Adlin had lost everything. Another strained wheeze, as the Viscount recounts Molden's revival, the demon's destruction, and the saving of Molden. In the end, none of it was his own power. He had relied on someone else's strength right up until the very end. But the barbarian questions, his gaze steady, asking if it wasn't Adlin's own power that ultimately defeated the demon and saved the duchy. He lets out a soft, almost self-deprecating chuckle, acknowledging the truth in Adlin's words. Adlin, however, seems lost in his own thoughts, his voice barely a whisper as he questions, I suppose I did manage to save Molden with my own strength, didn't I? His face contorts with a mixture of pain and regret. As he continues, his voice cracking, yes, Delpina. His eyes, heavy with unshed tears, plead, please deliver these words to her. A fresh wave of anguish washes over him as he whispers another name. Tulip. I couldn't even protect. His final, broken words hang in the air, tell them, I'm sorry. With that, the Viscount's strength gives out, and he collapses forward, his body slumping to the ground as Katham and the young man watch on. Katham's expression hardens, a mix of concern and understanding etched onto his face, as he processes the raw emotion of Adlin's confession. His armored hands, still stained with the remnants of battle, clenched tightly as the weight of Adlin's confession settled upon him, leaving him in a moment of profound silence. A grim resolve hardened his features, the blood on his neck a stark contrast to the quiet intensity in his eyes. A heavy, oppressive silence hangs over a towering stone fortress, its formidable walls reaching towards a turbulent sky, as a vast crowd gathers before the grand entrance of a cathedral-like structure, anticipating an event of profound significance. Inside, the air is thick with tension as Sir Katham lies motionless on a bed, his powerful form bound tightly by ropes. His face, usually stern and resolute, is now slack and vulnerable, a trickle of drool escaping his parted lips. Nearby, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a bun stands in silent vigil, her gaze fixed on the unconscious warrior. Another figure, a man in a dark, high-collared uniform with white trim, also observes the scene, his posture rigid. Outside the chamber, a line of helmeted guards stands at attention, their presence reinforcing the solemnity and security of the moment. High above, a black flag bearing a stark white symbol flutters in the wind, a silent testament to the unfolding drama. A heavy thud echoes as Sir Katham finds himself standing amidst a small crowd, his gaze drawn to the imposing structures of a nearby town. The citizens around him look up with a shared sense of apprehension, their attention fixed on something beyond his immediate view. His eyes follow their lead, settling on a colossal fortress or cathedral looming in the distance, its stone walls scarred and ancient. He stands alone now, his back to the viewer, contemplating the sheer scale of the structure, a silent testament to the power it represents. Elsewhere, the gruesome remains of a multi-eyed monster lie sprawled on the ground, its fleshy mass riddled with wounds, a clear sign of a recent, brutal conflict. A polished metal helmet reflects the grim light, a silent observer to the carnage. Captain Delton, a stern-faced officer with a neatly trimmed mustache, surveys the scene, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. He reports that the monsters' and soldiers' bodies have been sent for burial, with only the merchant's lump of flesh and the monster's remaining parts left to be incinerated. His subordinate simply acknowledges the orders, the weight of the task evident in his quiet response. Two guards survey the grim aftermath, one expressing disbelief that the barbarian would take his own life. He continues, wondering aloud, what about Adlin's soldiers who died overnight? The grotesque, pulsating flesh of a defeated monster lies nearby, a stark reminder of the brutal conflict. The guard's thoughts return to the barbarian, questioning why he would take his own life. A chilling possibility crosses his mind. Could all of this truly be the work of a demon? He concludes with a frustrated sigh, that the barbarian is the only one who knows the truth, and he's keeping his mouth shut tight. Viscount Adlin, his face etched with concern, listens to the hushed conversation, his own thoughts undoubtedly mirroring the guard's confusion. A flicker of deep worry crosses his eyes, as the weight of the recent tragedy settles upon him. Meanwhile, the guards continue their bewildered discussion, one exclaiming in utter shock, what on earth happened? An armored guard stands over the muscular figure of Sir Katham, demanding the truth from him. He insists that the barbarian fought the enemy until his last breath. This, he states, is the only truth anyone needs to know. The guard's face is grim as he reiterates that this is the only truth. Then, his voice shifts to a command, ordering the gates to be opened. Katham's lifeless face is shown, a silent testament to the guard's words. As the guard continues, speaking of the Baron, he describes him as a man who truly deserved a peaceful place, a man who loved his treasures most. A close-up on the guard's eye reveals a flicker of emotion, perhaps sorrow or a hidden understanding. He continues his fabricated tale, claiming the barbarian, Sir Kotham, fought to his last breath, and that the Baron was a man who cherished his treasures above all else, a man who loved and cared for them more than anyone. From this point forward, they must uphold the Baron's legacy and protect his honor, a solemn duty now resting upon their shoulders. He holds up a simple key, revealing it to be the Baron's most precious treasure. His expression remains grim, as he closes his eyes, lost in thought, perhaps reflecting on the weight of his words. Later, walking away from the fortress, he instructs his subordinate to hurry and clean up the scene, as they wouldn't want their savior's departure to look messy. This is especially important, since it will be the Baroness's first day as the new lord. His subordinate affirms, "Yes, Captain." He stood before the grand, imposing structure, its intricate details rising into the sky, as the mercenary joined him, both observing the scene unfolding before them. A woman, dressed in formal attire, bowed deeply, her voice carrying a tone of profound respect. "We are deeply grateful to you, mercenary," she continued, expressing her heartfelt thanks on behalf of her late husband, acknowledging his aid to Holden and his fight against enemy forces, adding, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Her posture remained humble, a testament to her sincerity. The mercenary listened, his expression unreadable. The woman then gestured with her hands, a subtle movement of finality, explaining, "I have already," her words confirming the transaction, "received my payment from the Baron." Her gaze remained steady, conveying a quiet resolve. The noblewoman, still expressing her gratitude, mentions her need for additional food supplies, remarking on the surprising amount one person can consume. Kotham dismisses her concern, telling her to put the supplies away, his focus shifting to a more pressing matter. He then informs her that a short distance west lies the former base of a bandit group, assuring her there should be plenty of food supplies still inside, as he only took what he could carry. He adds, with a confident air, that she shouldn't worry about the bandits, as he will deal with them. The noblewoman, overwhelmed, protests that they already owe him an insurmountable debt, and further favors would only deepen their obligation. She vows that they will never forget his kindness. Then, with a resolute expression, she declares that from this day forward, his benefactors are Molden's benefactors, and his enemies are Molden's enemies. Finally, she extends an invitation, asking him to visit Molden should he ever have the opportunity. He listens intently as the noblewoman continues, promising that upon his return, they will welcome him with the utmost respect. Her expression is calm and assured, her gaze unwavering. Flanked by her retainers, she waits for his response, a silent challenge in the air. He remains still for a moment, his back to her, considering her words. Then, a slight shift in her posture as she remembers something, asking if his name is. He turns his head slightly, confirming, "Delpina?" A hint of suspicion enters his voice as he presses, "How do you know my name?" Delpina meets his gaze, a knowing look on her face. She calmly explains that the Baron left a message for him. Helia's face is etched with regret, her voice soft as she admits, "I couldn't protect. I'm sorry." A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, followed by a moment of stunned silence. Adlan, his face grim, looks on. He speaks with conviction. He faced an honorable death. He had enough strength to best him in battle. The narration clarifies Kotham's true standing, not as the Torpian Baron, but as the Baron of Holden. Adlan continues, his words carrying weight. "You can be proud of him." Kotham and Helia begin to walk away from the ruins, their conversation continuing as they move. The path leads them deeper into a verdant forest, where Helia, now walking beside Kotham, offers a sincere apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the Baron of Holden. I only knew you as the Torpian Baron." She adds, with a hint of understanding, "I believe it's because you're so young." A young man stares up at Kotham, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror, exclaiming that the figure before him is a demon, and an incredibly strong one at that. Kotham cuts him off, his voice firm, declaring that's enough, as the subordinate's thoughts drift to the fresh, troll-like innards he had to procure. His stern expression reinforces the command, silencing the young man completely. The subordinate nervously confirms his understanding, before Kotham asks if he brought what was requested. With a trembling hand, the young man presents a leather pouch, offering it to his superior. Kotham takes the pouch, his thoughts immediately identifying its contents as high-ranked demon blood, a quantity he'd never seen before, suggesting it came from an even higher-ranked demon. He then examines a ring, recognizing it as a possession-type artifact, one that grants immunity to status effects, removes attack delays, and offers recovery. Despite its power, he muses that it won't address the root of his madness, his gaze hardening with resolve. As he slides the ring onto his finger, his thoughts turn to his ultimate goal, finding Melia at the Mage Tower. He knew he would need to find a weapon capable of matching the sheer intensity of his madness. And now, holding a newly acquired axe, he felt a sense of relief, knowing he had obtained not just a weapon, but an incredibly good one. With this, his reliance on demon blood might finally begin to decrease. He had never encountered a weapon of such exceptional quality in his entire lifetime, not even among those labeled as mythic class, despite the map clearly labeling it as mere ancient dwarf kingdom treasure. It was a truly remarkable piece. If this axe truly originated from the ancient dwarf kingdom, then it was, at the very least, a unique class artifact. The craftsmanship echoed the legends of their ancient smiths. A treasure of this caliber, hidden in such an unassuming place, left him pondering. Until a voice broke his thoughts, asking if anything strange had occurred when he retrieved the axe. He had brought a token, and Kadam reflected that while he initially thought the ancient dwarf kingdom's axe might be a mythic class item, it was even higher, a unique class axe, the only one he had ever carried. The token itself, a symbol, was a concerning clue. Yet, he couldn't even return to Holden just to verify one small detail. A long trail of blood had led him all the way to this point. If anyone was tracking him, they would arrive soon, for the ancient dwarf kingdom was the sole authority of Elga, represented by a distinctive flag. The Order of the Holy Knights, sworn to the kingdom, stood as formidable enforcers. Even above the kings themselves, the Arch-Paladins were the only ones who could command the Order of the Holy Knights. The Arch-Paladin himself appeared, a towering figure of authority. Standing over the defeated warrior, the Paladin had clearly claimed victory. His body lay broken, the impact of the Arch-Paladin's power still reverberating through him. As a nearby observer, witnessing the aftermath, muttered to himself that it surely brought back bitter memories. He stared at the defeated warrior, his expression a mix of shock and grim recognition. The observer's thoughts turned to those damn fanatics. Meanwhile, the Arch-Paladin, a figure of imposing authority, stood silently over the scene. His regal armor and flowing red cloak a stark contrast to the desolation around him. Finally, the Arch-Paladin, Eden, spoke, his voice cutting through the silence with a sharp reprimand, declaring the observer too slow. His gaze, intense and unwavering, demanded to know how long he planned on making him wait. Mounted on a war horse, Eden looked down at the observer, who stood trembling slightly, the weight of the Arch-Paladin's presence pressing down upon him. Eden's voice drips with disdain, as he observes the scene with a sharp, almost pointed profile. "Take a look," he commands. "We're almost at Molden." The Arch-Paladin and a subordinate ride towards the distant, walled city.